Hey guys, welcome to the SuperNova Titanex SuperNova stream. I'm really excited to have actually Jake in the house right off the bat. So this is brilliant. We got Johnny and Nathan. We got Chiz and Justin. They're all joining us. I want to give prayers to Eric. He has pneumonia right now. I've had that. It's real tough. So prayers to him. Hope he gets better soon. So yeah. We're gonna kick off with brilliant. We got Jake, brilliant. This is Titanex SuperNova. Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome. Yep. We got Justin and Chiz co-hosting, so this is all hosting together. We got Nathan and Johnny from Titans of LP, which is doing amazing stuff for the whole community, teaching LP. It was brilliant, the show we had a few days ago. And the man himself, that Jake. Sharpe, how you doing, Jake?
I mean, you're the man today, you know, with Volt. So you're getting all the attention. I'm just vibing right next to you.
Sweet. Yeah, so yeah, Volt is doing brilliant. It's exciting to see. It's just fun to be a part of it. And yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Volt has been going amazingly well on whatever is happening in the liquidity pool. Perfection.
Yeah. You like that?
So beautiful. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you think that's helping Titanex price go up too? The thick liquidity. Why do you like that?
Yes. So there's a couple of reasons. So thick liquidity means more Titanex is locked in the liquidity pool. The other thing is thick liquidity makes whales feel very comfortable entering auction systems because they know they can actually get their value out when they want to. So thick liquidity gets more adoption into Volt. To get into Volt, people have to buy Titanex. The locks Titanex up in the LP as well. The thicker the LP is, the more Titanex gets locked in from the buy and burn because it's harder to dump into. Because like when this is kind of interesting about a buy and burn. So the buy and burn of Volt uses Titanex to buy Volt. When the Titanex goes into the Volt liquidity pool, that Titanex gets split amongst all liquidity positions. Some of them are full range. Majority of them are full range on Volt, which means that Titanex kind of gets stuck in a bunch of liquidity providers that doesn't hit the market and can be sold. There's a whole bunch of like magic going on.
Yeah, that's a really good point because it is all what Volt puts in is a full range LP. So yeah, that's a massive amount gets locked, and yeah, the whale's feeling comfortable. It was only 8% of what's coming in goes into LP, so it's not a lot, but it makes a big difference to the vibe of the whole protocol. Yeah, man.
When you're crushing it, dude. Like 2 days left. Like yesterday, he got 2 trillion Titanex into the Volt auction.
Yeah. I noticed on Titanex, it's actually going down. It's coming down. I think Volt's really helping that locking that Titanex up from your stats. Yeah.
We're under 30. We're close to under 30% liquid. So for a little bit of context, today we had another trillion Titanex day where a trillion Titanex came out. And 4 days ago, we had 65.2 trillion liquid. Right now, we're at 61.8. And this is with inflation still, like the last pile of inflation kicking in, which is less than 7% of the supply now. And we're deflationary. So just imagine once we go full hyper deflationary.
Wow. And what day are we due for full hyper deflation in Titanex?
I think 369. I think 369 is going to be the day. Because in the so I track the stats every day. Out of the last 5 days, we've been deflationary 5 days in a row. With miners being claimed.
Wow.
And not like small deflationary. We're talking 200 billion, 500 billion, 300 billion, 1.4 trillion, 500 billion. That's the last 5 days.
Wow. Do you have a private stats page where you get that information from?
Well, my private stats page is called Google Sheets.
Oh yeah. Oh good. I do the same thing for Google Sheets too.
Yep.
Hey, Johnny and Chiz, please just ask your questions for Jake and pick brains. because originally this
it's really for you, Steve. I mean, because I mean, it's good to see you all. Vault's. I mean, Vault is present, so let's talk about Vault. I think the liquidity is stunning, and since you guys are all like liquidity heads, let's go there. Like, I don't. I like what's really going on here. I mean, there's over $1 million in liquidity, and I know that a percentage of the Titanex is going into it, but what else is going on, and what's the intelligence behind that? I mean, we can talk about how it's pumping, which is fun, but the fundamentals feel really good. So I'm curious what's going on, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Johnny, what's your group been doing? I've lots of them been LPing on the Vault.
Well, since we last streamed, which was just a few days ago, we gained 100 people. So now we're up to like 463 members. And I'm getting DMs. I'm on one-on-one calls. I was just on a call with a guy yesterday in China. Day before that, a guy in New Zealand. It's pretty crazy what people are asking me. And the neat thing, and I had mentioned this on our last stream, was a while ago, Jake had mentioned on a stream, like when we only had like 30 or 40 members, and Jake had said, hey, yeah, there's probably some money in there, even though there's only 30 or 40 members. I can tell you right now that the people that I'm talking to have bags. I mean, these guys could buy and sell me, right? So, and they're asking me, they're like, hey, what's the best way to do this and that? And so it's actually, I feel pretty honored that they would even think to ask me when they're bringing all this money. But I think what we're doing here is really teaching people and educating people on how not to press the nuke button, right?
Yeah.
That at the end of the day, the fewer people that do this, when they have $100,000 and they're like, okay, time to sell. Well, there's a strategy on what to do and what not to do, right? In all of our heads that we'd like to see this play out. And everyone's on board. There's not one person in that group that is like fudding or talking trash. Everyone is willing to jump in. Everyone on this call is in the group, so you can see it. And then, next thing you know, I'm getting hit up by pretty profound members of the community. Talked to Mike Dean last night for 45 minutes just talking. He asked me for a call. He's like, hey, you got time for a call? I'm like, okay. And he was just, thanking me for what we're doing and stuff. So
Johnny's DMing me. He's like, Mike Dean's in my DM.
Yeah, I'm like, nerding out. I'm like, dude, what do I do? What do I say to this guy? So yeah. No, it was awesome. But at the end of the day, it's such an easy ecosystem to LP in, right? Because you love two coins. Who cares if you go all one? You know what I mean? Just throw a dart, hit your watch list, LP on it, have some fun. What I am trying to tell people to do is be very cautious with your protocol because it's out of control, right? It's rap. Yeah. So a lot of people are like, "Oh man, I'm out of position, I'm out of range," and I keep telling them, guys, chill out on LPing on Volt for a second. Let it do its 10-day thing. Let it calm down because it moves like a meme coin, honestly.
Yeah.
And LPing on a meme coin is very intense and it'll humble you very fastly. So I tell people, I'm like, look, keep your bag of Vault, keep it. Keep your bag of Vault. Go LP on Titanex wrapped ETH. That's the first place I always send people to. That's I think that's like the safest pair, right? Once you get your feet wet there, go ahead and jump into DragonX, Titanex, and then you can kind of, branch off, right? So in the early days, Nathan, for instance, was a massive hyper LP guy. He was all in on that one and, doing great things. I was always like Titanex wrapped ETH. And I mean, we have people in every single LP. There's people in all of them.
Yeah. And what do you guys think? Like, Jake, what do you think? Like, do you think future protocols would be wise not to take some of the buy and burn and put it into liquidity? because is that going to be better for the ecosystem to have this liquidity? Because I know, Vault Wheel, Element 280 are going that direction.
Yes. I mean, for example, Hydra started off low. I think we only had $5,000 in initial LP, and then the rest was just formed naturally. Like what you'll notice is it doesn't really matter what your initial LP is. Users will eventually take it over.
Yeah.
Like 80-90% of the pool will be users. But it's also like you can do this via smart contracts. The tricky thing is, so you can have your smart contract make a V3 full range pool, and then you need the two sides of the token. Now, if you don't want to inflate the second part of the token, so when you enter LP, let's say it's Volt Titanex, for example, Titanex Volt. You need Titanex side and you need Volt side. So there's two ways you can get the second side of the Volt LP. This is for builders specifically. Is you can either mint more volts via the smart contract, like the smart contract does it automatically, puts it in the pool, but then you create secondary inflation, which is not good.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is you want to have Titanex go to a smart contract, and then the Volt gets bought off market and a percentage of the buy and burn. So like, for example, if 100 billion Volt is bought on market, 4 to 5 billion of that goes to a smart contract, and then you create the LP with what is bought off market, and then you lock it up full range. So I'm a fan of doing it like that, because then you feed the LP with what is bought off market. You go full range, so it's basically locked supply. Nobody can ever access it unless the price goes up like 1,000, 2,000x. Yes, because there's also another side. It requires a lot of trust if somebody does it manually. So if it's somebody with a reputation that is honest, ethical, then it's fine. But there is a way to do it via smart contracts where you just feed the LP with what is bought off market, and then whatever comes in, a percentage is allocated towards LP. There's two main ways to do it.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Steve, the initial liquidity on Volt. I mean, you had that set up where you were waiting for the initial auctions to come through, right? And as soon as that hit $5,000, right, that triggered the initial, right? It was paired with the 5 million tokens you set aside, right? So it's $5,000, 5 million, that started your 0.001 MCAP, which ended up being a brilliant move, because the way that you saw, I've never seen mevbots like panic the way that they were. It's like they didn't know what to do, in those initial days. And I think that's helped the longevity here as well, because you're not seeing these massive dumps, and even if you are now they can't do anything because the liquidity is so thick. But yeah, my question on that though is, so you had that starting liquidity. I've been studying the Volt white paper, like it's my business, right? But the 50 million. So you had this 50 million tokens set aside as well for the liquidity wallet.
That's right.
And that's as far as you're going, as far as like creating any other tokens outside of the
absolutely
right. So, but did that has already entered into a full range, correct? Am I correct in that?
Absolutely correct.
Did that 50 million, did half of that get split into Titanex to create that 50-50?
Yeah, no, none of it was sold to Titanex.
Okay.
None of it was sold.
So I've been tracking an LP that was 25 million Volt and in a 50-50 with Titanex, and I thought that was it. But
yeah, the only thing it because 8% of the value goes into LP, so it paired with DragonX too. The Volt paired with DragonX.
Yeah.
So DragonX has a pretty thick pool. It's 10%. It's 100 grand in there, which is kind of nice because you want to be with DragonX because that's the next biggest one. So if you're going to pair with anyone, you pair with DragonX. Everyone should be pairing with DragonX. So yeah, it was just 5 million to begin with, just to give the users a advantage. So the users can be the one dumping on the bots rather than the bots dumping on them. And they know that they're going to get a better rate just by entering the auctions. Encourage that, because I really don't like launches these days, because especially with Blaze, when there was such a big value drain, I thought I never want to see that happen again. So I tried to think of ways to mitigate. And I saw with Titan Legends, there was quite a value drain too when that was launched. So the ratio of value put in the initial liquidity pool shouldn't be too much compared to how users can access that value to dump on them, to dump on the bots. Because the bots usually drain from the ecosystem. I don't mind if someone from the ecosystem buys it and then plays nice. It plays nice. They can sell, but they can exit through liquidity. They can do things, but a bot's just dump it, and that's what I don't like. I don't mind them selling it. People selling it's just the dumping. Yeah, initial bots dumping.
Yeah, well, the thing that's been most impressive is when you looked at days like like 2, 3, and 4, when the auction closed, you would see like the sell-off, right?
Yeah.
Now, but then it started all of a sudden you started noticing day 4, 5, when you got close to that the prior day auction ending, you started seeing ad on the chart, which was really cool to see people doing that instead of just like dumping.
Yeah, absolutely. And the great thing about Vault LP is it was all initiated at a low. So that's the best time. That's the best time for me. I mean, what do you guys all think? I mean, it's better to start an LP at a low, or a big thick LP when it's at a low, or is it okay in other price ranges?
It goes both ways.
Yeah.
So, because the issue you might create is when you create a tick LP at the low and you don't have a buy and burn, then you just lock the price there for a little bit, which is the opposite of what you want. But since Vault has such a big buy and burn, it's actually perfect. Because then you replace all that Vault with TITANX and you become sticker as you move up. Yeah. I like it. If you have a buy and burn, then low is better. If you don't,
you actually, Steve, you can actually see what Jake was just talking about. Nathan and I were playing around on base when we were getting our feet wet, right? Because it's like 5 cents to start an LP there. So we would see that all the time. Like these meme coins would come out with like 1.5 million in LP, or the exact opposite. It would come out with way less. And usually what ends up happening is in both instances, at least over there, is you get just this Burj Khalifa chart. Like you get 14 days of this and then all the way down. And most of those protocols, I don't even want to call them protocols. Most of those memes are like down 95% still from like May.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they can't come back. And that also has to do with community too, right? There is no community over there. Everyone's just like, I'm in, I'm out, peace, next one.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. It's almost there's some you could compare in ways to like some Solana meme coins. The way base has kind of gone since its boom back in the spring. But yeah, Jake, you would be some of the charts. So some of the things me and Johnny were doing on base, where you had a V2. Say you had a V2 with like 120K in liquidity, or like just make it simple, 100K in liquidity, but it was pulling in like 8-10 million in volume, and then we would start up the 1% pool and with just like 4 or 5K each, and then we would look back in a day and we're pulling in 200, 500K, $1 million in liquidity off of that V2, and then we're going in the telegrams and we're like, hey guys, we started the 1% pool if anybody wants to step in. And
we're not a fan of that.
You have no idea what liquidity is about. What are you doing? And they're just like freaking out because we're siphoning off of their V2 volume. But those charts looked really interesting because you looked at the V2 and it, you saw the normal like candles. But when you look at the V1, the way it was bringing in volume, you would just see these little tiny like portions of a candle and the wicks on both ends all the way across the chart. And it was just because of the way the liquidity was handling the volume it was bringing in. But when you saw, we're like, it got a little bit like weird at times because when you open up your LP position and you see the fees and you're just like, nah, this can't be that we're pulling in this much.
It's interesting the switch of mentality. A meme coin going to something valuable like Dogecoin has such thick liquidity and it kind of has some value to it. And like I've been thinking like Titanex has this intrinsic value, and Jake mentioned yesterday about it having this Ethereum style feeling because you need it. It's a good way to describe it. You need it.
I mean, it is very much like Ethereum early days. Because you can imagine, because I wasn't around for like the Ethereum ICO and everything that happened after. But like 2017, I was here. People used to play around with like 50 Ethereum, 100 Ethereum, 300 Ethereum, 500 Ethereum, like it was nothing. That was like 10 grand position, 50 grand position. Okay, fine, a couple hundred Ethereum. And now it's like 0.5 Ethereum. It's like, it's a decent position. Like 1 Ethereum, 2 Ethereum. So it's going to be interesting to see because Ethereum, people buy Ethereum, not thinking about the Ethereum as a position, but they use the Ethereum to go into something. So by default, they're buying Ethereum and locking it up without knowing it. And I noticed because I went into the Vault auctions and I bought some TITANX off market to enter the auctions. I didn't even think about the TITANX. I'm like, I'm getting into the auction. And by default, I just ended up buying TITANX and it wasn't even part of like my thought process. So it's a lot like Ethereum early days.
That's really interesting. Like Bitcoin pizza, 16,000 Bitcoin for the pizza.
Ooh.
And now, you're right. It gets less and less and less and less and less. So
TITANX is like a remora on Ethereum, like a big remora, just using it in a way, just kind of, those are the things that attach themselves to the sharks and everything. So it's pretty cool. I see it that way. And, it's amazing. You're talking about base, I was just looking at it on DeFi Llama. There's only 358 protocols on there and does pretty good volume. And Solana only has 164 protocols and $1 billion a day in volume. And Ethereum only has 1,182, of which how many are even worth a shit,
Yeah, right.
Really. So this is really good to be putting, these solid protocols out on Ethereum in the TITANX ecosystem. It's a pretty big deal.
yeah, it's never been done before. It's never been done when a non-L1 has been a source coin. I don't think, maybe it has. Never known of it before. So this is.
What if it becomes a source coin?
Oh,
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of thinking. I talked about it on the stream at Mo yesterday. You can build a whole L1 around TITANX. You don't need a new token. There's a bunch of ways to do it. But that's for later on. Like we need that 10x innovation hit where you're like, okay, this is it. Because I don't want to make something that's twice better, which is easy. But like 3 times better, okay. But like 10 times better, that's when everybody gives a fuck. It's like, oh shit, okay, this is interesting. And then make it completely community owned. Because TITANX, like Eric was talking about, this TITANX is kind of like a mining platform to bring an L1 token into existence. So it already has that mining factor. Yeah, it's something that's definitely like, my mind is like 80% that now. Like, okay, figure that problem out.
Yeah, wow. So like you can look at X1 and see the mistakes. When that launches, there's good things and the bad things of that. And it has a builder's fee built in, which is kind of interesting in X1.
That would be default. Like that would be a requirement. Yeah. Like the whole builder reward ethos.
Yeah. Yeah. Would it be an EVM or would you move to different system?
I would like. So in a perfect world, you would have a EVM compatible SVM chain. So it would have Solana speeds, but with EVM compatibility so that developers can use every Ethereum dev tool available to build on it. Now, whether or not that works, I don't know. I haven't touched the code. I haven't looked into it. But that would be ideal scenario. And then it's all in the tokenomics. Imagine a hyper-deflationary L1 chain that runs on TITANX. That is EVM compatible and has SVM speed. That would be sick. That would be that's fantasy. But you never know.
Yeah. That would be really amazing. Really special.
We have a community to do it.
TITANX should be definitely an input token for sure. That should be like the goal, is the key coin, I think with everything that we're doing now and liquidity bonding together and it should just be the goal and just for everyone. Just my opinion.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Steve, so you're up to 1.8 million in volume right now, just to FYI on your Vault.
Oh my God.
Hey, let's not beat around the bush. Vault was number 1 on Ethereum.
Oh, it was number 1 on Ethereum. That was something. It's number 2 now.
That's fucking sick.
Go look at the coin that's number 1 right now. Don't worry, you'll get that back.
Is it?
Just give it 8 hours.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's massive advertisement for TITANX. They look at it and they go, why is the top coin not paired to ETH?
Exactly. Think about that. I mean, I was staring at the chart last night. I'm chatting with Johnny. I was just like, I'm just sitting here thinking the exposure here, and just very interesting to watch how this is going to progress and bring people from outside the ecosystem in. Get their
You can see it. You
and
can
then
see it with the
this is
buys.
their key to every other protocol, including Volt. So
Yeah, when it got listed on CoinMarketCap, it was a real catalyst. And I noticed my socials increasing, boom, 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 boom. And the pump happened after that. So I mean, to get on CoinMarketCap, it was hard for me because I was up all night filling in the form. It was a massive form.
Is it really?
Did Jake? I don't know if Jake filled this in. Maybe someone else did, but that took me like all night to figure that out. I didn't even know the answer to the questions.
Jeez.
So I'm just thankful they accepted it. Wow.
It is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Gecko and stuff is way easier.
Yeah. But I mean, it's doable. So, but that was a massive marketing thing for Volt, that CoinMarketCap listing, and you could really boast about it on the socials. I'm on CoinMarketCap, boasting.
I think it was yesterday. I was looking at your the mint site. Might have been the day before, but there's 19 hours left, and the ROI was negative 100. I mean, if that's not a good sign.
No, that must have been a UI error. Just refresh the page. But it's never been minus 100. Yeah, 100%.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that was where it cleared out. Like, it was done auctioning within like 6 hours into the protocol.
Oh yeah, I think the auction today also finished out because I was watching it. It was like a 1.6 trillion, and then like 3 minutes before, 400 billion came in. I think a little bit more, over 400 billion in like the last 2 minutes, and I closed out to zero.
Oh, wow! So it closed out to zero too.
Yep.
Yeah. Yesterday, I woke up in the morning. There was still 8 hours left of the auction. It was minus 1% ROI yesterday, and I was like, you know what? This is still decent to auction, because it's not just look at the ROI. It's also a few other factors you can take in. So I thought it's still, and then the price went up and the ROI went up. It gives people confidence. But like, I put on a spreadsheet the price floor, and like, as you can work out the price floor by what came in that day and dividing it by the output, which is 100 billion. So the price floor, it just rises every single day since the first day. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So you're at,
I think Mike Dean has a Volt dashboard. So yesterday it was 21,869 per Volt in the auction.
Yeah, that he is absolute amazing doing that. I hired him for that. So, but for him to put in the time to do it was really good. Because
You need to retire him. He needs to be full-time Titanex. So whatever you can do to pay him, pay him.
Absolutely. If everyone paid him for a June dashboard, it would be a full-time job. Yeah. Guys, got some questions for Jake to pick his brains, because we're just blessed to have him on. And
I'll be here for a while. Like, I don't have anything.
Oh, great! So you'll speak to all the guys. In half an hour we got Vibra Finance coming on. So Vibra Finance. Have you met him, Jake? Vibra Finance.
Yeah, I think I think I did a
He's
stream with him. Like, he was one of the first streams together with the first, if I remember correctly. I need to look.
Yeah. I speak to him a lot. We're doing the party coin together, so maybe we can brainstorm with him. This is great. We can brainstorm with the party coin with Vibra when he's on. If you want to do it live. But Vibra's coming on. Great guy. Massive impulse chain. He speaks to Richard Hart. He knows everyone. He's just a brilliant guy. I mean, he's got an amazing brain in financial stuff and loads of interesting stuff I wanted to talk to him about. We got Annie Kane is on the next hour in 2:00, and then I didn't book anyone else in. We're gonna get them all in as we go. So.
Yeah, typical Ali style.
I think Marco said he might try to make it on. He's got a family event. I was talking to him, and Mo said he's going to try to make it on at some point. So
and
Mo is hilarious. I love watching Mo.
That was a great stream yesterday.
Yeah, that's good.
Whenever I think of Mo, there was early on in Titanex, Jake. He was dropping those. He started his, he's been doing it forever. on Titanex. But it was when we were getting to one of the first really big staking payouts. He was like tracking, showing everybody what he's potentially getting and everything. And he did a live stream when he claimed it. And he's like, he's going like this with his arms. And then I always replay this video in my head where he goes like this. And he's like, there's nobody here. He's just himself.
Yeah, I used to like him. He's like, if the average Mo can do it, that's just hilarious. Here he is now.
Yeah.
He's saying what's up in the chat. A lot of good folks in the chat. What's up, peeps? That's cool.
Hey, Jake, is Mike Dean's Matrix going to be potentially the first ever build on Hyper?
Yes. Yep. And there's stuff coming after that.
About damn time, man. Yeah, I know you've probably been waiting for that.
Actually, I wasn't.
All right.
It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Because Hyper is fun on its own. Now that stuff is building on it, it gets even crazier.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's going to be crazy. Well, hey, just so you know, a little bit of alpha, Titans of LP is cooking on Hyper.
Cooking. Everybody's cooking. Everybody's cooking up the storm. Awesome.
No,
but when it comes to Hyper, like Hyper was designed because mining ROI eventually is going to come back on Titanex. So like, and this is like software engineering background. So when you have a server that gets overloaded, you launch a second server and you load balance. You start splitting up like the load balancing. So everything doesn't go to one server. It splits all over across multiple servers. Now, my question was, okay, can I build something that would offload Titanex inflation when mining ROI goes positive again? Because when mining ROI goes positive again on Titanex, it might be like 30%, 50%, and then it kind of starts doing its thing. But Hyper is going to be like 300%, 350%, 400%. So instead of Titanex inflating, we can still get the Ethereum in, but we do it through a load balancing via Hyper. So you get all the Ethereum in the same way it would if it was a Titanex miner, but you offload it to a separate system that doesn't inflate the main system. It's like there's a lot of reasons why I ended up picking Ethereum for Hyper and then feeding the Ethereum back in. One of them was just to load balance once we go mining ROI positive again on Titan. Some
Hey, Jake.
giga brain stuff there.
Jake, Utah had a question for you in the chat. He was asking,
Jake.
No, because if I give market top signals for everybody, then it just becomes a SuperNova event in the opposite direction. So nobody's getting any timing.
in the mastermind, and I've said this before, but before Titanex was around in the mastermind, your macro information was really, really good. I remember you called the bottom on the day. Remember that?
2 months in advance, on the exact day. Yep,
Yeah.
I remember that very clearly. I'm trying to find the video again because I think it's private on YouTube now.
Yeah, but yeah, you got a good macro thing. But how about the macro Titanex market? Like, let's look in the next year and the next 3 years to that. Can we do that one?
I mean, that one is interesting because so day 280 hit, which was supposed to be the worst day for Titanex ever. Everything nuked. Ethereum nuked, Bitcoin nuked, world markets nuked, stock market nuked, S&P 500 nuked, everything nuked. Titanex should nuke just from like a fundamentals perspective, not even with the rest of the world. And it did the opposite. And then it had a massive run against Ethereum while Ethereum was going down. Like it's up like 450% in dollar value, but like 700, 800% against Ethereum. Usually when Ethereum goes down, everything goes down with it harder. Titanex is the opposite. So I'm curious to see how this will play out because everybody wants a decorrelated system, but nobody has it. Based on data, Titanex might have it. Because how the supply mechanics work out, it's a deflating coin and constantly needs use. Protocols are launching all the time. There's constant demand, especially with auction systems, because they need to close out. Otherwise, somebody makes a beautiful ROI in like a minute. There's incessant demand, and it's less reliant on human emotion because it's a bunch of smart contracts controlling supply. There's over, I think, 20 of the top 100 holders, might even be 21 now. 21 of the top 100 holders on Titanex are smart contracts, and you have a bunch of buy and burn smart contracts that are buying up Titanex in the background, regardless of how the general humanity feels.
Wow.
I didn't crazy to think about.
That. Yeah.
It's truly a machine. Like, it's actually a machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see the decorrelation 100%. You know, because there's been positive profits for people in the ecosystem while Ethereum's been going down and up. You know, and down and up and down and up. It's right there. As long as people keep creating the burning of the token, you know, and the other tokens, and I think it's like solved the question.
Positive profits doesn't even like begin to explain what's going on right now. We got a guy in our group that just bought a Porsche from LPing with his fees. Like, where can you do that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not going on in Ethereum. And I made a post about that today. I was like, our ecosystem, like right now, I'm 100% convinced we don't need Ethereum to go up. If it goes up, awesome. All the buy and burns go up, everything, that's going to be cool. But right now, look what's going on right now. 68% up, 38% up, 19% up, 15% up, 10% up. Liquidity 1.8, you know what I mean? Volume 2.8 million in volume. Volt on 549 makers. That's like an average of $5,000 per. That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? And that's all with ETH just snoozing, like sleepy. ETH hasn't done its thing yet. So before, you would hear everyone go, oh, I wonder what's going to happen when ETH goes up. Hey, what's going to happen when ETH goes up? Now it's just like, I want to know, all right, what happens when Lotus comes out? What happens when Mike Dean's thing comes out? What happens? ETH, don't even care about it anymore. Could care less.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I sold all my ETH for Titanex the other day, pretty much.
Yeah. I had enough for gas, and that's it.
Yeah. Daily gas. Make sure I have gas.
That's it.
Yeah. In like 4-year cycles, it's going to be interesting. Like I thought to myself, in 2027, I'm going to, a few months ago, I thought I'll buy Bitcoin then, 2027. But like, I'm interested. I wonder what Titanex will be like in the next cycle, and can we look that far ahead? I mean, how's it going to fare in the bear market, where in these 4-year cycles, and how's it going to fare in 2028? Is that when the layer 1 comes out for Titanex? What do you?
I mean, I already have plans for the next bull market. So this was kind of designed into Titanex from the beginning. So I remember saying this a lot in like the beginning streams. The way you make an old thing new is by building a new thing on top of the old thing. So all it takes is just one spark, and the entire ecosystem sparks up again. Because there's the only reason something dies after a bear market is because the community left. That's it. But then if you have something there that one spark, and everybody's back, because everybody remembers the glory days, and then it's instantly back. So that is not an issue. Will it go down on a bear market? Absolutely. Like, everything goes down in a bear market. The question is how much. Like, when you look at there was one massive overperformer this bear market, and that was Binance Smart Chain, BNB.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think BNB only went down 60 to 66% off the top. Bitcoin did like 80-85%.
Yeah.
BNB didn't. Now, why was that? That was because of, for legal reasons, this is all fantasy, but it's probably because they're rotating profits into BNB and just slowly chipping away at it over time. And they just can't say it for legal reasons. But this is very similar to that.
Ooh, yeah. They were doing a buy and burn, some sort of buy and burn.
And it's smart contracts.
Yeah. And also, I've been thinking this because I've been thinking there's a lot in contracts, right? And then also builders for the first time are going to actually be wealthy, probably. I think there are going to be some builders in this community who actually have resources going into the traditional bear market. And I think that the combination of the backstop and the automated buying system, and then wealthy whales who are actually still building, at least for me, it's like at the very least a soft landing. And it's a gradual, natural decline as opposed to this exponential drop. And so that's what I've been thinking, based on looking at the fundamentals of, how much value is stored in these smart contracts. I mean, and people, again, were asking, what about V1? I'm like, dude, we don't need V1. It's like, but it's nice to have. and it's just part of the machine, you know, but the people are part of the machine. So I believe, and I think this may be the first community of builders that's so collaborative that you guys may be wealthy together through the bear market and say, who cares? It's like, we're just going to keep on building. And I think that's true. I mean, I know that I've learned, I mean, this is going to be my third bull market. I've learned enough so that I'll be wealthy in the bear market too. Right. And so I think this community probably is going to think differently because, and it is you, Jake, that started the thinking of the sort of quantum potential that, you know, this whole exponential possibility thing, which is bigger than we can imagine. You've got to think like that in order to build something radical, you know, that actually does break the matrix. And I'm not saying that we have yet, but the fact that we're this far, there's some good fundamental indicators, honestly. Yeah, so it's good.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because you go back to, you know, you take like when Jake made coded the DNA for builders in Titanex, it was before there was like Zen that did it, but he improved on it, and the builders didn't take it seriously because they couldn't make any profit. But the DNA Jake coded into it was insight. But was this what you were thinking? Did you have a vision? Can you just share the vision that you had? 'Cause I was there in the mastermind. Back then, I never really was thinking about it, that DNA. But how were you thinking about the DNA of builders? Because you had the Proof of Burn 2.0, but you always had this build on Titanex. From the beginning, it was build on Titanex tagline, even before you launched it. And what were you thinking? Was this a vision you had, and where did it come from?
Ooh, so that's a lot that goes into this. Titanex is very unique. Okay, so let's start at the bare basics. Why does somebody build something? So there's a bunch of motives to do it. One is to make profit. Two is, if you want a bunch of builders that don't give up, you need to give them something to protect. So if they're early in something and they have a big position, by building, you are essentially protecting your position and you're protecting your will. It's like you have this $3 million car. You're going to invest in some security and security gadgets and cameras, the camera things in the garage and like extra security, maybe even a security guard at the door. Like you're going to invest into all that stuff because you want to protect that thing. So the only way to get that is to have a big enough community at the start that gets the exact same cost basis, depending on how invested they are in the protocol when it comes to time. That's the only way to get people to care. It's fair launch, it's fair opportunity, it's a big community, everybody has the same opportunity, and then the whales that build big positions usually want to end up building because it's the best way to protect your position. So that's one motive. The other motive is it's fair. Like, for example, if you launch a random token and you put 100% of it in the LP, and then just a sniper bot buys up 80%, the rest fights over 20%, the 20% needs to buy 20x higher, nobody's going to give a single fuck about building on that thing because it's unfair. And they're just enriching a bunch of shadow figures that they have never seen, never know of, can just dump on them at any time and destroy the protocol. So the only way this works is by having fair participation, fair opportunity, big community, and the reasons to build, all the users, all the content, all the streams, all the marketing. And then building in the ethos of capitalism and meritocracy. Those are two big ones. Because a big deterrent for builders as well is in a lot of ecosystems, if you don't know anybody, you cannot build. Which I think is absolute horseshit. Like, I'm a big believer in if you provide value to the ecosystem, regardless of where you come from, regardless of your wealth status, how much money you have, your reputation, how many people follow you, it doesn't matter. Like, I care about results. Because, like, 10 years ago, I was a nobody. Like, I don't want to exclude myself 10 years ago because look at where we're at now. So the ethos is massive. Like, you don't need connections. You just need skills, and you need to be competent and honest and ethical and market like a madman. And then you have an opportunity to change your life. So meritocracy is massive. And then the second part is capitalism. Because building a protocol, not only does it take a lot of money, but it also takes a lot of time. And it eats up your brain for months. And then years when you market it, and then it's like your baby. You need to like make it grow up, you know? So capitalism and meritocracy is a big one. Fair launch is a big one. Whales protecting their position is a big one. Everybody wants to support the ecosystem because they have something to protect. I just brain dumped.
Yeah.
Not sure if that was helpful.
Well,
Yep.
it was helpful because
Yeah.
I mean, it's the big brain compartments, right? And this is the builder piece of it. And when I heard you starting to talk about it, I knew I've been around the block and I know what motivates people. And I could tell that the DNA was in there. But when it started to happen, I was like, holy shit. You know, when Eric started showing up and he started getting out there, and I was like, oh, Eric, you know, put on his turtleneck and got into the studio, and you know, and he was talking about Dragon X. I was like, all right, right on, right. And there's a connection because so Eric started showing up, and then I think Dude showed up next. Blaze, you know, Steve and the Blaze team showed up around that time, you know, in my winter, and I could tell that, builders were curious, and I think it's not a surprise that some of the key builders came out of the mastermind. But then what happened is the mastermind started to attract other like-minded builders, and it became a magnet. And that's what it is. When you build the culture of a protocol and a community, it's a magnet. And that's why, I mean, it's a magnet right now. And that's why I think, Jake, when you started marketing again, I remember when you said, fuck it, I'm not talking price anymore. It was last, right? And I was like, right on, man, don't talk price, right? I listened. I was like, 280-day miner, shut up for 280 days, just go away, right? You know, it's like, and meanwhile, all the babies like, but the thing is that the builder ethic is amazing, and it keeps on snowballing. I do think it's like everything with scale, quality, you know, is inconsistent, but it's fine because the market will decide what's hot. It's like Volt is a good example. I mean, Volt is a good example of clearly simple, brilliant code, right? Plus integrated well into the mind of the ecosystem and the liquidity intelligence, plus killer marketing. I mean, Steve, I mean, it's just like flood the zone, you know, with all this color and, you know, and stuff. And then, you know, and then get coin market cap and whoever. And it just was a perfect storm, right? And I think we're going to see that right now. We've got a wave. I mean, think about it. Ouroboros is coming. That protocol is off the hook. You know, I've been on that test net and I've been following the builder quietly for a long time. And it's so the innovation, honestly, that the protocol, the Titanex and the community is attracting is crazy. You know, Element 280 is off the hook. You know, all of these protocols don't exist anywhere in DeFi, nowhere.
Yeah, it's this organic growth. Watching it and observing it is phenomenal. Like when Mike Dean came on the scene, wow, what a guy. And he exploded, and he couldn't ask for a nicer guy to be like one of the leaders. And then Plan A too. Like he's solid. He's like a father figure in a way. Because the way he speaks is like, oh, I don't, you know. And if the way he conducts the weekly spaces, he's got a real authority, and he's had that since the beginning. And he's a very neutral character. You couldn't ask. The first time I heard him last year, I was like, wow, we couldn't ask for a better person. Because I remember from Zen, the guys that they had, and they were like they're way better here in Titanex. These like community spaces. And
at first I was like, Jake must have paid these guys because they're too perfect. These guys showed up and I was like, how did Mike Dean get here? He's got to be his guy, you know. I was like, and then
I didn't know
Yeah.
Mike Dean at all. Zero.
I know that's what he told me. I was like, wow. And so that's the thing is like like you know how this idea of opposites attract, it's not really that way always. Like a magnet's it's like, so like in this case the principles and the ethos attracted everyone that the ecosystem needed, and that's why it's so powerful. That's the secret sauce. Everyone's like, even my brother who's been in crypto forever, he's like, I don't get TITANX, like what makes it special? I was like, you know,
Yeah.
there's so many things, but it's the ethos and the deflationary reality, you know, that just,
Yeah. One of the interesting things I've noticed as well with the community figures that pop up, we all have a history in crypto, and we've all been hurt one way or another through corruption, unfairness, etc., where we are all good-intentioned people. We want to honestly participate in a protocol, and then we get dumped on by a bunch of shadow figures, VCs, rug pulled, etc., and lied to and scammed all over and all over again. And then the worst thing that happens is you bring one of your friends in, and then the founder goes on some kind of drug bender to some whorehouse and just rugs the entire protocol. And then you're like, what the fuck is happening here? So then you look for like the light at the end of the tunnel, and then when you finally find it, it's like when one of your best friends has had cancer, all of a sudden you become extremely passionate about fighting cancer, because if you lost your best friend to it, you become passionate about it. So I think that's the power of fairness and bringing everything back down to the people, because it's what people have been looking for, and everybody had been hurt all over the place by unfairness and corruption, that they finally have something that they can actually stand behind, and that attracts a certain type of a person that is like honest, ethical, that is hardworking. Yeah. It's just a perfect storm. It's so cool.
Storm. So
Yeah.
cool.
You're right. It's a perfect storm, and the consistency of Mike, of Dean and Plan A, wow, every single week, and and Mike Dean comes out with Titanex Hub, organic again, which is the go-to place. It's phenomenal. Some of these tools, community tools that these guys, and his Titanex Premium is absolutely amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Like, it's worth it. It's like I have tools for everything. Like, I always get tools, so it's a no-brainer to get a tool for Titanex. Like, I get tools, loads of tools, but so this is a fantastic analytic tool, which is unique. It's the only one there. It has Vault inside it, loads of information on Vault. So it's check it out. Mike Dean's Titanex Hub Premium subscription. It's great.
All you have to do in Titans of LP chat is type hub, and the link directly to it comes.
Oh, nice idea.
Thanks to Mello.
Yeah, shout out Mello.
Yeah,
He's everywhere.
Hey Steve, I gotta hop off, but I appreciate. I got a little bit extra time. I was texting my wife. I'm like, please, I gotta stay on. I gotta stay on. But anyway, thank you, gentlemen. Jake,
It's good to see you.
Majestic beard.
Nice meeting you, and Johnny.
Just came in here and mobbed everybody.
Nathan, I'll be talking to you in probably like 6 minutes. So
Yeah. I'll be with the kids. I'll be like, "What are you doing on your phone?" I'm like, "I'm just talking to Johnny." You know. All right, but I'll see you guys. Man. Thank you.
Oh man.
You know, just one thing Chiz was saying earlier about, you know, maybe some of the builders coming out of the mastermind at first, and then, you know, Jake talking about how just, you know, fair and open and transparent the community was really from the beginning. And I remember being in the moderator, one of the moderators in the Titanex group and in the moderator chat. And I remember Titanium saying, and I want to be in the mastermind, you know, I need to be in the master. I want to get in there. And I was like, dude, you're in it. I was like, this is everyone's mastermind. Like, you know, this is working together. You know, and because that's when you said, you know, Jake, you're like, I can't take anybody else in the mastermind. We're doing this. We're focusing on this. And I just, that's what I told him. I was like, dude, you're in the mastermind. You're in the whole thing. This is a conglomerate, you know, of knowledge. And I thought that was really cool that Chiz mentioned that a minute ago, and you were talking about that. So I just wanted to bring that up. And that was a long time ago too. Yeah.
I thought I'd bring this question up for Jake, because I don't understand all this, and
that's the secret sauce.
Where does it come from? And I know you talked to Awesome X, and maybe you saved that for. Don't want to steal his thunder. You're going to go on a stream with him, explain some stuff, but you got a brief thing.
Ooh. Okay, I'll have to keep a surface level here, otherwise we'll get shadow banned off YouTube. But the entire world runs on numerology, and a lot of big events happen on certain numerology dates because there's a lot. So in my background, I used to be extremely spiritual. Like I didn't grow up in Asia, but for some reason I always had like this attraction to Asia. So like when I was 12 years old, I was meditating an hour a day and I wanted to become a Shaolin monk. I literally shaved my head bald and my mom was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "Mom, I'm becoming a Shaolin monk." So like I had it from like a very early age. So I was meditating an hour a day. I did astral projection. Like I actually exited my body for a good 15 seconds and it completely changed my life. I lost fear of death. I lost fear of everything without any drugs whatsoever. You basically just lay in bed, let your body fall asleep, but keep your mind awake, and then you can astral project. It's hard as hell, but I did it, and it changed my life. So spirituality, astrology, numerology. Another really good guy on this is Waters Above. He's specifically in gematria. Like for example, TITANX wasn't by accident. When you type in TITANX in gematria, it's 88. The numbers it boils down to 88. So like it's numerology and everything. It's the launch date, which was 28th of October, 2024, year of the dragon. That's why we use dragon symbology in the creation of TITANX, because you want to leverage the energy that you're in. And then launch numerology is big. So one number you always want to avoid is a number that rhymes with the 4 word. Because so everybody knows CZ from Binance, he always used to do like this. So 4 is the number of law and order, and 4 is the number of debt. So in China, some places in China, they don't even have the 4th floor or the 13th floor in buildings. They skip it because 4 is the number of debt, and 13, 1 plus 3 is 4. 44 is double debt. So you want to avoid 4s wherever possible because it's bad juju, essentially. So numerology is big, and I studied this guy. His name was GG33, Gary Ginsburg, I think is his name. But GG33 is what he goes by. That dude is the smartest dude, because I read a bunch of books on numerology and never really got it. It's all surface level, but then he linked it to like real world events, like what things mean when, numerology of your birthday. Like, for example, I'm a 22 life path, which is the master builder, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. So your life path, and I was always big in like personality types and stuff. So I wanted to take all this together, the Chinese zodiacs, Year of the Dragon, the launch dates, 28, which is the number of wealth, 8, which is the number of money. 8 is also the infinity symbol. It's the infinite game. There's a lot of numerology, and the big numerology that matters a lot is when you launch, the launch date. So there's two ways you can look at the launch date. One is the date of the month, the day of the month, which is 28, 8, 17, 1 plus 7 is 8, etc. There's also 11, 22, 33, which are master numbers. So when you launch, you want to avoid everything that is a 4. You can launch on the 22nd, for example, because master number overpowers. You can't do 2 plus 2 to 4. It doesn't matter. It's 22, because 22 is a master number. You never divert down from there. But the launch date is important because I've always had this belief is when you launch code on chain, it gets embedded and imbued with certain energy. And so when you launch on a certain date, under a certain sign, under a certain year in the Chinese zodiac, you embed it with energy. And the better you can get that energy, the better, because the whole world runs on numerology. Like even words, spelling, etc., it all goes down to numbers, which is gematria. So gematria takes all the words, dispels them down to numbers. And then once you watch, like for example, Waters Above, he deciphers the market based on gematria. And it's fucking the most accurate thing I've ever seen in the world. Like better than any TA you could ever watch is gematria. So like you understand that these markets run on numerology and astrology and gematria. And it's like the energy that runs the world. So the more you can tailor your launch date. So coming back to the launch date, so you have the day, 8, 17, 28. 26 is also a good number. But then you also have the full date. So for example, 11th of October. So 11th of October, October is the 10th month. So you would do 11, 10, 2024. So you do 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1, which is 10. So 2 plus 1 is 3, and then 2 plus 2 plus 4 is 8. So you have 2 plus 1 plus 8, which is 11, which is a master number, which is why it's a good date to launch on. Because 11 is a number of influence, it's emotional energy. If you pay attention, a hell of a lot of big world events have happened on 11 numerologies. Because it sticks in the world. It's when everybody is the most emotionally charged. So if you want to scare the population, you do it on the 11. Also, you can do a lot of good things on the 11 as well. Holy fuck, this is a lot. Is everybody following?
It's a lot. It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
What about
interesting.
26,
Yeah, but-
Jake?
26 is good. So 26, if you look by itself, is 8. So let's say 26th of October, you do 2 plus 6 plus 1 plus 8. It's 2024 is 8. It's 17, 8. So 26th is 8, 8 numerology. So you have 8 on the day and 8 on the total date numerology. So it's a good date.
Okay, good, because my launch is coming up, and I'm just like, but I mean, I listened to what you said. I've been thinking about some of that. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
My birthday was on February 10th, which was the beginning of the year of the Dragon 2, which I thought was pretty cool by total coincidence, this year. So that was awesome.
Coincidence?
I wouldn't have known that. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've got someone else in the house. I'm really excited to bring him on. Johnny, you want to stay or are you...
I'd love to stay. I'm getting 18 texts from my wife as well. She's like, "Hey, family time now. Don't forget us." I'm like, "This is my family. This is my family now. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave." But how long are you going to be on this for, Steve? How long are you guys going to be doing this?
Be for 8 hours or 12. So just come back. Later.
Okay, yeah. I'll
Yeah.
hit you up, and if you guys are still going, and you need me to bring some energy or whatever, I'm in. I'm in, brother.
Brilliant, man. Hey,
Gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure.
Tony.
I will be
Yeah,
talking to all of you. Alrighty, guys.
See ya.
so I'm going to invite Vibra Finance. I'd love to talk some more about what we're talking about. I just got Vibra Finance in the room. Hey, Vibra, welcome. Thank you for coming. Vibra is an amazing guy. We talk a lot. We're doing Party Coin together. Hope to talk some about that. But Jake, cheers, and Rainman, meet Vibra.
What's up, dude?
I think we had a stream in the beginning of TITANX, right?
Yeah, we did with the verse that way back in the day with Chris.
Yeah, I remember. It's like yesterday.
Oh yeah, bro. I know it's crazy to see how things have progressed from a year ago. I mean, right away when you sent the white paper over, I read it 5 times. I was just like, holy shit, this is incredible. I was telling everybody, Chris was diving deep into it, and we were just like, this has to be awesome. There's no flaws in this. And sure enough, a year later, we're taking over crypto right now. It's awesome. Congrats, Jake.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, because I remember I sent a white paper over to some people, the verse, cryptographics, and I think I sent it to like 15 people-ish. So like, hey, give some feedback. Yeah, and then I went on the verse stream, then you were there. Yeah, and Chris was all over it. He's like, fuck yeah, I understand it. That was so good.
Oh yeah, Chris is one of the smartest guys out here, man. He's such a good dude too.
Yep.
Oh yeah, amazing guys. And you're building on Titanex 2, Vibra, yeah? I don't know what you can share.
Yeah. So it's more honestly, it's a community-driven project. So Morpheus is the name of it. I'm sure you guys have seen it on social media. If not, the Telegram's open. The red paper is out, and we really liked what happened there with Blaze, and now Volt. What's happening here is going to make people really start scratching their heads, because the only pushback I got when I was showing it early after we streamed was the 5K in liquidity early. Such a small liquidity. I don't know. It kind of, some people stayed away a little bit, I guess. And now there's a blueprint for how to go from 5K in liquidity to almost, what you got, 1.8 million now in LP in 8 days. So it's every week, it seems like every project that comes out, there's more alpha, there's more game theory, as things are evolving. So the next, 20, 30 projects to come are going to take little bits of all these projects, and they're just going to keep getting better and better and better. And I can't believe people were sleeping on Volt, and they're not going to be anymore. I mean, I woke up this morning and it was like, all right, it's getting the recognition it deserves. So congrats, Steve, on Volt. It's crushing.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's been a great journey. It's a load of fun. It's been fun from the beginning, and yeah, I'm interested to keep seeing how it performs, how it goes. Do you have a launch date for your coin? Oh, and can you share any of your tokenomics?
So the red paper is out. It's going to be a fair launch, 1-to-1 with Titanex, and then it's going to be of that Titanex that gets sent in, 20% gets sent right to the DragonX vault, and then 72% gets swapped for DragonX, and we're going to use like 50% to buy and burn back the token, 20% buy and burn of DragonX, and I think we're working on the number. It's going to be at least 10% into the LP, following what you did with Volt to get that going. And then so far the buy and burn, it's planned out for 18 months, but that might be changing after the auctions start happening with Volt, because what you did there, front running the kind of the buybacks early, I can't wait to see what that does. So in another week or so, that might change the 18 months, but we're hoping to launch by the end of the month, going through audits right now. And, you know, any community suggestions, we're here to bridge the gap with Pulse Chain. That's what the target is here, because with rags to riches, facing reality, myself, we kind of got our start in the Hex Pulse Chain community, and it's, I don't want to say it's toxic right now over there. They just went through such a brutal bear market. And when you're really tribalistic and you're not diversified and you're getting crushed and everything else around you seems like it's going up, you can only like stomach that for so long. So I think now that finally Hex is moving up, we're starting to see some green over there. I think it's time to help bridge that gap between Pulse Chain and Titanex, and also with the Titan Party, you know, bringing people in person together. I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, man. And, you know, speaking with Vibra this last few weeks, like, because I was on a stream a few weeks ago promoting Vault, and we were just vibing on this idea, because we were talking about traveling and all sorts of stuff. And we came up with this idea of like a party coin, throwing a massive party. Even though I don't drink, Vibra doesn't drink, but we like connecting people. I like connecting people, and Vibra is a master at connecting people. Like when it comes to what happened in Pulse Chain in the last, and Hex in the last like 3 years, or since however long it's been, Vibra knows everyone. He's been involved in all the conferences. He's an expert conference instigator and developer. He knows all the people. So there's no one better in a way in Pulse Chain to bridge to Titanex than Vibra himself. I mean, and I love to share the vision to Jake, and to get, because we wanted Jake on board this party coin. Party is a great marketing word. It's going to be a part. We've mentioned a party, but more a conference, connection, people together. Jack Levin coming in, you know, all of them, everyone together. But we want to pitch this to you, to Jake, because we want to go forward with your 100% support. That's the thing. And Vibra is
a better way to do it. So you have, instead of just having a party coin, just have some type of party fund and just build a cool protocol and just send a percentage there. Otherwise, it kind of takes away of the power of the protocol. Or you turn it into a meme coin, like an actual, like a real thing, and then just a percentage goes towards a party fund. Probably the better way to do it.
It's an idea. Or what about a party protocol, which is not a meme coin, which is actual protocol? A party protocol.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be better.
Yeah.
Because then you get the best of all worlds.
I like it.
Yeah, whenever you sell Titanex for Ethereum to pay for something, just don't look my way, because I'll be crying in the corner. I'll be like, it's not happening.
yeah, that's the thing. That yeah. But you know, I did think about that. Like, the builders have a fee, and they probably will exit somehow. Maybe they have to pay for something. If it's development or, you know, another project. So, you know, it's almost like, because the party coin, we weren't really going to take any builder's fee, or very minimal. And we're kind of thinking, I know 20% was probably quite high, but, you know, we could think about that. But Vibra, do you want to share the vision to Jake and share some thoughts on that? I know you've been working hard on it.
It just literally, Steve reached out, you know, we streamed for an hour, and then all of a sudden this just came up just from chatting and guys in the chat, we just kind of spawned it. It was like, this is such a good idea. It needs to happen. Because I watched what Matty Allen did in the Hex community, putting up with the first meetup that was in Las Vegas in 2021, when it was like we just showed up and just hung out. And then to see the progression from the following year, the Pulse Chain Conference, to then the 5555 tour where they went around the country. We hosted the Albany meetup, and we like took it serious. We had sponsors that gave everybody Hex. We had guys that sponsored ETH. So everyone that walked in the door, instead of one person winning Hex, every single person had Hex in a MetaMask wallet that left there. So we felt like we wanted to do it right. And just the feedback from the tour was that our stop was one of the best ones there. And we attended the 3 conferences out in Vegas, and it was awesome just to see everybody in person, everyone hanging out, talking, just planning, building. We were there 3 times. Not one person got arrested once. And there were hundreds of people in Vegas. Like that just doesn't happen. So to see how awesome of a group of people we had, I want to bring that to this ecosystem.
Wait, would anybody get arrested? You just kind of skipped over that.
Vegas could get crazy, man.
Crazy? Okay, I've never been to Vegas, so I don't know.
Bro, dude, like when you have hundreds of people just showing up that have never met each other, and it's crypto degens, especially, for it to just run smooth, everyone get along, it just doesn't happen. Like,
good point.
Yeah, you just walk down the street in Vegas, you just see the craziest things ever. But it just the networking, everyone coming together, meeting, influencers, streamers, builders. Like that's what it's about. The magic happens in person. Like streams are great, but when you can connect with someone and actually just talk for a little bit, I don't know what it is, but magic happens. So I feel like that needs to happen. So whether it's a protocol where a certain amount gets put aside. I was just thinking that if we do this right, we're going to have a nice conference center. We're going to have to do it right. We're going to have to probably pay a couple people, speakers, or like maybe a celebrity or something to come so we could have it, well, professionally done. So these things, they cost a decent amount of money. So we're trying to think of a way where it's, we're not just, it's going to be community ran. Everything we do, we want to put in front of the community. All right, this is how much we have. This is an idea we have, or these are 3 or 4 different ideas. What do you guys like about it? And kind of just go from there. So I figured if I could model what Maddie had brought to Hex and Pulse Chain with that conference where it's streamed to the world, there's hundreds of people there in person. You have guest speakers, influencers, builders in the ecosystem. I just feel like that it needs to happen.
I'm definitely behind it. I think the stuff we just talked about, like a percentage to a party fund and building a legit protocol, you'll probably get way more in than just having a party code. Because when it's just like the only reason for it to exist is the conferences, then the adoption will be very low. But if it's like a legit protocol, like imagine if Volt had like 1% going to a party thing, you probably have enough already. Yeah, so I think the whole just a good protocol that supports the ecosystem, and then having a public conference fund, then anybody can send to it.
Yeah,
it's a good idea.
And also if it's not in the U.S., because I think it wants to be in a more accessible place, because the U.S., like Las Vegas, I could get to because I'm in New York, right? But I think that if there's going to be, because Titanex is sort of a global phenomena, right? And I think if there were a site chosen that's a place on the planet that anybody that could get to, I guess if you have the resources, then that's probably a good thing. Because I don't think I don't know. It probably shouldn't be U.S. centric, even though that's sort of what happens because, just by default, and I think that's what happened with Hex. But I think Titanex, if it was going to happen, it should be a global conference somewhere,
Yeah.
Better.
We were even thinking Asia. I mean, Jake mentioned a love for Asia. I mean,
yeah,
I live most of my life
exactly.
And so Asia, get some cheap buffets there, some really good buffets. Could be even cheaper in Asia.
Let's do some Shaolin monk training.
Yeah.
Shaved head.
Exactly.
Shaved heads for entry.
Yeah.
We were honestly thinking of doing exactly that, having one for people in the US, having one for like Europe, and then one for like the Far East somewhere in Singapore or something like that.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
I like that. Yeah, and then have
And
just a camera crew follow everything around, just record everything.
Oh, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, because I don't know if any of you guys have seen Crypto Banter put out like an hour-long documentary type thing from Token 2049, and it was just really well done. And I saw that, I was like, okay, like something obviously not that big, but just smaller, but as professional, where we have interviews going, you have some speakers going, and then camera crews are there, following, documenting the whole thing and streaming everything all out to the public. I think it's really cool. There's nothing really like that. If Token 49 and Consensus were kind of interactive with their holders and crypto people online, I think it would take it to the next level.
I agree. I like the idea. It's also something interesting, like Token 2049. I think the last one was in Dubai. I got like pictures on Twitter with like people like giving around like Titanex flyers, and the JKEX meme was on there. And it was like really nicely, like professionally done. I was like, damn, guerrilla marketing, who did that? And I still don't know who did that. I just got these random. I got like 3 Telegram DMs, and the first one that sent me it was Eric. He's like, what the hell? I just found this. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. What the hell? No, I think it was a Singapore. Yeah, Singapore one.
Yeah, Dubai would be cool. That'd be a tight spot to drop in on, and Singapore, So I think it's good talking about multiple locations people can choose to come from outside the US to inside, and inside the US to outside the US. It's a good idea.
Yeah,
the world becomes one per quarter or something. Start in Asia and then kind of work your way west, or start in the US and work our way east and do one a quarter. And that way, because Titanex, we're going to be here for the next 6, 8, 10 years. Like, I'm not going anywhere. The Element 280 NFTs, I'm buying that, and I'm getting the amped one. I'm holding it. I'm going to be collecting rewards for years. So everyone that I'm talking to, I'm and like consulting with, we have a long-term strategy for this. This is not just like this cycle and we're out of here. Oh, we're going to be here next cycle and the cycle after. So that we can build something special now. I mean, it just seems like around the world with crypto adoption, it's going way slower than I ever could have thought. Like, if you told me 4 years ago we would still be where we are today, I never would have thought so. I thought we would be a lot further along, but just shows you the powers that be, they're not giving that up easily. They're going to make sure the banks get their cut no matter what, if it takes 10 more years to roll this stuff out. So I think it kind of bought more time for other communities to kind of grow and solidify ourselves. And if we could do this right professionally and be known as like the community that puts on the conferences and hosts amazing events, and because right now there's Token 49, you have Consensus, you have the Bitcoin count. Like, there's not one really recognizable, like, I don't know, we could almost be like the host of all the crypto stuff. I'm just trying to think like big time for this, because we have the infrastructure. This community is going to be special. I mean, having projects in the top 2, 3 on Deck Screener all the time. Titanex was in the top 10 for God knows how long. I mean, it's time to show the world what's really good.
Yep. A vote was number 1, baby.
Whoa.
Is it back at number 1?
Sick.
It's 2 right now.
It wasn't. I think it's you're only number 2.
Yeah.
Vault was number 1 for like a couple of hours, and it has Titanex right there. So what marketing? That is great marketing. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean,
still pumping too.
This party conference is like making everything quality, and I love about making a movie from this. And we could hire Dave to make the movie. He's a movie maker.
Ooh, hey, that's a good idea.
Bro, what they could have done with that Hex documentary, like, if I like, I was just disappointed to me. I mean, you could clearly tell it was pushed towards whoever was backing it. Kind of, there wasn't really good story. Like, they could have crushed that thing. They had film of Richard when he got shut off live when he was streaming and got his whole accounts taken down. Like, they could have used that and made something really good out of it. But you know, that just shows that there's room for better. We could come in and crush this stuff with a documentary, a movie about Jake. That would be awesome. Like,
oh man,
Dave would do that. Dave would do that in a heartbeat, I think.
Oh,
and he's like 3 hours away from me, and there's movie studios like 5 minutes away from me, and he's gonna come down, and we're gonna go over there, and yeah, that's like a vision right there, right? So put that one in the back pocket. I'm gonna talk to him about that. Yeah, that'd be epic. That's awesome.
Man, that would be.
Yeah, for sure.
Cambodia. I lived in Cambodia for a year. I love Cambodia. That's a great place. Yeah, so I think Lil Crypto is making a project on Pulse Chain. So good stuff there. Yeah, man. That is brilliant. If Dave could do that.
Wait, I wonder if he's listening.
We're on to something.
So we need a protocol for it, though, right? And so the question is there a natural protocol, Steve, Vault, right? Is there, I mean, right, because there's a way that you can deploy funds, you know, if Vault were to build, it's not just Vault, but I know that, you know, there's a way to adapt it for something like this.
Me and Vibra actually, this isn't just a coin. We actually are creating a protocol. We can make it a little bit more in depth, but we do have a white paper which is a little bit more, not just a meme coin. So yeah, it's good advice.
So the protocol is there. The protocol's there, basically.
Do it, or we could even like, I mean, yeah. I'm just thinking about. I always wanted to make liquid loans. Okay, but when I found out Ouroboros did it, I need to see if it's even the same thing. So imagine if that could do it. Imagine it, but it's too complex. I don't want to. That's a bit too much complex.
You know, obviously we don't want Titanex getting sold down for the party, right? What Jake was talking about, I think. So what about like a dual entry token or something? Maybe on a different chain besides Ethereum that it's tied to. These are just brainstorming ideas, right? And use the dual entry token that's not Titan to fund the party. That's might not be Ethereum even.
That's not a bad idea. If you would to mint party coin with Ethereum,
or not necessarily Ethereum.
People are just gonna. I would just do protocol with a percentage.
Yeah, like Vault 2.0, and it's instead of a 10-day mint, we do a 3-day mint, and a portion of it each day goes to the auction or something. Or a 7-day mint, and the first 3 days, you know, 10% goes to the party fund or whatever, and then each day after it drops down, or maybe we do, you know, a 3-day mint period. So there's a coin, it's in circulation, and then it's got a buy and burn into it, so it actually would go up in value in theory over time.
Yeah.
Is it in Vault? Isn't there that 8%? 4 is going to Helios and 4 is going to Dragon X Vault or something, right?
Yeah, not Helios. It's going to Dragon X.
Okay, it's going to Dragon X. But so like something like Vault could be a portion of the proceeds could deploy to the conference fund, basically.
Yeah, a protocol. Yeah, absolutely. We're designing something. We're designing. It's not just a meme coin. We have been designing something. You know, that's not just a meme coin, but it's not been released, and it's simple. But it was more going to be more Inferno style. You know, the party coin is more Inferno style. Kind of similar to that.
Yeah.
I think it's good to make because when people immediately think party, they're like, all right, who's bringing the strippers, who's bringing the coat, like who's ordering the girls. It's like, we do not want, that can't be the initial thought. Like when you think of, like, so maybe the Titan party, I think there's like a better word or a better name for it, so you don't just associate with like going crazy. It's more of like professional meetups, token 49, like I don't know what we could.
Yeah, but party just has a good marketing angle. You know what I mean? Come to the party, and then, you know, it's not necessarily a party; it's a conference. It's, you know what I mean? But come to the party. And we could always
Yeah,
throw.
we'll talk about that in the background. I think
Okay, yeah,
we can make it into a good protocol
yeah,
where
yeah.
it could just exist on its own.
Okay,
That would be
yeah,
the best way to do it by far.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, and maybe like a portion of we could build a buy and burn into it, and a portion of it, or sell to 2% tax or something. So every transaction, a little bit gets kicked to the wallet. I mean, there's so much we could do. I like that more of a protocol with just put into a wallet and then make that wallet like community ran, where the funds aren't deployed until we have a vote from holders or something like that.
brilliant. I was going to ask Vibra, what's the feeling in Pulse Chain about TITANX? How is the Pulse Chain community feeling about TITANX?
You're either in it or you're on Twitter telling everyone Jake's a scammer, he's a scumbag, he's robbing you, and there's no middle ground. It's either you're in and you accept it, or Jake's I don't even know, the Titanex is the Luna Classic of the cycle or something. It's crazy. So we need to break this, break the tribalism.
I was like, where's the scam? This is fair launch. Who the fuck are we scamming here, you know?
Bro, you left the Pulse Chain community, bro. Then you left Zen, and your name isn't Jake Sharpe. So that's literally what I'm being told still to this day. It's nuts, dude. And it's so low IQ. It's like, I think these people just don't care. They're so over leveraged into Hex or whatever. They don't have any money to put into crypto. So they're stuck with what they got, and they're just bitter. And I don't think there's any.
It's also a projection. All this, especially when it's out into this sort of like Twitter sphere, or, into how crypto interacts. It's like, real people don't talk like that. Like, this is a projection of one's own freaking being lost. Like at this point, if someone is projecting onto Jake that he's a scammer, I'm like, wake the fuck up, man. What's wrong with you? Look at the code. Look at the freaking treasuries. Look at the decentralized development. Look at reality, and stop living in your own freaking fantasy world of that projects onto some guy you don't even freaking know. And that's why all this projection onto the builders of either a scammer or a hero, one or the other, like all this projection onto Richard Hart. He's either a hero or a scammer. I'm like, dude, he's neither. He's just a guy, right? He's a guy, and we don't even know what he really is. Like, right? And so that's why, like, all this negativity from Pulse Chain is just immaturity. Honestly, it's immaturity, and it's scarcity mentality. Like, it's because it denied, if I'm a true believer in Hex and Pulse Chain, I'm like, what's wrong with me? Honestly, right? There's something wrong with me if I'm a true believer and I've gone down with the ship and that's all there is. No, that's not all there is. There's a whole world out there of opportunity, and that community got stuck, and it's unfortunate, but the
funny part is, like, a lot, I remember this since the beginning of Titanex, a lot of the big Pulse Chain people are in Titanex, and they would support if they could just not talk about it publicly. So it's mostly like, it's the small minority making the majority of the noise. Like, in general, people don't really care. Like, in general, people are normal. It's just like a small minority being loud. But then, like, the big people were like, oh, this is an interesting experiment, I'll play along. So, like, the big people are open-minded because they've been in crypto for long. Like, even to get into, like, Richard Hart stuff at the start, you had to be open-minded. Like, if you weren't open-minded, you would have never, like, opened your eyes and just kind of looked into it. So, like, it's the same mindset. So, in general, people have been supportive in the background. Some of them haven't gone public. But it's just a small minority, so I'm not really that worried about it. Because, like, hate, like, it's some pixels on a screen. Like, I don't get why people care about it that much. It's like, oh yeah, this pixel is yelling at me. Oh, so scary. It never really bothered me.
Yeah, it's that exactly what you said, bro. It's the small minority that unfortunately have the time to be on Twitter all day screaming and yelling. If you're stable in your life, you have a job, a life, you're not on Twitter 24/7 screaming. You have other stuff to do. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey
Absolutely.
everyone.
Mike,
Oh, Mike Dean.
have you?
Yes, sir. So I just want to say I was just catapulted in. The last thing I heard was, yeah. So one thing, I am very open-minded. That's one thing which I heard, and I'm spending all my time on Twitter. And I was early on Titanex and on Vault. So that's the summary I have.
Oh man,
What were we
Mike.
talking about before? Does anybody remember?
with Mike Dean, it was organic community, and he came on the scene, and we thought you paid him. Well, not me, but some of the guys thought you know what I mean, like, because he was so perfect fit for the whole community and to keep everyone steady.
So that was one thing that happened a lot in the beginning. I was like, people, Jake paid everybody, but like even in the beginning streams, I was big on like, this is legal gray area. You cannot pay people to talk about your stuff, because then there's like this whole like sponsorship, like paid things going on. Like it's very, very legal gray area to pay people to talk about something. So from the beginning, I never did it. And then we were talking about Mike. Yeah, he just popped up out of nowhere, and it was like this perfect alignment of like values and like similar personality types with the software engineering. And everybody thought he got paid, and everybody here got paid, and we're all rich because I'm paying everybody. It's like, oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess they know more than me.
Yeah, interesting, man. I mean, I can say is like I never got paid for anything, man. Very unfortunately, I guess. I literally, especially in the beginning, I think I still have a day job. That's one thing for sure, and I think my coworkers did not like me at all, because the only thing I was 24/7 on Twitter, and I was barely contributing to the other thing.
Yep.
Just a quick announcement before we carry on. Vault is now number 1.
Again,
let's
Vault
go.
number
It
1.
is.
Oh my
Screenshot
God.
that right
Carry on.
now.
What's it doing? Oh my God.
Marco wants to come in and say hello. Yeah, he's only got 15 minutes. I don't know if there's enough room for him, Steve, if you want to, if it's cool for a minute.
Absolutely, bring him on.
All right, let me get him
I'm
in.
good.
I'm going to give him the link in Twitter real quick.
I'm gonna get some nicotine. I'll be right back, because I don't have any more.
Yeah, you better make a run, dude.
I mean,
you gotta get that nicotine, you know?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Steve, this auction, this 10-day auction is been so great. It's really, I mean, I had my plan going in, and I changed it up on day one. I did my plan, but I changed it up a little bit, and I deepened it. I went way deeper than I thought I was going to. And partially because I'm pretty intuitive about the market, and I don't look at charts. I knew in my own mind, I was acting as if it was going to hit a bottom at day 5. That's it. Like I decided before it started, that I was going to go in on day 4 and day 5, and if it hit a bottom like I thought it was going to on day 5, I was going to go in heavily, which is what I did. Yeah. Wow. And so I just, that's how I did it. And so I'm enjoying it a lot, because what I thought was going to happen happened. I just didn't think it was going to take off until after the auction. Really, I didn't know this was going to happen, but I just thought it was going to be 10 days. There was going to be a lot of FOMO by the end. And that's what happened. But yeah, so anyway, it's been fun. It's really great.
Yeah, I mean, we've never had a protocol like this, so we didn't have an experience to rely on what was going to happen. So,
but Titanex is an experiment, and this is great. It's a great experiment, and it's working. And you should be pretty proud, man. I mean, number 1 on Ethereum. I mean, that's pretty gangster. It's awesome. That's congratulations.
And just to answer the question, Justin is building on Vault, and the wheel is being built on Vault, because that's mine. So yeah, me and Justin, separate projects being built on Vault. So look out for them.
Working together, and I'm just going to release the white paper and go over it with Mo on the last day of Steve's mint, so everybody can see it on the 10th day. And, it's pretty cool. Super, super hyper deflationary mining protocol that contributes to DragonX vault and uses TITANX as input and locks up a lot of other things. And don't want to give too much away, but yeah, it's coming. So we'll keep it rolling forever now at this point. Yeah. Marco says he's just getting his stuff set up. He's going to join up in like 2 seconds. So that's cool.
Okay, he's putting that beard oil in.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, thanks for getting me on Titanex Hub, dude. Appreciate it.
No worries, man. No worries.
Cryptographics reached out to me, and I'm going to be going on his stream sometime. I'm really, really excited about that because that guy is a supercomputer and stats and stuff. So I was like, wow, cryptographics.
He has some good questions.
Yeah.
Steve, I think you're going to be famous, man. This protocol is not going away, right? It really just started. It's just started, and I think it's the first time we've seen hyper deflation so quickly. I mean, it's really going to be stunning. Like with Titanex and DragonX, we knew it was going to happen, but it wasn't such a concentrated time. But with Vault, it's so concentrated. We got 10 days, and then it's just built into the math that it's hyper deflationary right away.
Yeah.
So that's where the experiment begins, really. And that's why I think people are wondering what's next, because because this is really just the beginning, but it feels like we've been in it forever. Yeah, at least for me, I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
It's like 7 days, 8 days is like taking a long time.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be famous, but I definitely enjoy. I don't want to be famous, but I definitely enjoy interacting with the contracts and making stuff up. But I enjoy interacting with the contracts too. So I'm glad everyone likes the contract. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But the point is, people are gonna be calling for you, Steve. That's the point.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? What's up? Listen, man, I'm hiding from my wife, no lie. I sneaked in. I was supposed to go to a party like in the next hour. Raymond hit me up yesterday. In the past couple of days, I'm like, I'll try to make it. So I'll sneak in some alpha real quick. How you guys doing, man? Everybody good?
All good, dude.
Chilling. Hey, Steve, congratulations, man. You're killing it. Remarkable project. Like, protocols amazing. Like, wow. All right.
Oh, I love the hat, man. I love the hat.
Yeah, dude, it's dope, man. Like, everybody so far saw it the past 2 days. They're like, oh, that's dope. That's a nice aircraft in your head. I'm like, it's not an aircraft, but it's more of a rocket, you know?
You didn't want to play a game Xenon on their like little computer like 10 years ago. Because it had little things like that floating around.
The shooting thing?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
That was a fun one. You had planets and you had like these triangles. But man, carry on.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. Congratulations. What you build is truly remarkable. I don't think people understand, like, volts, the symbol of volt, right, is literally the energizer of the economy of Titanex, right? Like, is literally the spark of everything, right? Earlier you guys talked about pulse chain folks and stuff like that, right? Don't worry about that. They'll buy higher, right? Like, they like to tell everybody else they'll buy higher, right? Like, they have time to buy higher, right? And at the end of the day, like, what you guys are building here and what you guys built in the past year is truly remarkable. It's pure DeFi. Nobody gets paid for this shit. You all came out of your pockets to build this, right? You all paid for your own audits, right? No sacrifices, no donations, no any of that, right? It's pure. And that pisses people off because it's pure and they know it's pure, right? So kudos to everyone building and keep on building, right? A couple of things I wanted to ask you, Steve. I'm not sure. Did you talk about day 11 and after going forward to the community on stream yet or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's where the perpetual auction happens. That's
okay.
Yeah.
So did you go over that already or you didn't yet?
Not today, but yeah,
Okay.
if you've got a question on it, please ask.
Well, I don't have a question. I just I want people to understand how it works, right? Because as you know, I'm like, and I apologize if I bombard your Telegram chat. I love
no
it,
way.
you know. So I
please
love
go.
educating people. I want people to understand how this works, right? So
Yeah.
just like Dragon X, everybody has this assumption that after 369, it's over, right? Like nothing else happens, right? That's far from the truth. Like guys, like nothing has started yet, right? Like it's about to get wild, right? When it comes to day 11, so you see day 1 to day 10, right? It's 100 million tokens coming out every single day of Vault, right? And we're all battling each other to try to get it, right? At the same time, you have a buyer burn that's buying up the supply. 50% of that gets puts it aside to the Vault treasure. If I'm not, is that correct, right?
That's right.
Right, 50%, right? That 50% gets stacked. So if you go on the website, if you look at it, it's already over 115 million ready. So day 11 is going to have that much plus more for all of us to battle for 20% of it over time, right? So some people, they get that confusion where that's like, oh, that's inflation. No, it's not inflation. This is capped to 1 billion. It's done deal, right? What's there, it's being rebought on the market that people are selling or what's available, and it's giving it out to people to be able to auction. So even if they sell it, guess what? Every 5 minutes, it's getting bought back in, re-entered to the market up to there's nothing left, right? And you have to understand something. That's remarkable. That's incredible because you're literally adding more fuel to the buy and burn over and over and over. That's not accounting when it pulls the ecosystem up. Remember, it's Hart's law, right? Like when one thing explodes, it all explodes. Look at the past 2 days alone, right? Yes, Dragon X might have went down because people are ratio trading, but that's fine. Let them do that, guys. When people ratio trade Dragon X to Vault back and forth, it helps both, right? One, it allows Dragon X to buy and burn more on that side. And when they come over and interject and come back into the auction on Vaults, they're just adding to the Vault buy burn that just burns everything else up and pulls it all over again. It's a cycle. You understand what I mean? You have to think about it that way, guys. So please don't fight amongst each other. Don't argue amongst each other. Like you want this to happen. You want people to sell their coins and let the buy burns eat it all up. You want the smart contracts to eat everything. Just like Jake said. In the end of the day, his dream is he wants all the buy and burns to have more than all the users, right? You want benevolent whales to become smart contracts, not users, right? So let this happen, right? Not only that, every time people interact with the auctions every single day, 4% of that goes to the Dragon X Vault. So it does help Dragon X, right? That Dragon X ends up buying burning itself, that ends up doing it to TITANX. So AKA the Vault buy burn gets even bigger. It's a cycle, guys, right? So there's no need to fight or argue amongst each other in these chats and all that, because that's the whole point why we build all these things, right? It's to help each other. Every protocol ends up doing one thing. It buys and burns TITANX, right? That's the number one goal. And then it has this tokenomics on top of everything else on top of that, right? So, you know, this is remarkable, guys. This is amazing. Like, I don't think some folks understand like how powerful this is. Like, have you noticed the past couple of days, I've been doing the, you know, what's left of the supply type of posts, right? You know, update 1, update 2, update 3. Have you noticed, right? Just this week alone, I think it was like about 20, actually, no, I think it was like about 4 to 6 trillion coming out, right? Just this week alone. Well, Vault in about 3 days is almost done that, right? Just today, the thing finished is what? Over 2 trillion, right? So this next 2 weeks that you see, guys, this is the highest. I'm going to say it again. This is the highest you're ever going to see the inflation of TITANX. That's it, right? Not November, not December, not January, or the rest of the year. The next 2 weeks is the highest. And you have a protocol like Vault that's just eating this shit up like nothing, okay? Not including Hydra, not including anything else that anybody else is building, not including Lotus or anything else coming forward. Not farms and anything else. Just Vault alone could eat this all up in this next couple of weeks, right? So when I say, right, you don't have enough TITANX, it's not a stupid ass phrase I say, guys, right? Like, I really think, like, thought hard about this. Like, I live this shit just like all of you guys, right? Like, every day I pull pen and paper, I look at the data, I harass Mike Dean all day damn time with data and facts and all that stuff. Like, I study this shit as hard as you guys do. Nobody has enough TITANX. And I'm going to make this comment, right, that I think people should understand. There is no more threat in TITANX. I want you to understand that, okay? There is no more threat. The biggest threat that we had was one individual that had about 4 trillion coins that was a post-X whale. Okay. This gentleman locked himself up in the Hydra contract. Okay. For about 70 to 71 more days. So the sky is the limit in the next 70 days, but we don't know what the individual might do, right? They might restake, they might not, they might do whatever they got to do, right? But in that time frame, there's really no threat to hurt any of these protocols, right? Yeah, we'll get dumpers here and there, but that's always common, right? We're never going to get that big whale dumper. So the sky is the limit, and then literally in the next 70 days, magic could really happen, you know? So please understand, like, this is serious. I know I'm on a little rant right now, but I need people to understand, like, what they're sitting on, how powerful this ecosystem is. This is not a joke, right? Like, we started from 1 coin to over 10 protocols to multiple protocols on the way. In less than a year, no sacrifice, no fucking donations, none of this bullshit, no insider trading, none of this stuff. This is a pure people coming together doing this. Like, be fucking proud of what you guys accomplished and what we're doing. Like, it's insane, you know? And this is, like I said, we haven't hit a year yet. We're about to, you know? Kudos to the conference on the way. I'm excited for that, by the way, right? But, you know, like I said, man, be proud. You know, if people want to call us scammers, people want to say we're paid, people want to blast us and call us stupid green circles, good. Please do. You will buy higher. I promise you that, right? So congratulations to all of you guys. I love the energy. I love what you guys have been building. I'm here for it, man. So sorry for the little rant, man. I just need people to understand this.
You came in dropping bombs.
I'm sorry, man, yes, but I need people to understand, man. I need people to understand, you know? And listen, if there's Hex and Pulse Chain people on the chat, let me simplify this for you, what Volt is, okay? So you guys could understand. Volt is Hex 2.0. Now I'm gonna explain to you why and how, okay? You buy, you sell just like Hex, right? The difference is we have an auction that's only a billion capped. That's it, right? Hex is inflation, right? The auction equals to the AA lobby, like how we used to have it. Remember when we had the AA lobby and every single day you would put in ETH and the next day you'll get a certain amount of Hex? It's the exact same thing, guys. If you think about it like that, it's the exact same thing, but with a 70% buyer burn on top of that, okay? That's continuous, right? So if you're bullish on something like Hex or something similar to that, how could you not be bullish on Volt? And Volt is just an improvement of Titanex itself, right? So when people make fun of Titanex, you have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're making fun of. This is powerful, man. Like, this protocol is powerful. And every single protocol that gets added to this is just an additional feature that just makes this shit to a monster, man. You know, and sooner or later, people, like, when it clicks, it's going to click. You know, just like how people hate Trump, when they finally understand the real truth of things, they fall in love with the guy, right? When they snap out of the cloud that people put in your head and you think for yourself, it's the exact same thing. This ecosystem is powerful, man. And be proud of it. Educate people, like, spread the word. Forget about what they say, man. Forget about what they say. Like, I get bombarded every single day with DMs. Oh, you paid, you this. Listen, I'm still waiting for my fucking checks from Richard Hart that people claim I'm supposed to get, right? It's all nonsense, man. It's all nonsense, guys. Like, I love this ecosystem, man. It's a beautiful thing to be able to see this grow from day one to now. To see each of you guys in the chat, just when Jake was the only fucking builder here, and now all of you guys are talking to him to see what's next to make this thing built under a year. Incredible, man. Incredible. Never see anything like it. Incredible. I'm done.
Amen.
It's awesome, man.
I love it, man. I love it, man. I love this ecosystem. You guys rock. You guys are incredible, man. Like, it just pisses me off when I see, like, you know, people, they undervalue the hard work people put in all year, especially during the bear, right? It's not easy to want to build on something when something is down 99%, right? For 6-7 months. It is not easy. I know, because I came from somewhere where a coin was down 3 years, guys, minus 99%. I see my portfolio go from like 60, 70, 80 million dollars all the way down for 3 years, right? Staked 15 years laddered, right? Trust me, when you're down only a year and you see people building instead of crying, it's exciting. You cannot hide it, man. It's exciting, right? And look at what you guys built, man. I'm all for it, man. And I will do everything I can to make this shit explode. So mark my words.
Let's get it.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I had to just let it all out, because I know any minute now my wife's gonna knock on the door. Are you serious?
So one of the best things, Jake said earlier, in when I love it when we get to say this to people and they come in different telegrams and they're talking about, look at this whale, who's this whale with holding this much of XYZ token in the ecosystem? Yeah. That's the smart contract.
Yep.
That's the smart contract.
And that's the best thing.
That's the smart contract on, whatever, right? It's not a human, it's decentralized, and it's benevolent, and it's not going anywhere. So that's like the ethos, and we have to continue this ethos of builders to make all this right. So it's pure as we go even more global, right? With these conferences and everything, like it's not gatekeeping. It's just like the requirements of do the shit fair and don't, or if you're not going to do it fair, don't even consider doing it here, go over somewhere else and do whatever you want to do.
But you know why they do that to us, right? You know why they're so lazy. It's like haters are so lazy where their education, they're so lazy that they'll just look at something like, oh, it's not even distributed. Look at this person. Look at this. And like, hey, that's a buyer burn. I know you guys are not used to that, but that's a smart contract where all the things are in. Oh, Amicus. No. We don't have access to that, right? Like, you can't just pull up money. Like, guys, you're supposed to be smart in crypto, right? It takes only 10 minutes to figure this out. It only takes 10 minutes to click on it and be like, oh shit, it's actually a smart contract, this wallet, like, guys, this is why they do this, right? Like, don't argue with them. Just laugh, just smile. And when it clicks and when they finally, they're going to FOMO. Guys, they will buy higher. Understand that all haters will buy higher and much higher. Because once they understand it, their ego is going to still prevent them from buying. And when they finally see, okay, I have to buy in, they will buy higher. So let them laugh, let them joke on the colors of circles online, and we don't got time we got time to build. We got time. We're getting ready for 2026. 2025, right? And then 2026, right? Like we're in the zone. Like, we're ready for this shit, We have no time for games. We have no time to waste time on other people, other communities, and all that stuff. Like, we're building. People are waking up. The community is getting smarter. The telegrams, by the way, great job by all the Telegram guys. I visit all of them. The conversations are getting way more advanced. People are actually sharing ideas. Nobody's crying. Nobody's just crying for buy and burns. Like, everybody's extremely bullish. That's phenomenal. That shows you when the community is reaching that next level type of mindset, right? So I think the community now is 2.0. That's a mindset of community. We're at 2.0 stage, right? People are ready to understand protocols and how they work, So, oh man, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm excited, man. Oh,
I couldn't tell.
I'm sorry, man. I'm excited, man. Guys, I love this, man. I love this shit. Like, I knew since day one something was here, and I didn't think it was going to be this big, right? I knew, like, wow, this token is going to be big. I didn't think this token was going to bring 12 more tokens. That's going to just be even better, right? And the best part, they all work the same. They all work together, right? Like, incredible. I don't think there's any community out there that every single protocol makes sure the main token is taken care of, right? Not one ecosystem out there I have seen where all the protocols all intertwine with each other. I've never seen that. And wait up till you see the vote wheel be applied to all these things. It's going to be fucking insane, man. It's going to be insane, man.
Hey, Steve, you're kind of forced now. Talk about the wheel.
You got to do it, man. Let's go. Educate. You got to do it, man. You got to do it, man. Get people excited. Get excited.
Spill this hard out.
You can share some alpha on the wheel, man.
And before you do that, Steve, have you noticed Steve looks like Barry Allen? This is not a coincidence. He looks like Barry Allen, aka the Flash. His phone is the Volt, right? Look at him. He looks like a fucking like a NASA nerd that I fucking in love with, right? He looks like when we click off stream, he just pulls off the glasses and runs everywhere and just just building his shit, like phenomenal, man. Like,
I love it, man.
We love you, Steve. We love you, man.
I mean, I thought some people say look like John Lennon.
Yes, and I love John Lennon. Imagine is one of my favorite songs of all time. So
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
but
cool.
what the vote wheel, like, I'll do it I do it after the day 10, but it's basically a liquidity bonding protocol with Titanex as the input, and it's gonna be basically Titanex as the input. Oh, do you want me to drop? I got
a little details, man.
Okay, so this is it. It's really and you know, the vote wheel.
Steve.
Is Titanex as the input, and it's going to have the number of tokens it's going to be buying, and liquidity bonding really heavily with each other, with everything, but as you enter in the vault, you enter Titanex and get vault. Okay, in wheel you enter with Titanex and you get wheel. But the great thing about wheel token is, oh man, this is the kicker.
Here we go.
Jake's gonna love it. It's designed, but there's a buy and burn, but there's a buy and sell. So liquidity providers are going to really like it. And so what it does, there's this wheel that happens. So, for example, the token, the wheel token is liquidity bonded with Vault and the other tokens, DragonX, Inferno, Lotus, a few others, AwesomeX, hopefully Matrix if it's out in time.
Matrix.
I got Matrix down.
Matrix. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Did have it down on the list. So what happens is it buys through the liquidity because all those tokens are going to be paired with Vault. DragonX already is, Inferno a little bit, and I'm going to build Inferno up. So the liquidity pools will exist with Vault and protocol token. Titanex is going to buy the Vault, take it to another buy and burn, which is going to buy and burn wheel. But what's going to happen is, this is the kicker. The Vault buys the wheel, burns some of the wheel, puts some in the wheel vault, and then the rest goes in 100% burn into buying Vault again. Not much. So if 8% go in the wheel,
go.
8% in the wheel, 8% burning wheel, 8% for liquidity, 40% in the wheel vault. That leaves 40% for 100% sell pressure. But that immediately is going to be brought up again, because the 100% that goes in is the next day is 100% is going to be buying it again. So every circle it does, every time the buy and sell goes into takes wheel and buys Vault, 8% of Vault is going to be sent to, not burnt, it's going to be sent to the Vault treasury, the Vault treasure. Yeah.
Wait, it's not.
He blew his own mind. He blew his own mind. He's like, yeah.
No, isn't it?
It's going to be sent to the treasure vault. The treasure vault. So like the vault that which the wheel technically would be burned, it's going to be sent to the treasure vault to be resold to help that protocol that way. So it goes, the wheel goes like this. The wheel goes, it sells wheel token into Vault. 8% is sent to the Vault treasure, the treasure vault. The rest, including more input, 15%, but the 100% then goes back into wheel. 8% of wheel is burnt, 8% to liquidity, 40% into the wheel vault. The rest, 100% buy and burn again. So it's just this. That's how the wheel works.
Yeah.
It's the liquidity thing. And
It's a giant scale, basically. I get it.
liquidity providers are going to love it because they're going to get the buy pressure and the sell pressure. So there's going to be thick liquidity. It's designed for thick liquidity. Liquidity with Vault, with Wheel, with DragonX, with Inferno, with Lotus.
Wow. Incredible.
That's the wheel. That is the wheel. So what, Marco, Jake, what do you think of the buy and burn, buy and sell?
So in simple terms, like how Mike Ding loves to make things simple for everybody to understand.
Yeah.
So what I got from this is very simple. It is Hart's Law 2.0 with a buy and burn that caters to liquid providers. That's a haven for them to go play all in one. I'm in. That's it. I'm in. I'm down. I get it. I understand it instantly. Let's go, man. Let's go. Guys, Volt, multiple dollars. I'm telling you that right now. Don't quote me on that. No financial advice. I'm telling you. Mark my words. Mark my words. I'm telling you. I'm not playing.
That was so funny. Not financial advice, but fuck you, listen to me.
Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, man.
That was like the wheel.
Yeah.
I'd love to
Yeah.
book Mike Dean in for a full-blown.
Yes.
Yes.
Like, Mike Dean is just like rubbing his hands behind the camera. You think he knows? He's doing the web right now. Like he knows.
I mean, hey Steve, I told you right. Next week we can do a stream. No worries at all.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. I'll make the nice drawings, and I think everybody will understand it a bit better. I think it's gonna be cool, man. I mean, Steve, man, you're like amazing up to now. It's just I think a voice note to you yesterday. Was it yesterday or before yesterday?
Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, people are waking up. They did not understand Bold. I did
Yep.
the interview. They did not check the interview. They did not check. But I mean, it's also good. You know what I mean? Because it's like the underdog, and now Steve is here. Boom.
It was that energizer we needed in this ecosystem. Incredible, man.
Yeah.
Incredible. Like what you did is incredible. Like look, people FOMO to buy TITANX, right? People are ratio trading. People are interacting with these auctions. You know, people are beyond excited, right? Like, and at the end of the day, it's Jake's law, Hart's law, whatever you want to call it. It's pulling everything up together. It's showing that the system works, man. Fantastic, Steve. Phenomenal, man. Phenomenal, man. What you did was like, it was like that missing puzzle that just like boosts everything. Congratulations, bro. Seriously, man.
Yeah.
Seriously. Well done.
Cool. Thank you.
And
Really
don't stop. Keep on building shits. Don't get out that factory. Keep on building it. You're not allowed to leave the basement. All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. I'll feed you. Okay.
Jake, what do you think about
I gotta head out, guys. I gotta go to a party
Hi, bro.
too.
Oh, you
Good
too.
stuff,
me too,
bro.
man. Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah,
Man.
you know, it's Saturday afternoon here, but appreciate everything, guys. Now I
Yes,
gotta
sir,
actually
man.
go make an auction for more Volt on the way out.
That's the real party, and then you go to the shit party.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Enjoy, buddy. Enjoy, man.
Thank you, man.
man.
Yeah, guys.
Have a good
Appreciate
one,
you
buddy.
guys. All right. See ya.
Yeah.
See you.
Nice meeting you, Robert Finance. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Yeah.
You too.
Jake, thoughts on the wheel?
I don't fully get it. So I had notes here. So 8% burnt wheel. So it goes in. Does it sell wheel to Volt? And then does the 8%, 40-40?
Yeah. So I did explain. I kind of jumped right to the wheel. So Titanex comes in. It's gonna buy the eight protocols in proportion. You know, DragonX is going to get more, but in proportion. Now there's protocol tokens exist. They all buy Volt from their DragonX Volt liquidity pool and send it into basically the wheel. The Volt is in the wheel, and then the Volt is going to be used to buy wheel token. 8% burnt, 8% into liquidity, 40% into the wheel treasure, the treasure wheel.
Wait, repeat. First 8%?
Is burnt.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And next 8% liquidity. And 40% into the treasure wheel, which is perpetual auction system. The rest, 100% sell. 100% sent throughout the day, every 5 minutes, divided into 288. Same as, well, it's going to just be selling 100% sell. But
44%
everything,
sell.
I mean, like, so it's going to be 44% of the value goes in. All of it is going to be sold back.
Okay, because you got me confused at like 8%,
Yeah.
8%, 4%, 100%. Like, wait, what the fuck?
Everything.
Yeah.
I get it.
44%, but I mean, what I meant by that is it's not going to be dripped out. It's just going to, all of it is just going to be just given that next day, all of that 44%.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's dope.
And then all that 44% that came to buy Volt isn't going to be dripped out. It's going to be 100, all of it is going to be given back to the wheel minus 8% of Volt token taken to the Volt protocol.
Okay, I think I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
so Titanex comes in, buys 8 protocols. You get the protocol tokens, all of them by Vault. You said through the DragonX Vault pool, or is it going to buy from the 8 pool specifically?
8 pools specifically. So 8 types,
Okay.
8 Vault, DragonX, Vault Inferno, Vault Lotus.
Oh shit.
There's gonna be 8 protocols, 8 in the wheel. It ends up with Vault, which is the wheel, that is kind of the golden wheel in a way, the golden wheel, and then the system happens.
Yep.
The wheel happens.
This is interesting. I've never seen this done before.
Exactly.
The white paper.
This is what I was trying to say to people. Like, I think I've got a new innovation of buy and burn coming for the Vault wheel. A new innovation of buy and burn, just like we had a new kind of distribution. We're having all that too. We're having the same distribution, everything the same from Vault, except adding more stuff.
Okay, so this is interesting because now that I think of it, say if Titanex come in, goes to 8 protocols pools, those protocol tokens buy Vault in their Vault pairing. So for example, if it gets Inferno, it takes Inferno, buys Vault, then it has the Vault.
Yeah.
And then now with that Vault, okay, so it has those tokens, but then it sells down wheel into Vault. So it creates sell pressure on the protocol token, Inferno in this case, but it doesn't sell the protocol token back down.
The only wheel, I probably only bond wheel to Vault. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Only bond
Okay.
When it's buying wheel is going up. But when it's selling Vault, when it sells into Vault has way thicker liquidity pool than wheel. So it's going to be sold down a lot less anyway. And also the buy pressure is a lot more than the sell pressure. Plus,
it's a net positive. Yeah. Okay.
Net positive. Plus, 100% of what was sold yesterday is being bought today. So it's not saving it. Like in the current Vault buy and burns, it saves it, but it saves for a reason, because it's nice to have a big buy and burn balance.
Yeah,
it adds confidence. But there's none is going to be sold. None of it's going to be saved apart from what comes in. So new value coming into this golden wheel, 15% of that is going to be used every day. 15 or 20%, like probably 15%. But if but all the value coming from being sold into it will be used again, like that. So does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll have to diagram it out.
Yeah,
Mike.
Oh yeah, I've got a diagram here.
Mike, we need you.
Mike, diagram here.
Steve, really one question. I know. So you said 8%, 8%, 40%. The rest gets sold, right?
Yes.
The part that gets that part where it says the rest gets sold. What's the next step after that?
Right.
That's the part I'm missing. Okay.
Right. So great question. It's all being sold, the wheels to buy Vault.
Mm-hmm.
Then
sold.
8% of that Vault is sent to the Treasure Vault.
Yep.
Because I don't want to, it's better than burning. If everyone builds on Vault, send to the Treasure Vault. Just like instead of burning TITANX, we send to DragonX Vault. So that's why I sent it there. Want to get most bang for your buck. So send to DragonX Vault, send Vault token to the Treasure Vault. So 8% goes there. The other 92%, the next day would just be all used to buy wheel.
Wow. Okay.
Do you have a diagram, Steve, that you were going to just share with us?
It's very crude diagram. Okay. So I won't share it with everyone, but I just sent it to Jake. If it's helpful. I can send it now if you like.
Hell yeah.
Dude, that's exciting, man. Like it's clicking. Like, wow. Yeah.
Because it's never actually selling anything down. It's just wheel. It's kind of feeding buy pressure into everything, and it doesn't impact the prices to the downside. This is advanced liquidity shit.
Yeah. But it's gonna bond all the protocol tokens together. If Vault is bonding TITANX mainly, and DragonX, I'm kind of like, it's TITANX and DragonX. This is just everything else, or the big ones. So yeah, it's going to be interesting that how it works. I think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's why I say it's literally Hart's Law with a buy and burn for LP haven for LP providers. Like, while pulling the whole ecosystem up. Brilliant, bro. Brilliant.
Yeah.
If it works the way you say exactly works, fucking brilliant. While Volt is doing this thing, while all the other protocols is doing their thing. Phenomenal, man. Phenomenal. Wow. Grab your damn Volt. Grab your damn Titanex.
It's
Nobody
in
has enough.
development already. I've just sent it to. I sent it to Marco too. You can have a look at this.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah. And I've sent it to Jake.
I'm gonna be in this part. You know that meme where the guy's in the corner, everybody's dancing, and he's in the corner like they don't know about this. I'm gonna be like, they don't know about this Volt. They don't know about Titanex. While everybody's dancing the party, I'm just in that corner. Yeah, that's me.
I mean, you're right. There isn't going to be enough Titanex.
There's not. I'm telling you,
it's going to be too expensive to mine.
It's not.
You know how it's planned, and it's just that's it. You know,
Ready?
you got to buy high.
Yeah,
it's gonna when time is right. When people realize they don't have enough, and everybody goes back to mining, because if we all put it like this, guys, if we all sit here and say Titanex is going to go up, right? Because regardless, it's going to go up. Sooner or later, it's going to reach where short miners are profitable again. But even though it is, doesn't mean a lot of people can afford it. Maybe by then it will be really high, right? So they're going to be prevented from making that much miners like they used to. Even if they can, they don't get as much as they used to. And they got competition with everything else, right? All the protocols need it. So now you can't really play with that many protocols like you used to. So for more FOMO, things like Hydra, when Titanex goes up, remember, just to make one 100 power 88 miner could end up being worth more than one ETH by itself easily. Meaning that one miner 88 100 power could be 3,000 plus, right? Why? Because Titanex went up in value. That's it. That's why, you know? So I don't think people understand, like, and then once again, like I said, the next 2 weeks, all this inflation, that's the highest it's ever going to be. Ever. We just got rid of the highest trillion ever. It's gone. That's it. It's never going to happen again. You know?
I have interesting numbers.
We don't have enough Titanex. We don't.
Okay, so day one, we got a massive amount of ETH inflows into miners.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens again, let's say in the next 2 weeks, then if the same amount of Ethereum comes in, we only get a 10 trillion supply increase going into the future, assuming it's all 280 days. This is a rough estimate. That is the exact same amount of inflation that we got on day 280. That's it. That's just day 280. If we get the exact same adoption as day one, all 280-day miners. Does anybody realize how fucking insane that shit is?
I am so sorry.
Yeah, dude, listen.
Really good.
Hashtag you don't have enough Titanex is not a fucking phrase. It is the truth. We don't have it. And this is not including the next 20, 30 protocols that's going to come out within the next year, right? We don't have enough, guys. We don't have enough. We don't. We're going to have to like fucking forge more or something. We're going to have to make a Titanex 2.0, you know? It's not enough, man. So good luck.
Or it does what Ethereum did. At some point, there was also not enough Ethereum.
Hey, you gotta fork the system. Do it all over again.
I was talking about the price chart, but
hey, listen,
hey,
man, I don't mind
no one's diluting.
2.0. Do it all over again.
I don't want dilution. This is it. This is the only Titanex you're getting.
Yeah, man, it's phenomenal, bro. I love it, man. Dave, what's up, man? Welcome to the party, bro.
Thanks, guys. I'm so stoked to be here. Oh my gosh.
What's up, buddy?
Dave, I have a question. How old are you?
So what am I? Like 40 something, 44?
Dude, you look fucking amazing. Seriously, you're healthy as hell.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I'm getting that builder beard, but now there's salt and pepper in there. So
hey, listen, man, it's okay, man. It's okay.
Yes, you got the proper, dude. Dude,
yeah.
What do you think?
It tastes like water.
I know, but like I don't know. For me, it feels like it tastes a little bit better.
I mean, it's placebo.
You drinking it from a copper cup?
Give us context, you guys.
Oh. So copper. I was in search of the best water vessel to actually drink out of, because actually, like, plastic obviously sucks, and we got to be healthy. And then I bought a stainless steel, so I'm like, okay, we'll go stainless steel because I can do hot and cold and whatever. I look at the bottom of the stainless steel bottle and it says this contains heavy metals. And then I started researching it. I'm like, hold on a second. How is a steel water bottle like put heavy metals in your drink? And I researched some warnings, and I'm like, so the one that doesn't, right? So if you want to get stainless steel, you got to get 18.8. That's the best food grade stainless steel. Like Yeti and stuff has 18.8. The good brands do. So make sure it's 18.8 if you get stainless steel. But then it's like, it doesn't impart anything positive into the water. And then you look at glass. Glass is probably also great, but you can't kind of carry it around all the time because sometimes it'll break. I'm pretty hard on my water bottles. And so it's like, but also glass is clean, but it doesn't impart anything positive into the water. But then, so I found copper. Copper is literally the best drinking vessel to drink water out of, because there are, not only is it clean, but there's positive things. Most of our bodies are deficient in copper. And actually, that's one of the reasons we go gray. And I didn't realize that. But when I started researching that kind of stuff too, it came into, okay, we should get more copper. Even wearing a copper bracelet does absorb into your skin and actually gives our body a little more copper. So, but drinking out of a copper water vessel not only is clean, but imparts, and copper structures the water. Look at what they build houses with. Sorry guys, I'm into this, but like,
no, it's good.
They build houses with now, they stopped using copper as water delivery systems in your house because it's easier and cheaper to run PEX, which is this plastic.
Yep.
Obviously, that's actually not actually good. If you look at how is Mark Zuckerberg and all these billionaires building their bunkers, they're building with copper water pipes still. And this is how we need to make sure we get a house with copper, or build a house with copper water, because now all of the water in our house is structured. It structures the water like ionically, like when it flows through copper, and it is much healthier for our bodies. So anyways, there is an agenda, and it's not just financial. And this agenda is, unfortunately, it's humanity against people that don't believe in humanity.
Yeah.
People that don't want people here. And so they think the world's overpopulated or whatever. But it's like, I believe we all need to be healthy as we possibly can. And I know you guys do too. You guys are, body, like biohackers, like especially you, Jake. I've heard you talk about it so many times. I mean, you could freaking you say you can spam muscle ups. I'm like, bro, all right, we got to have a muscle up bar at the freaking party. And like, we got to all practice now so we can like do some rings and some muscle ups. Anyways, you could do, we got to be healthy. We got to keep we only get one body. We can make more money, but we get one body. So we got to be very, very, it's precious. Like, it's precious. So anyways, copper, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because the moment you mentioned copper, I just got a picture from my dad. He wears a copper bracelet.
Look at that.
Bracelet.
Awesome.
Yep. And so did my granddad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do specialized, really specialized metal roofing systems around coastal regions in the Southeast. And a lot of the systems that we use are copper, and they also have copper gutters for recycling rainwater, as it goes down, because they're approved for it and everything like that. So I
wonder if copper above you may have some kind of a connection to allow us to be more grounded or something like that. I wonder. I'm not sure on that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
I don't know. I'm just trying. I know it's one of the systems that's approved, and it's very like, in the islands especially, where people have to reuse their resources and stuff like that. Yeah. So it's pretty cool stuff, man.
Yeah. Like the house I have, one of the houses I have now, right? About 2 years ago, because this house was built, I think, during World War II, when all the, army folks come to the United States to rest and go back in. This was one of the houses they built that made the clones of them, like just straight down the neighborhood. When we replaced a majority of the pipes on the ground, yeah, Dave is correct, because a lot of the plumbing was pure copper, and over time, it rusted and all that stuff. So then, my plumber's like, yeah, we got to replace them. But he's like, yeah, they don't make that anymore. They use the plastic tubing and, just certain type of metal nowadays. They don't use copper anymore. And he did mention that too, where back then, everything from sink to the plumbing to the street to your house was almost all copper. So yeah, you're absolutely right on that. I agree.
It's expensive as hell to do, but yeah.
It is.
Putting copper in your house is literally like a plumber they're so fast. Like, yeah. It's like built, like, you don't need PEX. But builders do it because it's way cheaper and it goes in quicker. But, it's like we take an extra step. Jake, you built a hyperdeflationary protocol with every single amazing thing in it. It's like you built a foundation. It's like the foundation is always the most important part. And copper is a foundation, especially for our
Copper X. Time for Copper X next.
Copper hex. Yeah, but,
Copper hex, right? That's funny.
And Copper X.
oh, Copper X,
Right.
Copper X, dude.
That's
Exactly.
nice.
I don't know what that
Copper
means.
X, you mint, you get healthier. That's it. That's the
Yeah,
slogan.
that's right.
You start
Oh,
losing
man.
money, Wade.
After Dong X, now it's Copper X. All right, man.
Yeah. And listen, everybody in the chat, don't start eating pennies because what Dave said, don't be retarded. You know, just drink out of a cup, man. Don't start eating pennies, man. You know, that's
You
funny.
don't have enough copper.
You don't have enough copper. Walking around with a fucking bag of pennies. You know what? You might have something there, guys. That could actually be a funny meme. Hilarious.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Hey, Dave, you want to tell us some stuff you have going? So did you select? Did you listen to Jake and absolutely going to do the date he decided with you?
1,000,000%.
Okay, cool.
You know, there's many reasons behind that. It's not just because he said it, but also it is a big reason because you wanted it. But
Okay.
But when actually, I was originally thinking that date. We did push it up, which is interesting when you really look at it. But I wanted to make sure we were available for E280, and that's and we have to mint on a Friday. And
Awesome.
so I was trying to stagger with what's up.
Oh, shit, my wife is gonna yell at me, man. I'm gonna I want to stay longer, man. What's up,
Your
bro?
wife is gonna be so mad,
What's
bro.
going on?
You'll get off.
I'm just
know,
coming
man.
back. I'm just coming on for all-time highs. Volt all-time highs is
Oh my
seconds
god,
away.
for sure. And we're just 800% in 2 days.
Hey, you do know that Titanex just hit a local all-time high too, right? I'm just saying.
I didn't even see that yet.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know.
Wow, Titanex
All the
is-
TA experts
Whoa.
look retarded right now. I'm just telling you. I told you, TA doesn't matter with this stuff, right?
Yeah, I've been
man.
been watching TITANX chart the whole time, just when Jake's talking, just to see what it does, and it's doing good as usual.
Hey, congratulations, buddy. Congrats, buddy.
You know, this is playing out perfectly.
I know.
'Cause everybody's so focused on. No. Let me talk. 1 second. Because everybody's super hyped up. So with Titanex, like for example, with Volt, everybody's now super excited about Volt and buying Titanex without knowing it. Nobody even paid attention to it. This is Ethereum. This is early Ethereum. This is the same vibes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, man.
But it's fair and hyperdeflationary. Early
Yep.
Ethereum vibes with fair and hyperdeflationary. That's a good combo.
Incredible, guys. Like, wow. And under a year, all this has happened.
Yeah.
Under a year, all this has happened. And that it's not like it's just creeping up. It's about to thrive. It's about to just start rolling in under a year. Just before the real true bull market is about to pop. Guys,
Please don't say bad market.
I know. Look around, you guys. What you guys done the past year, fucking phenomenal. Congratulations, because it's gonna get wild, man. I promise you that. It's gonna get wild. And you don't have enough Titanex.
True.
We're in the best place at the best time, the best people, protocols. It's exciting. It's really exciting stuff.
Very true. I've never been in the right place at the right time like this, guys. Like ever. And we all have such an opportunity here. The community, everybody listening, everybody on the stream, every builder, every single crypto community. In fact, I keep saying it, but I think I'm not just trying to, I'm literally just being honest here, I think that the Titanex white paper is just as revolutionary as the Bitcoin white paper was when it came out, because Bitcoin created digital currency and it was pretty revolutionary. But it's actually, there's nothing like Titanex. There's nothing like what you built, Jake. There's absolutely nothing like it. And there will never be anything like it. There will be people that will try, but I think we will also, we are all creating a new way to do crypto, where other communities will model this new way to do crypto, and they will also succeed in their own way. They will change it up, they will do whatever, but new ecosystems will probably do it too, because the ethos are so strong. When people realize that it's actually a good thing to burn a majority of the tokens, it's actually a good thing to launch fairly, it's actually a good thing for hyperdeflation to be built into the numbers. Like when people really figure that out, the whole world, like I don't even know what's about to happen. especially with SX28, because now we're going to be the first run is going to be generating all of the energy into TITANX from every chain. When people see Volt, like the best marketing right now is that Volt chart.
Yep.
By far.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number one. And Dave, to jump on what you just said, right? What's special about this is this. You have Volts, number one on ETH. Okay. Now, what's going to happen is this: when the bear market, when the bull market, I keep on saying bear, when the bull market starts to thrive, okay, and when all these protocols keep on absorbing Ethereum to play with TITANX, right? The big whales, the people who really pay attention to this ecosystem of ETH, all that stuff, they're all going to realize, wait a minute, where all the ETH is going, and they're going to look at these wallets, right? And they're going to realize these wallets, they don't just sell the ETH like that. Like, they're collecting this stuff. Like, where is going? Then they're gonna realize on this side of town there's something called TITANX. And when they look at TITANX, they're gonna realize all these smart contracts built around it, all absorbing the ETH and all that stuff. And they're gonna be like, what is going on here? TITANX, the ecosystem, is going to be the black hole of ETH on ETH. It's gonna be insane, and they're going to be forced to look at it, right? The people who actually watch data behind the scenes, they're all gonna analyze and realize all the ETH is coming on this side, and we're just burning everything up. It's incredible, man. They're gonna be blown away when they realize what all you guys built. When they understand real buy and burns, real protocols, real flywheels, and how all this works, and actually a community all around one individual of what he made, aka Jake, is gonna be amazing. I think these people are gonna finally reach out to people like him. There's no gatekeeping, all that stuff. It's gonna be incredible, man. So Jake, start practicing your speeches because you're gonna be talking to big people soon. I'm telling you that right now.
Good words and copper. I'm good.
Talk to them about copper, man.
And also, TITANX will actually drag up ETH. Mark my words.
Yep.
TITANX will drag up ETH exactly for the reason that you just said. Because when ETH, everybody in ETH realizes that TITANX is benefiting ETH by burning it, essentially. Actually, we're going to be burning more ETH than ETH will ever burn.
Well, actually, we're not really burning. We're actually not really burning ETH. We're burning TITANX.
But we have to get into TITANX with ETH, and we're burning that TITANX, and that TITANX is getting burnt, and that ETH will never be back on the market. Essentially, and maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong?
Well, it gets locked up in the liquidity pool, and then the liquidity pool, people can sell into
it. They can sell into it, yeah.
Locked up in staking.
It's a black hole into TITANX. That's the only thing I care about, TITANX.
But when we go into TITANX as builders, we don't go back out into ETH. We come in with ETH, and we don't go back out. And for the most, I mean, that's really the ethos of all these smart contracts. They don't go back out into ETH. So essentially, we are BSLing ETH. And that's gone forever off the market. But ETH still is inflationary. Right? ETH is not hyper deflationary. ETH is inflationary. So, and that's the base protocol for this. Anyways, I have a feeling that when this really achieves phase 5, this will be a magnet for ETH going up. This will pull ETH up. And then when people start realizing that and coming into the system, it's really going to actually pull ETH up, I think.
Didn't Jack Levin help get ETH slightly deflationary? Am I wrong on that theory? With what he did with
not on money.
Yeah.
It's stupid, bro.
Yeah, I mean, he claimed that. I was just kind of wondering.
It's true. It's true. On the Zen launch, Ethereum went deflationary, but at the expense of users, basically.
Yeah.
This TITANX pump happened when Marco came on the stream and started preaching.
I'm sorry, man. I told you guys I'm gonna free alpha. Just give it out there, man. Like this, I'm telling you, man. What you guys built is incredible. How can I not be excited? How can I not want to share it with folks? Right? Like, build it and I'll speak about it. If it's good, I'm gonna speak about it, and I'll speak about it loudly. Right? Like, you guys rock, man. I'm like a fucking, like, you guys are like Taylor Swift. I'm like just big fans. Like, just keep building, man. Just keep building, man. Like what I do is easy, right? I just speak about the code you guys built. You guys built the code, right? What I do is easy, so kudos to you guys, man.
I love how my team's image is just chilling in the middle, the little robot.
Yeah,
just surrounded by a bunch of testosterone.
So here regarding Marco, what you were talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
It was pretty funny on while you were ranting. I was reading the comments.
Yeah.
And there was this one guy called Damien. He's like, "Shut the hell up, Marco! You're ruining my DCA. Dev, do something. Mute him."
I saw that.
I was laughing.
That's funny, bro. I'm sorry. People yell at me in the Telegram chats too. They're like, "Get out of here! Shut up!" They're like, "Stop telling people." I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't. What's up, buddy? This is my son Oliver right here.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, buddy?
Hey.
Yeah, I teach them. I teach them the blockchain too.
He came in at the perfect time. He's like, "Should I buy some Titanex?"
I know, right? No, I teach them. I teach them the stuff. They sit next to me, and then I sit down with them and tell them, what is the charts, what I do, and all that stuff. So, I try to educate my kids when they're young. I want them to be blockchain experts.
Yeah, making my nephew learn how to set up the multi-sig for Lotus with me, just to show him everything.
That is awesome.
Ali.
Teaching blockchain and Trezor and all that. That's really cool.
I loved watching it. Like it was a few weeks ago, but just kids in El Salvador setting up hardware wallets. In school, in elementary.
Yeah, that's dope.
It's just freaking epic. There's Ali down there. What's up, dude? How you doing? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm just laughing, looking at the charts. I've been away from the computer all day, just catching up on everything. It's insane. Steve, how you feeling, man?
Yeah, feeling great. It's been fun. The whole thing, the launch, making it fun. The launch was fun.
It's been fun.
That's typical Steve answer.
Yo, he's so freaking humble, this guy, man. Like just curse. Just say I'm fucking excited. Just say that for us once, please. Just curse once, bro. Like what you build is incredible, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fairness, Jake was like that at the start as well. Too.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
His little nicotine anime. Look at that. Yo, man, Steve, congrats, man. Jay, congrats. All you builders, man. Like I could say a million times, like congrats, guys. Like
what was the highest
Awesome,
Titanex
man.
got to so far on the Ethereum leaderboard? Like 3 or something, was it?
I think 3. Yep.
Wow, it's unbelievable. It's just insane to see it get to number 1. It's like, what the hell, man?
Oh, yeah,
Still
dude.
there right now.
Yep.
11 million market cap. We were at 10 when the show started, and now we were at 1.8 liquidity, and now we're at 2 million liquidity on Volt.
Yeah, it's insane watching all these projects moon like meme coins, but they're not.
Yeah, it's a snowball effect when it's just like when it's just interesting snowball, isn't it?
It's teamwork too, though. It's a lot of teamwork that with this these tying in, per the ethos, right? Per what the guidelines that set by Jake, really. And without saying that, I don't know how to say that in the right way for regulatory shit, right? You know what I mean? But just working together and teamwork, man. I mean, you can't. In ethics goes a long damn way in life.
Yeah, and the ethos at the start was built. There's only one way a builded ecosystem can thrive and not become cannibalistic, and that's by following an ethos that strengthens everything instead of weakens everything. So the ethos of like IBSLP, so input token Titanex, burn, stake, lock, or lock Titanex, pair with Titanex, etc. That's the only way to build a builded ecosystem that is symbiotic and not cannibalistic. So like, I'm happy everybody picked it up. It's awesome.
That's interesting. What you said, cannibalistic versus
symbiotic.
That's very deep, and that's what's happening. Yeah, that's a deep thing, because if it's cannibalistic, it's just going to fail. And symbiotic, but Titanex is symbiotic in playing off liquidity, Titanex, the ethos, the community. It has so much of this, and even Dave. I mean, the way you market at the beginning, you had these techniques of marketing. Dave came in Titanex because of that marketing. The seeing someone shared their Titanex miner, he saw it, and now we have a builder. So that how it multiplies like that is phenomenal.
It is. Yeah, everybody underestimates the power of marketing, man. Like, because I saw your stream with the Titans of LP, Johnny. He also came in through a simple like X tweet. Like, these are not numbers; these are real people, and they're like, okay, let me do my research, and they're not stupid, you know. So they like do their research, and like, oh fuck, this is interesting. And like just by you tweeting it, you're actually literally making the world a better place, because you take people from this like corrupt system and you put them in something that is fair. Everybody gets equal opportunity. It is better. Like it's actually better for them. So like the marketing is the key.
Bad Sports bouncing on a stream with Jordan Riz and bought another small community, a whole other small community, you know, massive Telegram group, brought them all in, and they are buzzing and loving it as well. You know, and they're pumping out content now as well, and it makes you feel like it really is just, you know, it's just the beginning for all this stuff. So, you know, whenever there's some real big, you know, Twitter accounts and YouTube accounts start covering this stuff. Joe Paris isn't even talking about this yet, and he knows everything that's going on.
Oh, yeah,
it's like small mentions. Exactly. Yeah.
He is. He actually did a whole video on Titanex and DragonX when he was at the conference, that 2049. Like, he was in a hotel room talking about this on stream. So he's already talking. He's the only one talking about it, though, because he's in. He's already in. It's like when you're in and you get excited, like, I don't care how big you are, you'll stop.
Yeah, him and Jake and Kindness did a stream at the very, very beginning too, right before the launch of everything, and they were explaining it to him because, you know, nothing has ever been done like it before, and he was trying to wrap his head around. He's a smart dude, obviously, you know, nice guy. And I make comments on his posts, and we'll post stuff, and he likes everything, you know, that small likes, little hearts here and there, you know. He's in the background watching, you know, that's for sure. We want to get him on a stream. We've been chipping away at him for a while, trying to get him on there, you know. So it'll happen eventually, I think.
Yeah, that was one of the first streams. It was Crypto Kindness, Joe Perez, and me. I remember it.
I remember that too. That was like it was actually after launch, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think so.
Yeah, it was after the launch, because the launch had been so successful, and Joe Paris did latch on to it, you know, pretty damn quick. He was I think, you know, at the time, like he like everybody was just surprised at the amount of participation, and it was impossible. Have you seen it? It was possible to ignore.
I like to take credit for onboarding Joe Parry. I don't know if they knew that, but I've told the story to Dave.
Who said this?
Go ahead.
I can't prove this, but I posted about Titanex on launch. He shared it the next day with his private group, and then came public a few days later. So I was in a little private group with him, a little private master, another one of these masterminds I'm in.
You're not getting any more pats on the back today. You're done.
I mean, you got to give it to him. Instead of it's fun, he took credit. You know, he took credit for that. Not fault, but he took credit for that. You know.
Finally.
Effectively, Steve is the reason I'm in Titanex, effectively, because when I was in January, I Googled, I was in XRP and it was doing nothing, and I can't stand it when things are doing nothing. And I Googled 1000x altcoin potential, and I found Joe Perry's, and Titanex was #1. And I watched it, and the moment I watched it, I was like, "Ooh, this is interesting. I got to do research." I read the white paper. My mind was blown. I sold half of my XRP, should have sold it all, and I went straight into max miners on Titanex. And I'm glad I did that and I think it was like the 6th when I actually did it, because I got in on day 67. And but it's funny, Steve, I didn't know him at the time, but effectively he's the only reason I'm in Titanex, because he told Joe Perry's, and I found this from a Joe Perry's video.
The butterfly
Small world.
Amazing.
Thanks, I don't know.
Steve. I
So you actually seen it 1000x on a video and clicked it?
Yes, because I was looking. It's like XRP was doing nothing. They even just won the case. It's like, okay, there's a catalyst that does nothing. It's like, that's not a real catalyst, actually.
Yeah.
What is a real catalyst? 369. Now, that's a real catalyst, because this is going to recycle back into the system, and it isn't going to leave the system. So when we really look at catalysts, the SEC losing, they didn't even actually really lose. That wasn't a catalyst. And it showed in the chart. It wasn't. And plus, XRP doesn't have anywhere to go unless all the world's money runs through it. Okay, cool. But when's that going to happen? It's like that. It's not hyperdeflationary. None of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we have something different, And I saw it immediately when I read the white paper, because not just because I like crypto, but because it's actually economically innovative, like a literal economics class. Like what Jake built is glitching the matrix, like the verse would say. It's literally, we've been born into inflation. Every single day, our money is worth less and less and less from the moment we're born, and we think it's normal. We just live in this world where we think that's normal. It's like in 1970s, a Corvette was $3,000 brand new, and it's now like $250,000 brand new. We think that's normal. That isn't normal. That is just the world we've been born and bred into. Now, Jake just proved, though, that hyperinflation is real. And actually, Volt really just proved that. So people want to know what hyperdeflation is. We actually don't even know what's about to happen. None of us know what's about to happen because it's never happened before. Every single government currency in the whole world is hyperinflationary always, only. And that's what we think gold is.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, remember like about 2 weeks ago, I made a video on Twitter and I named it the $1 Million Conversation, right? It's basically, and I want to remind people on this in the stream and people in the chat, right? So I was told somebody in a long time ago when I was growing up that, you know, a wise man could have that $1 million conversation when they study their craft and become a master of their craft, right? We spent all year learning TITANX, all these protocols. It's not easy. Not easy to understand all these protocols, how they work, how they help out each other, the ratio trades, what's coming out, how when something new comes in, how can we inject it with everything else instantly and keep the ball rolling, all that stuff, right? It took us all year to learn this and figure this out. But it could take you only 1 hour to sit down with somebody and tell them this, and you expedite their process and their learning instantly by that one conversation. And that one conversation could bring $1 million inside an ecosystem. It is the $1 million conversation. So when you do this, and when you guys reached out to Joe Perry, and when you spend an hour talking to him, and you bring everything you learn into one little pebble, and you hand it to him, he eats it, whatever, and he gets all that knowledge right away in a short period, he gets to spread it to his people, and they come in with more millions, and it's a cycle. So guys, don't be lazy in your craft. Don't be lazy in your learning, right? What you guys know in your head is worth millions. I'm telling you that right now. Because I have people in the Hex community, still in Potion community, whales and sharks that waited all this time that now wants to come in, and when they want to sit down with me, they know it's $1 million conversation to them. But they know they could come to me, expedite their learning, and get into the ecosystem instead of them wasting 6-7 months to try to catch up to everybody else, right? That's $1 million conversation. Don't be lazy in your learning. What you guys know is extremely powerful, and share the data, share the information. But with that said, guys, I have to go. My wife is just like throwing shit at me on the floor, you know? So much love, guys. Seriously, guys, I'm rooting for you guys. If I go in your Telegram chat and I start bombarding with alpha, I apologize, guys. I literally got off the Volt Telegram chat at 4:30 in the morning. But I was just give me alpha. I was just like, guys, you have no idea. This is how it works. I love you guys, you know? So I love you guys. I truly, truly love this ecosystem. What you guys built, I'm all there for it. Keep it up. You guys are awesome, dude. I gotta go before my wife kicks my ass. I love you guys.
Have a good day, man.
All right. I see you guys later.
Coming on.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you,
So,
Marco.
sorry, can I just ask Dave a quick question? Dave, how you feeling about putting the launch back 1 week?
It's the right move, but you know, I was really amped. You know, but actually, a lot of people are saying that I have some max miners that are coming out on the 11th. I'm like, okay, this is great, actually. So I have a little more liquid to work with. But a lot of people in the community were saying that too. They're like, hey, I'm glad you pushed it back, actually, because I have either more coming in or whatever, claiming more max miners. It gives me a little more time. So yeah, I mean, I was ready to go. We were all ready to go. I mean, we were like ready. And but also it's the right move. When you really objectively look at it. And also there's no way in any world that I would ever want to launch without Jake's support. And I value Jake's opinion on very strongly, very, very highly. And I listen, even if I don't necessarily agree with it immediately when you say it, like I got to stop and not just say that's wrong. I got to stop and actually think about what you said so I can actually, you know, really process it. Because sometimes we just shut things down when they're different, like immediately, and we kind of just say, "Oh, that's not right." And and I can't do that anymore. In fact, I would not make good movies if I did that. Like, I have to learn to work as a team with collaborative artists, and we have to be respectful of everybody's ideas. But when you see geniuses like the group that's sitting here, I mean, I'm like, guys, we have the best team ever in like the internet, not just like crypto. Like, we are all over the world. So I just appreciate everybody's genius, and I am okay. I'm not only okay, I think it's the right move. So I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Jake in the mastermind used to always use the woo-woo phrase. And whenever he came in the other night saying about, you know, the numerology's off, I was like, oh no. Usually I'd be like, fuck that, no. I straight away knew, right, you know what? He's 100%.
Well, we were very sensitive with the numerology. In fact, I built it on the TITANX numerology ethos, everything, every single number in the whole white paper, 1 to 2.8 week 1, down to 1 to 0.08 week 125, and then 120 the week 125, that's also 8, and then 2.8% in floor price increase in relation to TITANX every single week. Even the amounts that are the allocated amounts. There's a 70% buy and burn. There's a 3.5%. We weren't going to do a 4%. It was a 3.5% to the launch pad, and also 3.5% direct DragonX burn. Even the burn mechanics are all coded. So we wanted to. I really did make very clear decisions.
Yeah. I was listening to you on the stream of Crypto Kindness, and you went in you'd done the exact same. You bumped off all the stats, all the figures, all the numerology stuff, and then Jake comes in like, yeah, you've got one wrong.
I know. I was like, how did I thought Octo was 8. I really was I thought it was off. I was thinking like, okay, we could do 10-4. Plus, I wanted to stagger for the builders, and I didn't want to. But ultimately, it was the staggering for the builders, and we have to launch on a Friday. We couldn't launch on any other day. Other builders can launch on a different day. But we can't because that's what we're doing. But,
yeah, we had the contracts deployed, everything. We had a
really we were like
set, like, you know. So yeah, no, good call. Good call.
It's the right thing to do. And I think we're long-term protocol. It's not even a 1-to-1 ratio for 37 weeks. It's above a 1-to-1 ratio. In fact, the first halving to 1.4 isn't even for the first 25 weeks. So nobody really has to FOMO in. I mean, I think people will. I think there's a lot of people that really want to do this because it's like the cure for ADD. You do not need medication. You need something that you could claim tomorrow. You mint and you claim, and you know how much you're going to get. It's like boom, boom, boom. It's super simple on the front end. It's the cure for my ADD. We're going to make Fridays great again, baby. But the 11th is perfect.
Yeah, I remember our conversation in Telegram. It's like numerology. Numerology is the result of weaponized autism. I love that phrase.
Oh, very interesting.
That was who coined that one?
Said numerology is the
what the fuck?
No.
Bro's just floating off in space.
Spaceship.
He's going beyond the moon.
Mad trip, dude.
Oh, you're
Now you're muted.
He kept stumbling in here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Earth to Mo, we can hear you.
I was off stage. I was going to go to the bathroom. All of a sudden, I hear everyone laughing. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Sorry.
Your spaceship.
My spaceship has a bathroom.
Just pee out the window.
How's everybody doing?
The first word you hear coming in. The first word you hear coming in is weaponized autism. Welcome. So good summarization of the stream.
That was what. Yeah. Did you hear me repeating that? Because I just laughed my ass off.
Yes.
And I was saying
that was your opening statement.
I was telling one of the seniors that I was just dying. I didn't even know I was on stream. Oh, what's up, Ted?
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
Thanks for the invite. I'm honored to be here.
Well, honored to have you, man.
Awesome. I'm going to take a screenshot. Everybody look at the camera. All right. Smile. Yeah. All right. You too, Mike. I didn't see a smile. All right. right.
I am smiling.
All right.
I want to ask Jake something just real quick. Look at the liquidity of Titanex, and when it popped, 1.4 million and 888 on the buy side and 1.4 on the sell side. What's your comment on this? On that?
Well, it's 1.4 million of Ethereum and 888,000 on the Titanex side. So there's more looking to buy than there is to sell, which is which is very good, very very
good. This is bullish. That looks bullish to me. Very bullish.
Send it to zero. Not financial advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is great. Volt had something very similar on its run up. So Volt is currently at, now it's like more stable on Volt, but Volt had a very similar setup when it like first did.
Yeah, you're right. It did. Yeah. And I remember Titanex when it was like 6 zeros and a 2. It had a similar setup too. It was really heavy on the sell side and it's just small. I was like, I said to some people, this is the buy of a lifetime. Titanex right now, because of the liquidity.
Yeah. you know what that is? When there's more looking to buy than there is to sell in the liquidity pool, that's usually an indicator. Because what market makers do is they end up buying levels, spiking the chart up, and then those liquidity positions get pulled and they buy on the market. Because they're looking to buy at a lower price. They don't want to chase the price, but they end up chasing the price because the price will never retrace that again. So that liquidity gets pulled and gets bought. That happens a lot. So that's usually what you see when you see like these skewed liquidity pools like this.
Yeah, very cool.
Just see the young fella Callum in the chat there. So just wanted to say, well done to that guy for stepping up. I'm hoping to get on a stream with him next week. So well done, Callum, stepping up. Another new YouTuber bringing something else new. Young lad dressed up in a suit.
I know, that was impressive.
That was legit. I hope he does that every time now.
Callum, Callum might be good. Yeah. Anyway, I won't say this. Oh yeah, what an awesome guy.
I mean, it was funny. I was watching a stream with somebody. Yeah, I was watching the stream with somebody, and then I saw Callum's stream. I was like, damn, dude's proper posh. You know, he's got that vibe.
Say that again. Proper posh.
Proper posh. You know.
Proper posh.
Ellie, are you laughing at someone else's accent? Is that what's going on?
The Scotch.
I don't think any of us have the best accents here.
Yeah.
People can barely understand me when I talk.
There was a Twitter vote for who had the best accent. I think Mike Dean won.
Oh, come on, really? I don't
think
so.
Really, man, you really.
I don't think so.
That's good.
Mike's got the accent of a professor. Like he's just like that. I am your teacher.
I don't know, man. I mean, when I listen to myself recordings, I'm just like, oh my gosh, what is this?
I think that's how everybody is. I mean, I listen to mine and I'm like, oh, that's the exact same way.
Totally. After the stream at Mo yesterday, I rewatched the stream like 4 times. Man, I was dying laughing. That was a comedy show. That stream, a comedy show filled with a bunch of alpha.
Yeah,
that stream was hilarious.
I listened to that one this morning. It was a great show. Well done, guys. That was great.
I did my best to derail it as many times as possible, but
you can do that. You can do that without even trying.
Look at Dave. Look at Dave. Your shirt is blending in perfect with your background from time to time.
I got abs now.
I love it. Badass.
I got a picture of that, Dave. That's pretty funny.
Every time I write awesome in a post now, I have to do parentheses and do awesome X.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yes, you have to. Always now. It's actually just a requirement. I'm sorry, but I don't make the rules,
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it on stream. Every time you say awesome, you start thinking awesome X. And now it took about a week for me, but now every time I write, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Awesome X.
Exactly, dude. Totally. We say awesome a lot in our lives. And, it's just going to be that reminder, that constant reminder about Awesome X. Plus, there's so many more things coming to Awesome X that are way awesome. So, but not just Awesome X. Titanex is awesome. I mean, Titanex is literally the most awesome. So, we're just building on something awesome. Anyway, you're awesome, Mo. That's why I love you.
You're awesome. You're awesome.
You're awesome.
They're awesome.
When
Like the
is
Brady
Mo
Bunch.
going to drop a token though? You know?
The what?
The Mo-X, you know? Moet.
Well,
You call
I
Mo-
think there's going to be a token before that, and we coined it on stream yesterday.
Oh
Doggo?
God, here we go.
Oh no! I'm not-
Here we go.
What is
I think
it?
I know.
Never mind.
We
Okay,
said
I
it
think-
enough. We heard it
Yeah,
enough. We got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Save
this is
that
on
for
the other Titanex hub site with the different design.
Yeah. Save that for the 9-inch guys on Pulse Chain, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's
Yeah.
funny.
Well, sometimes you don't know what Mike Dean's going to throw out there. The happy dancing people is a little takes a while to stare at and figure out what's actually going on in that little post. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, that's a great meme. I thought my Twitter would be blocked or something because maybe Elon will like catch on like what I'm trying to do, but it's just a meme, bro.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh,
Hey,
dude,
Mike.
I'm laughing so hard in the stream that my neck hurts. How the fuck does that happen? Like the back of my head.
More copper, Jake. More copper.
So you got to talk about what you said. Like we didn't actually get to hear what you said, Jake, about the web. What did you say about the like numerology is something?
Yeah, weaponized autism.
Weaponized autism. Right. What does that mean?
It's weaponized autism.
What does that mean?
No, so it comes from the idea that usually very smart people are on the spectrum. So autism is not like you're fully autistic. It's like a little bit. And usually when you're autistic, you have a hard time reading emotions. So you're very data oriented. And usually, like Elon, for example, he's very public about it. He's like a little bit autistic, and that's why he's a genius. So like autistic is not a minus. That's usually a very, very big superpower if you know how to harness it. So like weaponized autism is like you use that little autistic trait to just focus on the data, and then you can just see things nobody else sees because you can obsess over it because you don't really have emotions when you're like highly on the spectrum. So like weaponized autism, I think Elon Musk even said that. It's such a cool term.
Throw a little ADD in there too, man. Now you're cooking.
Oh, yeah. Man.
My cousin.
ADHD is actually a funny one. Yeah, I probably won't mention it on Steam because it will get shadow banned.
Yeah, my cousin, he went to Duke's special math and science school and then studied in Hungary with monks math and mathematician, and then became a professor in Michigan and in technologies and all kinds of things. And you ask him what he does, and he won't even try to tell you what it is. And statistical numerology, basically, for stuff like that. It's just a genius, and he's a great guy, but growing up, it was tough for him, right? With as you get older, it's kind of depending on the levels. But yeah, he's a great guy, but just an absolute genius. It's just incredible. Yeah.
So the ology would kind of signify that it's kind of almost, people would represent it almost like a religion in a way, like the ology side of it, right? Like numerology, astrology, or even, that kind of stuff. So it's like, sometimes people think about it like a little bit woo-woo, but really there's other factors that are playing into this that aren't necessarily the woo-woo side. It's like numerology also comes into reality because the people that really run the world believe in it, and when they can move things with these numbers and make them become reality in the world. So it's like, we can't take it for granted, and we also can't think it's like a religion. I mean, for some people it probably is, but it's also like that's not really the mechanics behind it. There's actual reasons why it should not be ignored, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there's big studies. It's so like in numerology, there's this big idea that math was discovered, not made.
Whoa, cool, interesting.
Yeah, it is true. So you have a couple big studies. So we have numerology, astrology, and gematria. Gematria is like the most advanced level of numerology. Like it's absolutely insane. Walter Above is amazing at it. He's like a YouTuber. But there's a lot we can talk about when it comes to that subject. But it requires deep study, and you need to be very, very open-minded. And then once you see all the facts, like GG33 is fucking amazing at it. Like he lays the facts out straight. and you're like, fuck, this shit can't be ignored. Like most of the most wealthy people in the world were born on either a 28 day or a 28 numerology, like a statistical anomaly amount, not just like 1 out of 100. It's like almost 30 to 50% of the world's wealthiest people were born on a 28. That doesn't happen by accident.
One of my children was born on the 28th.
Hey, get him into crypto.
I just want to say I'm eating grapes now, but no, what am I eating? Sorry, I'm born on the 28th. That's what I wanted to say.
Thanks for the intermission. I was like, where the fuck is this going? That's good.
Hey, Mike, didn't you interview the Ouroboros guy or something today? Or that didn't happen?
The thing is, I mean, yes, I was born on the 28th. The thing what I was supposed to have the stream, like I was doing the stream, like I mean, I just read the white paper, asked the questions in the group, and but I'm gonna do it essentially probably in 1 hour, because this stream was going on, and then as soon as I wanted to start, I got a message from Steve, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll have to move the stream. I'm here now, so that's that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I thought maybe in 1 hour is going to be a good time maybe to just do that stream, because if I'm not mistaken, the launch is going to be next week for the token first, and then the second is going to be the USDX platform, which is going to launch afterwards. But first is going to be the token, the AuraX token, and the AuraX token it can leave. It does, the USDX platform does not depend directly on the AuraX token. So that's going to be the first launch. I think it's extremely interesting. He thought out extremely well about the tokenomics. It's actually fairly simple, but I will go through the stream as well, because you have the vesting, you have the drip, you have 100% buy and burn of the Titanex coming in. So that's something something interesting for sure. I think I mean, I believe definitely like this project, if things work out, is going to be quite huge, I believe, but we'll find out. I mean, still like the audits and everything will come through, but I believe this is going to be a big project, and hopefully in 1 hour I can give you a bit more context. Obviously, it would have been better if he was there, because then this is just how I understood the stuff, right? So this is like somewhat my interpretation of things, right? I mean, mostly of the time, I don't know, you guys know my interview style is I try to understand it through the white paper, and then I have the person like explain it again, and whatever pops in my head, I just ask questions, and that's how it goes. But I'm going to be alone on this one, but it's all good. I mean, I'm going to try my best to explain how I understood it. And you can always go to the Telegram group. I think he's always pretty much there. I don't know. I think it seems like this guy doesn't sleep, man. I don't know. It's like anytime I I ask questions, he answers in 2 minutes. So it's crazy. I don't know, man. Probably he's another robot, man. I'm not sure about that one, but yeah, could be.
I thought it was you for the longest time that was behind Ouroboros, to be honest. But I know it's not after you came out with Matrix.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, yeah. They also yesterday when I posted it, and he wrote like, "Hey, I just want to to tell people, it's like, me and Mike Dean, we're two different people. Yes, we are. I'm not him."
I'm looking forward to your stream, because you're really detailed, and you're kind of my go-to person to figure if I want to understand something complex. So yeah, I like your charts you do. You could put those charts on your Titanex hub. I don't know if you could link it. That'd be fun.
Yeah, you should link your videos each that you do to the hub, because literally you do things that are really good for everybody, because most people in the community actually don't even know how to ask the right questions, and you ask the right questions people don't even realize they should be asking, and that's what I really love about your streams. And they're so clear because you do your whiteboard, and really by the end of every stream, which people always should read the white paper, never, in my opinion, never invest in or never participate in a project without reading the white paper first. But if people don't, which a lot of people don't, if they go and watch your stream, they can give it in their mind a yes or a no to that protocol, a logical one that is well thought out. So thank you, Mike, for the way you do things.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
There is a simple way to do it. So you have like these icons for socials. Just put extra like YouTube, like white YouTube icon next to it, and when you click on it, it just opens the tutorial in a iframe. Just the interview you did with the protocol.
Oh, I see. Okay, so like on Titanex front page, I just like on the project links, like another icon for YouTube.
Yep, just the YouTube icon, and when you click on it, it just opens either direct link to the YouTube video. It's probably fine. Yeah, direct link to the YouTube video.
Okay, I think
once you have it.
I'll add that. Yeah. I mean, probably on the project links column. I mean, I have an icon for the white paper. I could add in maybe like another icon for YouTube. Maybe that would be a suggestion.
And then if you don't have an interview with them, you can just link to an interview they've done or whatever, explaining the protocol.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ideas I have, the vision is actually to have for every project their own page. I'm still working on it. There's some few things which are like, I mean, now is like there's a lot on my plate, man, to do. It's like every time is like I need to allocate like my time very, very wisely now, because it's like there's a lot of things, and there's like few things I really need to focus on. And definitely, but one of the things I would like to have on Titanex Hub is every project will have its own page, individual page, and then there's going to be some few stats which all of the projects share. I mean, it's like you have the price, you have the market cap, probably volume, liquidity, and also maybe how much you've burned of Titanex. I think that's like for our ecosystem, those are like the key metrics, I guess. And then maybe for other projects, I could start adding in individual statistics. Like
highest ever rank on Ethereum.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that could be something I could definitely add, but sure, for sure. I mean, they like I have a lot of ideas, and also I get a lot of feedback from people. It's like I get shit tons of DMs, like, oh, I would like to have this. I like the portfolio. I would like to have this in the portfolio. I know, man. It's like the list is so long, and there's 24 hours, and I have a day job as well. It's like, bro,
Surely someone in the community would step up just to be your secretary and do all the donkey work for you.
Hashtag, I mean, you don't have enough Mike Dean.
Yeah. But I mean, so there's a lot of plans, a lot of things I'm trying to do, and I think like time passing by is like, I think there's definitely like every week or so I'm trying to make like some improvements, and I think they will all come essentially, right? I mean, right now, for instance, on the portfolio side, right, I have the for the liquidity section, I have it ready. It works really well. The problem is just the loading time. So now is like I would need so much time to just spend there to do the to make it work, like to reduce the loading time. But it's like that will probably take 10 hours, and 10 hours is just too much right now. It's like there's other things which are way more important. But anyway, it is what it is. I'm working hard to get all this thing rolling, and hopefully soon you're going to have a great Titanex upside.
I don't care about Titanex Hub. I care about when full-time Mike Dean.
Well, I mean, that would be awesome, man. That would be extremely awesome, because then, dude, imagine 24/7, me Monday to Sunday. I'm doing that already, but there's
You're
like
a robot,
8 hours.
Mike.
I can't.
Yeah. So when Matrix, Mike, because I think that's I mean, because that's the thing, is that like what I've heard is that there's a few ways to make money in crypto, right? You gotta, and in Titanex, you gotta be a builder, man. So what's up? When Matrix?
So I'm actually reading from Utah Crypto, and he says, Mike, Steve has great connection for assistance. So Steve, I'll give you a shout out.
Yeah. And that really leads me to a question too. I was gonna ask Jake in reference to you. Do you, Jake, do everything by yourself, or do you hire, to delegate your virtual assistant?
Yes.
like that.
So when I ran the mastermind, I had a team of roughly 9 people. But for this, it's just me and Hart, baby, the workhorse.
Yeah, man.
And developer.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
That's
so
it.
this is the thing now, which I have to like work a little bit on. Is like I'm that maxi of like trying to do everything myself, like because then I know this is the website I did. This is how I deployed it. When there's issue, I know exactly where to look at and everything. And now it's like giving it away. It's like giving your baby away to somebody who takes care of him. I'm like, oh, I'm not sure if I want to give this away. I mean, yeah. But anyhow, it's something I just need to learn to do.
Well, that's your next level, because when you hire the right team, you actually can delegate and not worry about it. And actually, they work for you. So you actually don't lose control when you hire the right team, but you have to bring the right team on. Like you have to vet them, make sure that they are the right person for you, because when they are, now you're multiplied. And there's no way I could do a movie on my own. And in fact, my whole job as a producer is hiring the right people before we shoot. If I do my job right, my job is easy as a producer. That's why people think that good producers don't work when we're on set. We're sitting in a chair the whole time. But that's not true. We did all our work beforehand. Now, if we do our job wrong, hire the wrong people, actually, it's not going to work. It's all going to fall apart. And so
that's why you hired Accelerate to build.
That is why when you said you were down, when I said I want you on my team, and you said let me talk to Josh, and you came back, I literally was like dancing in my car when you agreed, because I knew it was the right move. I was so lucky. I was so blessed. I would not want to do this with anybody else. Like not at all. The right team. They are the right team, Mike. Like
I mean, so
you know
one of the things is like for Titanex Premium, and like I'm working there with Ted. So shout out to him, because that workload is extreme actually. So like in the beginning, I was like trying to hack it all together as well, but it's just like bringing him in to do that part as well. I mean, I have to focus on that as well at times, but nevertheless, that really helped, man. And shout out to Ted, man. Like it's insane, like amount of like those things you guys are seeing as well. He's partially definitely did a lot of heavy lifting to get that thing rolling on the premium side. So shout out to him, man.
And he's talking and Ted, TITANX Ted, right? Is who you're referring to? TITANX Ted? Because we have another
10x Ted, exactly. Yeah, that's
you know, Mike. When I was, when TITANX first started, I was in Amnesia. Y'all remember her cyber diviners group? He's pretty tight with her. I don't know if they're still in there, but he had a Dune dashboard up too. And it might have been like the same time you guys were building together, but they had a private one already done at the very beginning, and you put yours public, which I thought was solid, right? But they didn't want to share theirs, not because of him, but because of their group. But and then Mike's came out, and I was like, all right. So then I saw down the road that 10X was working with you, and I was like, all right, this dude's solid, because I saw his work a long time ago in there. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how I found Ted, by the way, because in the beginning, like I decided to make the Dune dashboard public, because I was essentially on my own, right? I mean, I just had the Dune dashboard on my own, and then I was like, okay, well, I guess I have an edge now. But like, should I just keep it to myself? But then I was like, whatever, you know what? Fuck it, let me just make it public. And obviously, that was the best decision I've made, because, well, otherwise I wouldn't be even sitting here, to be honest. And then there were more Dune dashboards made, and especially also Ted. So I saw Ted's ones as well, and I was like, oh God, man. He's like, I should probably partner up with him, because then we can do more powerful things together. And that's exactly what I did, right? I just wrote him a DM, and then we started talking, and then, well, things started rolling, and here we are.
Did he, was he the one that was speaking under the TerraX icon last week? I couldn't tell if that was him or not with his project. Was that him in the spaces?
I don't believe so, to be honest.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought I just couldn't tell by his accent or something. I don't know, but all right, yeah, fair enough.
From what I'm like, I mean, I think he doesn't want to like come out even with the voice. Like he only writes stuff.
Yeah.
So like I invited him several times to even come on the Sunday stream, but he won't do that either. It's like, I mean, it's fine enough. Like, I mean, it's like he's making massive things in the background. So shout out to him, man.
Cool. So when Matrix, I think Chiz asked.
I'm deving 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
Soon, man. Soon, guys. Yeah. Working hard. We things are progressing very, very well, and I'm talking in the background with a few other people. And the funny thing is, like, oh god, man, it's like there's already like 2 or 3 people who wants to build on top of Matrix, and I'm just like, oh god. I cannot believe it myself. I'm just like, oh, now this is getting crazy. So it obviously gives me a lot of confidence now, a bit more. Is like the fire now is just like, okay, because I mean they still, it's like it's my first project, and like you guys know me, and there's like, like there's a bit of that pressure as well, so but it gave me a lot of confidence for all the people who want to build as well on top of Matrix. So yeah, I mean, shout out to the builders, man. It's and obviously my biggest I strive to deliver the good Matrix project for sure, and we'll see from there on, man. I'm excited, extremely excited, and yeah, and then we'll see what the market will decide, man.
Yeah, you're in a good position because all the builders will support you as well, because everybody kind of knows you, so there's trust there. Your first project is you'll shit your pants probably like 38 times before it's live, so enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I have already just being on this stream.
Yeah,
it's funny.
Just be like Steve, just vibe. Just look at him, just vibe. Just vibe like Steve. Very simple.
Yeah, speaking of vibe, I was thinking, I remember, Mike, your interview of Steve about Vault, right? And it was such a great interview. It was really good, and I thought at that time, oh, Mike's gonna build something, and he's gonna use Vault something, because there was something that you were getting at in Vault. I was like, and whether or not you are or not, it doesn't matter. It's just what I was thinking. I heard the interview. I was like, these two guys should be working together. Like there's a sync, and I think you will. I think all these protocols work together without even knowing it sometimes. And everything in the liquidity web, like there's this whole like Blaze Inferno world that's crazy, that like awesome, and it's connected now to DragonX, and now there's this Vault thing, and so I don't know. So yeah, that was it.
I mean, it was definitely interesting. I mean, the idea for Vault, I mean, when I heard Steve, I was like, oh my God, this is a great idea. And I mean, when I did the interview, and the thing is with these interviews is like, I'm so pressured to really like understand it as well with the white paper. So sometimes it takes me quite some time, especially if there's like a complicated protocol. Like I probably sometimes need like 5-6 hours to prepare just for the interview. And then, but once I get it and understand the whole process, it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. And for Vault, I was like, oh, I think in the whole community, it seemed to me rather that Steve was like the underdog. And I was like, oh, you don't want to, like, I was like, I like the underdog. I like Steve, and he's going to come. And we saw it, man. Like, damn crazy, Steve, man. It's amazing. Amazing.
Number 1 on Ethereum, still.
I'm like looking at it.
How
the whole
crazy
thing.
is that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just put another 10 billion in right now.
Nice. Yeah, I was trying to bridge over some old Pulse Chain stuff for the mint yesterday, but the bridge just didn't work, unfortunately. Maybe it works today. I don't know.
On this topic of hiring, just to circle back, like I totally agree with what Dave was saying, because I do the same thing. I have for years, and it's not it's often thing because it gives you extra arms and extra legs when you delegate, and you can really 10x stuff you're doing, your productivity, your business. So I kind of want to ask Mike, what things could you delegate? Like even a virtual assistant from the Philippines is really useful. But I wonder also how Dave selects people and how he goes about it. I mean, I've got I guess in the digital world, I got my methods, but I wonder how you get the right people. And
well, I've worked with a lot of people already. I've been doing this for 20 years. So like when I raised in the ranks with people, we are building a team here where we're going to find our help within this community, because we're already going to, we're going to know people have proven themselves and stuff. Because when I started, I started making commercials. In fact, it's kind of funny. The DP on this movie, our director of photography, he was my DIT on Walmart commercials like 20 years ago. DIT means the guy that transfers footage back and forth. Like I shoot, I give him my stuff, and he backs it up on 2 hard drives, makes sure everything's secure, and then gives it to me so I can go edit it. Well, DIT is an early position. Then I knew though, he brought this rig in. I mean, he knew more than me, and I'm the one shooting the commercial. And then we did hundreds of commercials together. But this is how you find the team. Here's the other thing. On the flip side of what you just said, a team can elevate you. The other side of that is if the wrong team can destroy a project, literally tank a project. You have to make sure it's the right team before you move on. You have to interview, you have to get references, you have to give them an audition, and it has to be a hard audition that's going to be like it's real world. And they have to not think they're doing you a favor. They have to be excited about what you're doing. You have to pay them, but you don't have to pay them a lot always. You just have to let them know. If you don't have a lot to pay, you say, look, I know you're worth more than I have to pay you, but I want you, and this is what I have to offer. And that's the pitch, because we have such a professional crew on this. That's the pitch for everybody, because they are all worth more. In fact, the DP was my DIT. I got him his first movie. I told my friend, I'm like, my friend won the Doritos commercial in the Super Bowl back in the day on the Super Bowl commercials. He won $1 million. And I'm like, dude, it's time to make your movie. I'll produce it for you. So we did, but I knew we needed a good DP, and I knew JJ never had his opportunity yet, but I knew he needed it. I recognized the talent, and I said, this is your guy. And so we hired him. It was his first feature film. He killed it. And we won the Phoenix Film Festival that year with that movie. And we literally got it done at $88,000 all in, start to finish, which is like literally an accomplishment. I even asked a crew member on set who was hired and paid our low rate, how much do you think this movie was shot for? And she goes, definitely around less than 3 million. Like no less than 3 million, she said. And I'm like, yeah, we had $80,000. And like the perception of it was that we were making a $3 million movie. And then we won the Phoenix Film Festival. Anyways, that was the beginning, the genesis of this. I tried to get him on a few other bigger projects with some studios I was working with. They did not see my vision in him. However, he's such a hustler. He took that little nugget and he became really expensive over the last few years, like so expensive. In fact, I could barely afford him now to bring him onto this movie, but we did end up getting him, and he actually gave us like a 90% discount on equipment because he has a whole grip rental company now 10 years later. But anyways, we build each other up. And this is actually what's so beautiful about the Titanex ecosystem, because all of these protocols build each other up because of the way Jake made us design it paired with Titanex. So you have, like, the way I do it is all through referrals. I ask a lot of people, I need this. And then I get a whole bunch of names, and I call every one of them, and I talk to them, and I say, and if there's a lead that has to lead them, so if I hired a lead and I have to hire a team under their lead, I would take their advice. So finding your leads are the key. And then, but that happens through relationships and through hustle. And you need to be very vigilant and make sure they have an audition. You got to say, this is what I need you to do. Do it for me right now. And they have to most likely be willing to do that part for free. And they got to put a lot of effort into that. And they have to give you exactly what they want. But the right people, it's not that much effort for them to do that. It's actually, that's what they do. So they will give you something that's just amazing. And you're like, wow. If you can say wow when you get someone's audition back, if they respond quickly, if they, do an excellent job that is maybe even better than you could do, Mike, on the things that you don't like. Like the things you delegate are things you don't want, you're not supposed to be doing. So you can stay in your lane, like all that paperwork, all the crap, all the whatever that you hate. Those are the positions you have to identify that you need delegated. And then when you identify those, you need to find the right people by asking trusted people. Hey, I need this person. Who do you got? They send you stuff. Now, I did that this time. Also, I believe that spiritually, if we ask for guidance from God, we will be guided to the right people. I rely on that heavily, but I also make sure I do every other step to make sure that they are the right person. But when we are led to the right people, that's amplification. So it's not an easy process, but I don't think anybody on this stream is ever asked for easy in their life. In fact, we don't ask, that's not the question we ask. How can we do things the easiest? Like that's never been a question anybody on this stream has ever asked.
No,
but we need to ask, what is the best? What is the long-term best vision? What is going to amplify this vision? The vision is the most important thing. When you have the vision, you get the right people on the bus that focus their energy into that vision with you, you're still the leader. When you delegate properly, you do not lose control. If you delegate improperly, you lose control, and then you better fire quickly. But if you delegate properly, you keep control, but you don't even have to worry about it. When you delegate properly, literally these people are on it. Like they actually do things before you even ask them. Like the right people, you do have to pay these people though. It's like the right people are valuable monetarily. And so, but that's my answer for that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I was really interested in your experience on that because you've had a lot, and you're right. You get the wrong person, it can be a disaster. I mean, I've hired the wrong person in the past, and it was terrible. And so it's interesting because your whole niche is so different than mine, but the criteria of hiring and forming a team is similar.
We have 35 people on the crew right now. 35 people from all over the country and the world that are coming together, meeting each other. A lot of people know each other, but some people don't. And I had to have some hard conversations yesterday because during the first week of this shoot, it's my job to make sure everybody's working as a team. If there's discord, we need to cut the cancer out immediately on a big team, or else it will destroy the project. But these 35 people have to work together as a unit. If I do my job right, I bring the right people on, and they do. When I either have forced hires by the executive producer who's like, I know this guy, I hired him. I'm like, bro, you needed to ask me, like, do not just hire someone without making sure it runs through the process, because that is when things really go underwater. So I had to have some hard conversations yesterday on set, but it was a Friday. We have the weekend off, but we didn't have to fire anyone, thank God. We just needed to make sure we had the hard conversations with them and said, this is what we need out of you. We have 12-hour days. We have it's actually more like 14-hour days on shoot. Like it's all in. We're asking these people to work really hard. But there's 3 things that make people happy: feed them on time, pay them on time, and get them home on time. If you do those 3 things and you hire the right people, everybody's gonna be happy.
Nice.
I think Jake just got fed just on time there, did he?
Dude, Dave, you got to come down and we'll shoot the damn TITANX movie right here at Trilith, bro.
Well, hey, actually, I think TITANX is about to buy me a movie studio, guys. And that's really what the real plan is. We get to tokenize movies because movies destroy people too. They destroy all the artists. Our future needs to be designed by artists, not bankers. If it's bankers, we're all screwed. Like we need to support artists. And so I've designed a tokenized movie studio. And that's actually why I have to launch AwesomeX and I have to build this cycle because I need experience. I need to meet all you guys. In fact, you guys are going to help me build my movie studio, by the way.
When you say tokenized, do you mean that you are offering shares of the studio?
I'm saying every single movie is owned by everybody that works on it, not just 3 people at the top. Every single movie is owned by the people that buy the tickets. The people that buy the tickets are NFTs that now probably hybrid NFTs. As I'm finding this innovation, I needed TITANX in order for us to change the way movies are are funded.
The best companies are employee owned, right? And really some of the most successful, like Wawa, right? I don't know if you guys outside of America know about that or not, but
Wawa, you did
I mean,
not
this
just
is
drop Wawa.
Wawa's
grassroots
awesome. Man, they got good
Dude,
grub.
grassroots, man. They grow all their own food, their own milk. It's, I mean, just whatever,
Yeah.
right? But like what you're saying, yeah. So tokenization and stuff is very interesting in the real world now when it's coming to stocks. You know how you can into NFTs and whatnot. And not to say Solana anything, right? But you know, Eric Church's bar in Nashville, Tennessee, that they built, like 6 or 7 level bar. He gave away stock of the entire bar in NFTs, NFT bricks, quote, right, in the DeFi space to shareholders, and gave it for free out. Built the whole place for free and gave everyone shares in Solana of the place. Wow, one of the first use cases ever in that scenario. Maybe someone could do TITANX.
Imagine we create a liquidity pool, so it's Goldstone. We create a liquidity pool with whether probably TITANX, actually, I would imagine, or DragonX or one of the BOT protocols over time. But this is next cycle, so we're going to see how everything plays. Imagine if we take Goldstone and pair it with a token. Now we add hyperdeflationary elements to it. Then every time we make a movie, because right now every movie is its own LLC. When I make a movie, I create a brand new LLC and brand new bank accounts, and everything runs through there. It's its own pocket. So every time we create a project, music, movie, book, any kind of art, we create its own token and pair it with the Goldstone. And then now we have a new allocation, which is the original budget for the movie. Now, everybody that's on the movie gets distributed their product. Now, we're probably going to have an Ouroboros-like project too, because we need to have it translated into a USD or a stable coin. So if people want to dump, they can dump, but now we're probably going to have buy and burns to eat it back up on each movie. So now each movie is deflationary. Everybody on the set can choose to hodl their movie, or if they got to pay their rent, they can put it into whatever kind of stable and they can go sell it and put it on the and pay their rent. So it's like, you know, people on the movie can choose, I want to sell part of my salary, or I want to sell all of my salary, or I want to, you know, hodl all of my salary because I don't really need the money right now. And then they get to bet on the project themselves. They get to own part of that movie. And when that movie or book or music album does really well, everybody wins. The makeup artist, the PA on set, like literally could get rich if it's
incentivized. You've incentivized everyone.
Now we have underneath that, we have an exchange where all the movies are traded against each other. And then when people buy tickets, we actually hybridize NFTs and we sell hybrid NFTs as tickets. And then so all the community can now trade their tickets on the open market after they watch the movie or buy the book or buy the music. This is what I designed, but I didn't have the right ecosystem. I designed this 3 years ago. I wrote the whole thing. I was like, oh, XRP, I can't build it on XRP. I can't build this on ETH. I cut out ETH. I was like, I don't want to do ETH. I don't want to do Polkadot. I don't want to do Cardano. It's like, I don't even know where I'm going to be building this yet. I had the idea, the vision, and I know it's going to come into reality, but I needed TITANX. I didn't even know it. I needed TITANX in this experience in order to come up with the right way to do this.
So that's really cool. Jay created a bunch of monsters.
I know.
I bet you didn't see that one coming, Jake. Like the new Paramount built on TITANX.
Yes, for sure.
Idea,
It's like movies, hybrid tickets, NFTs. Oh, it's beautiful. I love the passion, man. It's good.
It's awesome, dude. That's a great idea. And it's totally doable. I mean,
it is.
An NFT isn't just a piece of art, right? It's just anything that isn't equal to something else that can be tokenized. I mean, it's really that simple. It's awesome.
And I found an old naval base in West Virginia. There's 139 structures already built on it. There's 89 residences. It's literally, it's got a natural gas pipeline, 4 wells, water tower, river running through it, a high school gym, fire department. It's $4.5 million for this whole thing. And I'm just like, for some reason, it's already mine. I don't even know, and I don't have that much money yet, but I think that by mid next year, it's gonna be our studio, and then we're gonna have a place that people can come, stay, work, live, you know, and it's in the middle of West Virginia. We could do explosions, we could blow up cars, we could do whatever. We write a movie, we can do anything we want there. There's no zoning on the property either because there's an old naval base, and it's very.
Let's fucking go.
I'm just saying, guys. This
Yeah,
is
I'm coming in.
Anybody,
I'm
hold
coming
on,
there.
wait, Dave.
I
I
got
just,
my three already.
Can I interject for
how
one
many
second?
people here have ever been to West Virginia?
Right here. Yeah.
Yes.
You won't be
I
missing
mean,
that.
I wanna
I
I wanna
mean,
head out. I wanna head out. So sorry for this interjection. Quick, Dave. I love your energy. I'm looking forward when you make a movie for Titanex, and I'm looking forward Jake twerking on it. So that's gonna be a big one. I'm telling you guys. So I
it's a
have a
good
stream
one.
like in 20 minutes. So I'm gonna head there, and I wanted to do the stream like 1 hour ago, but yeah, scheduled for 2 hours later. So I'm just gonna run through that. It's gonna be about the ORX token mainly. There's the USDX part as well, but I'm not gonna go too deep on that one because that one will launch later. But it's gonna be about the ORX token, the launch mechanics especially. So I'm gonna do that. Have fun, guys, and thank you very much, Steve, for the invitation. I appreciate it very much, guys. Have a good one.
See you
Take
tomorrow.
care, Mike.
All right, man. See you tomorrow.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Mike.
Is he doing that stream right now, like right after this?
Well, in 20 minutes.
Okay. Because I just want to know, because I'm going to leave this stream so I can listen to that one.
I mean,
West
you
Virginia.
can also just listen it, I don't know, later or something, or tomorrow, really.
Yeah, exactly. Dude's like,
There is
"Fuck
no
all you guys, I'm
tomorrow."
watching that stream. No, you're staying, Mo. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, mine is like I don't need to watch people watching per se. It's like they can watch it later. It's like I just want to do it today because I allocated time to do it today, so I want to have that thing going because otherwise there's 10 million things coming next coming days. This is the slot. I had to do it.
No rest till 2026. There is no tomorrow. Let's fucking go.
Absolutely.
Let's go. Go get him, Mike.
Sleep, but no rest while we're awake.
Piggyback on what Dave was saying, just the employee-owned company concept. That's a great example. That's a really, really great example. And the people that are involved in Titanex, and if they're truly passionate and they want to get into this, they're going to put that extra effort in, and they're going to do those retweets. They're going to come up with creative content. I feel invested into this whole thing. I mean, I'm pouring what I can into it. I can't even touch what Mo can do, but there's so much, and it's inspired me, and the people in this group have inspired me to take even greater steps for the future of what I have planned. There's a few people that know what's going on, but Dave, I totally agree with you. It's like you can really make a difference by just applying yourself and then taking that and saying, if I want to succeed, I have to really put the effort in and back this and give it as much as I can to become victorious, to actually make a statement and win. It's just become a part of who I am. And like I even said when I was on streaming with Steve, I'll wake up in the middle of the night at just odd hours when everybody's on the East Coast. They're sawing logs, and I'm sitting down and I'm just ripping out a couple tweets real quick. It's just now become habit. It's like, that's more fuel. That's just more energy to the pump, the push, the algorithm, everything. And it's habit now. And I love it. It's just passionate at this point.
Your sound is really nice compared to the stream we did a few days ago.
Yeah, I know. I as soon as that was over, I watched. I was like, "Oh God, what a disaster that was!" But yeah, I was too far from the mic and I didn't have it tuned right. But thank you. I was kind of wondering how that was going.
Yeah. So tell us about your Titanex lounge. Like tell us all and all the viewers.
Oh yeah. So with I got in on day 21, and how I found Titanex was actually Jake. I was just dribbling along, and I came across a stream, and I started watching him, and I thought his accent was pretty funny. So I was like, okay, I'll listen to this guy. And then just the information that he provided sparked some interest. I read the white paper, and I was like, okay, I think I get it. So I had to read it a little bit more, and then just started pouring a little bit more time and effort. I started miners and got really excited about it. But then I, came to the reality. It's like, it's a miner, what am I going to do with it? It's doing its thing in the background. So I just started coming up with concepts and ideas of how I could maybe, I don't know, put some entertainment or some thoughts or ideas or creativity into the ecosystem. And the more I started to do that, and as Titan Legends came out DragonX, and listening to Mike talk about DragonX. He spoke very similar about Ouroboros today, like he did about DragonX back then. It's definitely gonna be something to watch. But yeah, so all this was going on, and then we got into that really slow point. There was a lot of streams, a lot of learning that I was doing on my end. But then when 280 came around, it was like a big shock to everybody, and a lot of streams were starting to come out. More and more was being developed and built, and from I guess from 10,000 feet looking down on it, it's like you could just see it continuing to grow, and it was going to grow, and it's going to keep growing. And it's like, as people start to discover it and enter into it, you're walking into really just a very complex decision period. It's like, where do I go? Where do I start? So my thought was is to come up with this place to have an environment that was relaxed, inviting, welcoming, to just be open in discussion and to get to know people, founders, what drives them, their passions, become relatable with the community in a way that's non-technical. Um, there's an avenue for that, and I want to explore that avenue and how it can actually, maybe turn on a light bulb, or just during a lounge session, a conversation could be going and something could be said that could just spark a brand new idea. And it's all about just tapping into people and understanding them and learning from them, and taking those concepts and applying them to what we have currently, and see, how would it improve it, and all these other things. So it's just another avenue to tap into the audience and the people that are interested in TITANX, and not be afraid to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I may not be able to answer it, but the thing is people will be watching, and I could make a recommendation, you should really pay attention to this, or I could guide them to the hub. And the hub is just such a great resource to get to, the Twitter account, to get to the website, if it's a website, the white paper. So you can present these avenues. And a lot of people in the ecosystem probably already know this, but there's so many more people that are going to be coming that don't. And if they have a place that they feel like they can just go chill and hang out, hey, come on to the lounge, man. It's BYOB. But, it's wide open. The door is always open. That's my mission with that. And then I have other plans as well, and hopefully it'll make it to the top center guy, and I'll get his review someday. So,
Ooh, you building?
yeah, I'm working with some people right now that we're getting close to. Well, there's some meetings lined up, and we're going to see where this goes. And it's going to be, I've been talking to some very influential, supportive, truly great people in the community that I have established trust and relation with, that have given me support and courage to actually be where I am right now. I didn't picture myself here. I really didn't. But it was it was Titanex that put me here. And what I put into it, I want to protect it. I want to preserve it. I want to actually make it grow, not just for me, but for everybody. This is, I don't see Titanex as a one-man show. It's not. This is all of us, and we're all striving for ultimately what it is that we all dreamed of and are dreaming of, and do it in a fair, kind way. That's my way.
Well said, Ted. Fucking love it, man.
Thank you.
That's good. I like seeing people
Ali.
because it's a whole different avenue.
Oh God,
of
yes.
life.
Yeah. I'm learning a lot. Actually, right now, just talking about it, I'm getting a little nervous and a little butterflies.
Yeah.
Just because I've something sparked in me. It just clicked, and I had some influence from some wonderful, wonderful people. Mo, you've been a huge inspiration in many ways. It's just incredible. But there's
just
other
a guy
people
in
in
the
the
corner.
community. No, you're not. No, you're
Yeah,
not.
stay there.
Dude,
Stay there.
you are the fucking lighthouse, dude. You are the lighthouse. When people get lost, go to Mo. I'm telling you, you're gonna be taken care of. This guy is so genuine. His name speaks volumes. I'm not kidding. Truly awesome. But something clicked into me to where it was like, I want to be somebody that can be part of this in a way that can bring betterment to other people in the community. I'm too vested in this to back out now. I'm just too vested. And so it will come to fruition. And I hopefully, with the guidance and the support of these wonderful people in TITANX, that we can make it all that much better.
I
That's my
almost
goal.
have a tear in my eye here.
No, I'm
Dude, I kinda
passionate
had
about what I
one
believe
too.
in. I'm very
Stop.
passionate about what I believe in.
Can't cope anymore.
So I'm sorry if I wear my heart on my sleeve, but you know what? I do. Period.
Wow. Hey guys. That was powerful. I
Thank
love
you.
it. You know, that's the
How do you
best
follow
that's the
that?
best part about the whole thing, man, is man, it's not just about crypto,
It's not.
you know. It's about
No,
so
it's about
much more.
us,
Great.
us.
You know, the working man has a chance to win. Cuz out there in the regular world, like Dave says, we're just born into massive inflation. Like your currency is getting devalued all over the world every single day.
Mhm.
You know, in America, it used to be one guy could support his whole family. Wife didn't have to work. New car in the driveway, new house. Everybody's happy. You know, we're so far from that right now, and that's only happened. I mean, in what 60 years, 70 years, we've gotten to that point. I mean, I have a great career, and like I make good money, but I the kids here that I work with, okay, I call them kids, right? Because I'm older. You know, they're in their 30s, but they have great jobs and they make great money. And guess what? They can't buy a house.
I know.
They can't afford it. And then with the interest and everything else, they cannot afford to buy a house. Like the American dream isn't there for them, and it makes me sad. You know, like what the hell are we doing to our people? And I also agree with Dave on a lot of things. By the way, good to virtually meet you, Dave.
You
One
too,
of
bro.
these, yeah, I really like what you know, the way the passion and the things you talk about. But now I'm losing my train of thought. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's something bigger going on, and 99% of the entire world population has no idea it's going on, right? There's like there's an entirely new financial system that is operating without approval, which pisses a lot of people off, right? So I look at it this way: if the people on the TV tell me to do something, I do the opposite, and then things are good, right? If everybody tells me to go get this, you know, so I don't get this, you know, whatever, I'm not doing that shit. Crypto bad. Okay, let's look at crypto because they've been lying to us forever, you know, about everything, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. And then we get to come here, and you know, it's so funny because I'm like on the Blaze team, like I'm like the most conservative, right? They used to call me the voice of reason, and then I just pissed them off because like it's hard to be responsible and like reasonable in this environment at all, right? Because you got to be like high risk to even be here, okay? To even be here, you're high risk. You're like you're willing to take a shot on something.
Yeah.
And if I'm the voice of reason here, that's scary. I told them that you should all be scared shitless because in the real world, like everybody I know, like I'm high risk, ultra, right? So anyway, you know, I'm really honored to be here. I mean, looking at this is like Hollywood Squares of TITANX right now. Like all the stars are here. This is so awesome. People from all different walks of life. And I'm just like, I'm reflecting right now. I joined that mastermind and holy shit, I had no idea that it was going to end up here. Right. You know, and I share about it all the time. And after this, I'll shut up for a minute. But what you guys got today with Steve and Jake talking about tokenomics, I tell you what, dude, when I joined the mastermind and those two would start going at it and talking about crypto and tokenomics, mind you, this is my first full cycle. So I joined that mastermind because I got wrecked in 21, just like everybody else. I paid my dues. I bought tops. I got wrecked. I joined this mastermind because I knew there was something to it. If I could figure it out, I could probably make some good money here. And I joined that mastermind and those two start going off about tokenomics and holy shit. I literally would have to re-watch the videos and stop and rewind to try to wrap my head around what the hell they were talking about. And now here we are. And these two have done some amazing things. Look at what you guys are fucking doing, man. Awesome. Steve, shout out, bro. Good job, man. You accomplished something that most people in crypto will never, ever accomplish. You hit #1 on Ethereum. You're not even done minting. The fuck is happening?
It's the hot sauce. It's the hot sauce, man. It's the hot sauce.
Dude, I made 20 grand last night. That's never happened in my entire life. What the hell happened? Amazing, bro. I thought, okay, I'll DCA in 10 days. First day, I was like, chiz. First day, I was like, you know what? That plan's out the fucking window. So that day, I did 4 different buys on that day, 4 different entries on day 1. And then I chilled for 2 and 3, and then I was like, man, this thing's gonna fucking go. So I went hard on 4. And then after that, like it's running away from me now. Like I don't even know if I want to put any more in or do I need to, because this thing is just fucking going for it. And the supply, there's no inflation. You're not going to be able to get your hand on this coin. It's all there. So
yeah, coins go up and coins go down. So I'm going to pass the thanks to the contract. Thank you to the contract. Yeah.
You know, there was a 40 grand sell a minute ago in Vault, and it just got eaten up like Doritos, dude. I mean,
Doritos.
No problem. I mean, it's still a little red, but I mean, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $2,000 buys, boom, 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 right after that, dude. So,
yeah,
still #1.
Yeah, so I'm the same, like with you guys, just participating, watching. I press the button, but it's the contract and the contract goes up, and the buyers and sellers. So, you know,
it's hard, right? Being a founder, you're like, hey, it's the code. You're not working with me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's it like for you guys as founders? Like, do you step away for like 6-7 hours and then come back and look at the chart and be like, holy fuck, what is going on?
But I think one of the funny things is I very often forget I created Titanex. I'm just like so part of the community. I'm on Twitter all the time, and then like, oh yeah, fuck, I remember I created this thing. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. After a while, it just becomes part of you, you know? It's like a second thought. You have to like think back on like, wait, what the hell? I'm the reason this is here. It's interesting.
I mean, is that a mind fucking in and of itself?
I'm the reason this is here. That's a pretty cool thing to say, man.
Well, I mean, it is. I don't really take credit for anything that's happening except for the Titanex code. Everything else is just you guys, man. It's the builders that make Titanex what it is. Like seriously, it will be okay.
You, the builders, and the community, and the streamers, and just the whole ecosystem of people, you know, that have joined in. It's just really been a special thing to watch for the last. And for charts, I would say I don't look at charts on. It just depends on the token, right? The different type of token. So that's, you know, if it's a staking, I don't look at it. You know, if you're looking to make money or sell in or sell out, probably looking at it a little more. But that's just me alone. Drive you nuts, 24/7 market. I mean, good God, I'll wake up at 4 in the morning and I just be like, I want to look at this, and I just don't look at it because you won't come out of sleep. You know, you just can't. I can't do it. I have to make myself just not look at anything in the middle of the night if I wake up.
Yeah, that's a real thing. Waking up in the middle of the night, don't look at charts, because when you start looking, suck back in again. You've been there for maybe 20 hours all day, and you get a couple of hours sleep, and you wake up, an eyeball opens, grab the phone, grab the phone, check it. Oh, what did I do that for?
And then it leads you to a telegram, and you're like,
yeah, there's 400 comments. I better go check them out. Oh shit!
An hour and 45 minutes later, you're like, I got to get back to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so building has been a great experience. You know, when you get into anything, you know, like you can tell all these people on the screen it takes obsession. You got to be obsessed for something. You want to spend every waking minute looking at it, breathing it, living it, learning it, you know, and just sucking it all in. And building's just a natural progression. You're doing all this stuff anyway, you know, so you can actually start to add value, make yourself more money, you know, and this is a couple of bonus to come from. But when you're 24/7, because you're in crypto and you love it, you're 24/7 anyway. So starting to build, yes, it brings extra stresses. You know, there's nothing worse than, you know, waking up and seeing your chart going down. You get used to it after a while, because you want to, you know, we all build these things to help ourselves and other people. You can tell most of the people in the ecosystem that are builders are out front and center because they want to help create and build a community, build wealth for other people. So it's tough whenever your coin's going down. You've got to really, you're taking those hits, you're taking the slugs, you know, when you're getting abuse in Telegram groups, and you take all that stuff with a pinch of salt, and you just got to ignore it, you know, plow on with a positive. Shout out to again Jake for Jake being able to ignore, you know, FUD and crap, people talking crap, because that's a massive part of being a founder, is just, you know, not letting any of the negativity take any effect on what you're doing. You got to stay true to what you're trying to do. There's going to be massive ups, there's going to be massive downs, but as a builder, you know, you just really, you know, we're all participants in our own coins, which is a big thing. It's not just, yeah, I minted this coin, I've got half the supply, my life is fucking easy. It's not like that for us. We got to build, we got to work, we got to, you know, you got to slog day after day. And I would not change any of it. I'm hungry for it, and I'm fucking loving it.
Here.
I wanted to also give a shout out, you know, for Element 280. So, I mean, I'm immersed, right, in Titanex and have been for a long time. And yeah, it's an obsession. Yeah, this has become my life. This and that damning infernal bull. Creating fucking bull images is now like my job. And that bull is so memeable. That bull is so badass. But anyway, 280, man, some things just hit you, right? Element 280 really hit me because it's such an easy onboarding tool as far as managing portfolios for friends and family. Because this thing's going to touch everything that's launched in this ecosystem. I don't have portfolios of coins to manage for friends and family anymore. I got a couple NFTs. That's it. It's so simple. It's so convenient. And I was like, man, I really like that, you know, because I got to zoom out and take a no coiner view every once in a while and think, well, how can we get them in there, and how can we make this easy for them? And I'm still researching Element 280 and watching the videos and everything like that. But man, and it helps every single token in this ecosystem that it touches. It's helping everybody, and it's helping the users to get on, you know, to onboard easier. So I'm really liking that so far.
Doesn't Titan Legends? I thought I saw a post. There's a Apprentice Dragon X NFT up for grabs in a giveaway. That's huge. I mean, that's just the apprentice NFT. And I think, what is that? Is it 88 million or 888 million or something like that? Just
8.8 million for the apprentice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just the apprentice NFT. And
but that's
right now, that's a giveaway they got going on right now.
I'll bet you that's what is 8.8 million Dragon X right now. Let's find out. I always go to Titanex, and then I go to the buy Titanex, and then
Yeah.
I calculate.
Oh, you're on it.
A California cup of coffee.
Just quickly, everyone, I've got a bounce here, but before I bounce, I just wanted to mention that there was somebody in the chat asking about more stuff getting built to Burn Inferno. Obviously, there's been a lot of mentions of aliens coming to the ecosystem. There's actually, I was so busy today, I didn't even realize, but there's a Telegram group that's been dropped for Alien X. There's been a lot of talk of what the hell it is. There's still no information out there on it yet, but there is a Telegram group where the alpha will get dropped. It's t.me/Alien X built on Titanex. So yeah, I just wanted to share that quickly before I leave. And great job today, Steve. Absolutely amazing to see you hit #1 on Ethereum. And yeah, keep up the good work, everybody. Have a nice rest of your weekend, and I'll see everybody at the spaces tomorrow.
Take care, Ali.
Later, Ali, man.
See ya.
Hey, earlier when you guys were doing this, I was listening to the stream, and I had to go to the pharmacy. I just kept it on the phone, on speakerphone, and I'm in the middle of the pharmacy, and all of a sudden Ali jumped on. The entire line turned around and looked at me, and I'm like, yeah.
I
love his I love his energy. It's so infectious. If I could have Ali as my wake up call every day, I will not start a day in a bad way.
Ali's accent and his attitude and his positivity all combined. If I'm listening to a stream and Ali's speaking, like friends or family will walk in the room, they'll be like, "Who is that?" And I'll be like, "Oh, it's so and so," because of course they don't know where I'm at, right? The general public does not know who I am and like where I'm at. Like I have gone so far down the rabbit hole. But anyway, they're like, I could listen to him talk all day. Just love listening to him talk.
It puts a smile on my face, like his energy all the time. Like, I don't know if you guys have like that one happy song that just like you always listen to, no matter what bad mood you're in, that puts you in a good mood. I feel like Ali's my equivalent of a happy song. Like, seriously, if I can just hear that every day, start the day, that sets my tone on the energy.
You can. On the weekly blaze, the replay in the morning, clipping.
I just silenced everybody with my man crush.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so while I'm over here talking about cool stuff, I'm gonna come up here and show some Inferno. You know what I mean? I tell you what, I just want to say thank you to everybody that dumped during that pullback. All I did was hold and picked up a little more, and I was able to move up the rankings by 4 good positions. So to me, that's a big deal. And if we can hit 4 zeros and a 2, I'll do a face reveal. You'll be very disappointed because I have a face for radio. But at that point, if we hit that number, then I don't have to fucking worry about my career anymore. So we hit a 4 zeros and a 2, boom, I'm there.
Make Utah retire.
That's a 15x. 15x.
Totally reasonable. Like literally, a 15x is a reasonable. I mean, really, actually, a low reasonable number, in my opinion.
Build on.
Well, to be fair,
right?
Exactly. I think people are sleeping on Inferno. I've always liked Inferno.
I love Inferno, man. That bull has become my life.
That chart it's like going up an escalator that never ended until obviously reasons why, and it'll be built and burn again. People sell, and that's a free market. But it's a pretty amazing chart for just incredible, really.
The first 9 on the weekly chart, the first 9 weeks of Inferno look like the first 5 minutes on a typical meme coin, but it's 9 weeks. It's literally the most beautiful parabolic curve I've ever seen on a weekly chart. I've never ever seen that.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. We're like, is this gonna end? It's gonna go up, and yeah.
So the verse was doing a little bit of like TA on it, and he was doing like the Wyckoff on it, and he's like, so yeah, we're gonna get a retracement right here, and then it's gonna do its second leg up, which is usually the biggest move, you know, when it starts doing that. And I'm like, it wasn't there yet, right? Like that pullback wasn't there yet, and I was like, shit, that'd be a healthy pullback. I haven't seen it yet. And then next thing you know, I shit you not, it was like 3 or 4 days later, bam, 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 bam. Everybody started dumping, you know, and I was like, okay. So I bought all the way down. I bought the bottom 3 times on that retracement because I thought I was buying the bottom, but I didn't give a shit. I just kept buying, and then I just hold. That's how I do it. I just accumulate tokens and hold. That's all I do. And for me, it's the simplest, it's the easiest. And at this point in the market, I'm afraid to sell anything and try to buy back in lower. You start playing that game, that doormat close on you. I'm not here to play that game.
This is the funny thing because I've seen. So I like looking at the sellers on Titanex because obviously I don't have anything better to do with my life. So I've seen a lot of sellers. They end up buying back 3x higher. A high percentage of them. Because they're like, oh, fuck this thing. Oh, fuck, I'm missing it. I'm back in. And it's like, it's not small amounts. Like, it's like 6 figures, multiple 6 figures, and then they always end up buying higher. It's like, if you're planning to hold it anyway, what the fuck are you doing selling it? I don't understand. Like, just chill. Chill. Just read the
Weak
data.
conviction. Let us hands, man. Some people just don't have that conviction.
Seriously.
It's that instant gratification that they're chasing in a sense. But I mean, the very first in the white paper of TITANX, I mean, on the very first, the fundamentals, it's also the cherry on top. Titan is the core leverage play with value of ETH to create the miners. People use ETH plus time. That's it. I mean, if you're going to buy into it, just go through it. And all those people that scenario that they just went through, I mean, it's clearly written, and it's not wrong. It hasn't proved it. Nothing can convince me that what's written here is shady stuff. No, just hold on to it. Don't play the game.
That's how people should play every cycle. Like the people that always do the best in crypto are the people that buy during bottoms, sell during tops. And I mean macro tops, like years. You just buy the bottom and you chill. And then when you need money for life, you sell a little bit. You don't dump your entire fucking bag like a retard. I've never understood that. It's like, oh, I need $2,000 to go repair my car. Let me dump my $100,000 bag. It's like, how? How did you come to that conclusion? And then they just buy back. It's like when you sell, you don't have to sell everything. You can just like trim off a little bit, put some single side liquidity position, earn a little bit of fees along the way. You don't have to nuke the chart. Because the thing also, like, I've seen a lot of these like big Titanex sellers. They sell down Titanex like their life depends on it, but then they don't realize they build on Titanex tokens. So you're slaughtering yourself on the way down. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Single side liquidity, chill. There's time. We haven't even started the bull market yet. Yeah, it's crazy.
And so my son just turned 18, right? And he's my youngest. And his birthday was 9/28, the day Volt launched. And so if you think I'm not getting into that, you know what I mean? You're crazy, because now I'm checking out the numerology and all that other stuff too. But also, you know, in the 28th, Jake said is, you know, wealth. So that's crazy. I need to, you know, that's pretty
interesting. He was born on the 28th?
Yeah, he was born on 9/28.
Oh, that's nice. That's good.
I was hoping you were going to launch TITANX on that date, but it ended up being 10/28. But anyway, so I was thinking about that too with those Element 280 NFTs that give you exposure to everything. So I'm going to buy him 3, right? I got him a laptop. Dad's giving him a crypto starter pack. We got the hardware wallet. He's coming over tomorrow. We're setting it all up so I can teach him how to do it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell him, okay, you can only sell one of these NFTs this cycle. And then you got to wait. And if we continue the 4-year cycle, he can sell one more. And if we continue the 4-year cycle, he can sell the other one. If not, then we'll have to play it a little differently. But man, the people that made the most money in crypto are the people that forgot they fucking had it. The people that forgot they had Bitcoin and never had the opportunity to sell it are fucking millionaires or billionaires. Same with Ethereum. People that forgot they had it, you know what I mean? They weren't playing any cycles. They didn't know shit. They just forgot they even had it. And next thing you know, bam. So
yep. Jake, my son's birthday is 8/28.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do we have
What
one
year?
for every month now?
What year?
2001.
Is it 8/28? Right, yeah, that date is good. I like it.
Thank you.
The second coming.
Yep. He's also a 3. He's also a 3 in that date numerology, so he should be a great communicator. He's an amazing communicator. Yeah, surprise.
Yeah. He definitely is very good at that.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Like GG33 does a lot of like personality reading. So he tells people, don't tell me anything about yourself. Don't talk to me. I don't want to read anything about you. Just tell me your birthday. And then he starts describing people to himself, and it's extremely accurate.
Wow.
Yeah, so numerology is a big way to read. Like I've done a crap ton of personality types, and I do it on everybody. One is numerology, so your life path, and your date numerology, which is like adding everything together. Then the second one is 12 personalities, so like I'm an ENFJ. Then Enneagram, and there's another one that like tests people for like psychotic traits. What was that one again? Dark Triad. If you ever want to work with anybody in business, get them to do a Dark Triad test. And if they're high on psychopathy, run away as far as you possibly can. Like personality tests are massive.
That's cool though. So is that when you do the analyze people's birth dates and whatever, are you using gematria or just basic numerology?
So for example, 8, if I understood it correctly, 8/28, so the 28th of the 8th month, and then 2001. So you add the days of the month together, that becomes one number. So 2 + 8 is 10, 1 + 0 is 1. So that's 1. Then you have the 8th month, which is just 8. And then you have 2001, which is 2 + 1 is 3. So you do 1 + 8 + 3, which is 12, 1 + 2, which is 3. So he has a 3 like date numerology, and then a 28 day, which is great. And then the 8th month is like the cherry on top.
Cool.
All right.
I was just
All
wondering.
right.
We're all
let 'em
making
know.
the same face.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, there's stuff that falls in line with all that.
we're all over here writing this down. Okay,
I
what
know.
is this? I know Ted was. I was doing the same.
We're like, is ours good? Is it bad? Do we want to know?
You're thinking, yeah, Mo, toss yours out there. Let Jake tell you.
Okay. January 15th.
I didn't realize you were talking to me. January 15th. So 15 is 6.
1959.
Oh, it's a doxing yourself, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're
So
doing
January.
We're doing a
15th,
reading
what's that?
right now. Here we go. That's me.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're the 6. So 6 are 6 is the number of home and family. So you thrive in communities. You thrive around other people. You love home. Like you spend a lot of time home, and you love family. So like 6 is the number of home and family and community. That seems you perfectly, dude.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
All right.
Wow. What about 18?
18 is 9. 9 is extremely adaptable. That's like the adaptability number.
7
Which
3.
I'm very adaptable. I can adapt to any culture. I lived in loads of culture.
Nice.
Yeah,
See?
you're crazy into traveling. That's funny.
Kind of traveling, but kind of just staying in one place for a while, but in a different culture. Kind of
They're like
traveling.
experiencing different. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Somebody said 70, 73 or whatever. You don't have to say
Seven-
your birth date, like year, just the day you
Uh,
were born.
3.
3.
Day I
Yeah,
was
so
born
greater
was 3.
communication.
So, 7,
1.
3.
Who's 1?
Justin,
Me.
check your DM. Check your DM. Justin.
Wait, who is 1? Is it Utah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 1 is a number of masculinity and leadership.
Cool.
Dave, what's your birth date? Just date.
Yeah, we have to go through all of them now.
Just date, not month, just the day of the month.
Is anyone going to say
like
4?
the number 14th or 18th or whatever?
25th.
25th. So you're a 7. So 7 is. Fuck, what is 7 again? So 7 is a form of lucky number. So 7 is interesting. So 777 is an unlucky number, which is why casinos use it all around the world. They psyoped everybody into thinking 777 is a lucky number, but it's actually the unlucky number, which is why they promote it everywhere in casinos. So I need to look deeper into 7 again. I think 7 is. Yeah, I need to look deeper into that one.
It's also
I learned all this stuff from GG33.
It's a number of completion, but not in the numerology thing, right? 7 is like 7 days to create the world, and stuff like that, and scriptures and stuff like that. But it's different when it's related to what Jake's talking about, totally, So, yeah, it's like it's so weird. Jake, 210, 1980. Hit me. I'm curious.
Okay, so I just did 7 based on GG33. So 7 is the number of the intellect. You like spending time alone.
Oh, you're doing crypto awesome.
Which I think is true.
I have a
Yeah,
homestead. I live in the middle of the woods. I started cutting down trees and lived in a tent for 6 months to build my house.
Yeah.
Last year.
Loner at heart. Very intellectual. Stephen Hawking was also a 7. 7 is also the number of the genius, which is good stuff. And then what was you, Rain Man?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry I broke in on Dave. I was.
Oh no,
Dave, my bad. All right, so 2/10/1980, February 10th, 1980.
February 10th, so the 10th. So the 1 is a number of masculinity and leadership, which makes sense because you run a company. And then, what was the year?
1980. February 10th.
Yeah, the 3. It's also communication. So
I'm
yeah,
79. You're a little older. Or I'm a little older. Wait, I don't know how that works. Yeah, I'm a little older.
A little. I know when you said that earlier how old you were. I was like, yeah, that's how old I am. I just wanted to see if it's anything about water with Aquarius, because I love the ocean and I love diving, and that's like I am at peace in the water. And I was just curious if it had anything to do with the numerology of that. I love the woods and the mountains and everything too, and I just love nature in general. But
that's different. That's astrology. So there's
Sure,
multiple ways to read your personality. Yeah, personality type reports like Myers-Briggs, Dark Triad. This is one with H. I don't remember the name.
just don't tell me I'm a Dark Triad.
No, you have to do the test. And then numerology is one. Astrology is one. And then you can go very in depth on that shit. But like if somebody wants to do like the basic one, it's 12personalitytypes.com. I remember that was like the first real personality test I did. And it's not even the best one, but I did it. And it's like I took my brain, put it on a piece of paper, and I read it back to me. Like that's how accurate it was. I was like, what the fuck? This is insane.
I wonder if that's where the triad gangs came from the dark symbol, because it's pretty serious. The triads is gangs on the coast and stuff in America, Chinese gangs, and they do a lot of really, really, really bad shit. So I just wondering maybe that's related to their name.
So the thing that the Dark Triad test for is Machiavellism, narcissism, and psychopathy. And the cool thing about these tests is you can give them to anybody, and it's not like you can't really answer the answers wrong. Like that's like the secret of these tests. It's not like you can just act like a good person on these tests. Usually, which is why they work so well, because everybody just kind of answers honestly. Which is why you have to ask it in like a non-abrasive way. Just like, hey, can you fill this in? I'm kind of curious. And then you're like, okay. Bye-bye.
Chiz, how about you, man?
Yeah, man. I'm dying to hear about Chiz.
18.
Yeah, that's the number of adaptability. So 9.
And
Same as
Pisces too, man. I'm just like I'm like water, you know, sort of like flowing, you know. So
And
yeah.
my birthday is 6. That's home, community, family, which is definitely true. Like I barely leave my home, and my family, and then community. I fucking love community, so it all makes sense, you know.
Yeah, it's part of my it's part of my signature on a lot of my tweets. I use a a fish dragon, and a crab. It's part of my signature on a lot of my tweets. It's, the fish is because I absolutely love fly fishing. I build my own rods, tie my own flies. I love the outdoors. The dragon, no word spoken there. We know what that's for. Uh, Titanex, and then crab is because of my birth month. I'm a Cancer. So
Nice. Another important one is Chinese zodiac. Your Chinese zodiac sign.
I've used that every once in a while, and usually when I throw that in, it's just to spice it up a little bit. And if people pay attention, they see that there's something more to my tweet than just meets the eye.
Everybody's going deep today.
I think people's names are so important in life too, right? What's your name and the meaning of your name, and that goes way back. You know, to what you could be named it's very powerful. What your name is chosen to be. It's not your choice, right? Unless you change it.
Right.
But that's a really interesting thing. I love astrology. I love numerology. I don't believe in them per se, like believe is like a religion base, but math is everywhere in nature, from your apple tree to, the stars in the sky. And so that's undeniable. But it's incredibly fascinating, especially with water and Aquarius for me. It's just insane almost.
It's been my whole career for almost 35 years is protecting water and its resources. I mean, I'm super passionate about the environment.
It's amazing that
you can go in depth with this stuff. So, like Chinese zodiac, for example, like GT33 was the one that really got me onto this. There's a great app. It's called Q. It's CUE, and you can look up the founding years of the countries that you live in and the cities that you live in, and the founding years of the city kind of created under a certain zodiac energy. So you never ever want to live in the city or the country that is an enemy year to yours, because that's when batshit crazy stuff happens. It's the opposite of a miracle. But then when you live in a friendly, like a friendly sign or your sign, you thrive. So there's a lot. The founding year of the car you thrive. The founding year of the city you live in, the country you live in. Like, you can go in depth with this stuff. Like, seriously. If you want to break the matrix, the only way to break it is to go inside of it and just fucking optimize the living shit while you're inside of it.
Yeah. On that theme, so part of the reason why I was really into Titanex, in addition to like the white paper, when I read the white paper, it took me. I'm dyslexic, right? And so it takes me time to absorb numbers and words, but I'm pretty good at reading now. And I'm, but it was painful to read that white paper. But it was really good. It forced me to like go deep. And then when Jake started like putting out the dragon, I was like, what the fuck, man? I mean, it's like, what's this with the dragon? But I'm a Shaolin practitioner. I've been practicing Shaolin Kung Fu for over 25 years, right? Yeah. And I have a dragon practice, and in Shaolin, there's like lots of different animal practices. It's a Chinese, and it's regional, and my teachers came from the north of China, and there was a oral tradition. It's a 5-animal practice. Okay, there's snake, right? There's tiger. There's leopard. There's crane, which is the killer. Crane in my practice is the killer, right? Crane beak is the killer. And then there's dragon, right? And dragon practice in Shaolin is it's very rare. It's very rare for a dragon to be part of a practice that you're given. So when my teacher, who's a guy who's anyway, when my teacher gave me my practice, he said, "Look, you're going to do a dragon practice." I was like, "All right, what does that mean?" He was like, and so he gave me this practice, and I've been doing this for 25 years, right? It's a dragon practice. It's a very intense practice, and it's internal. And what you learn is that the dragon is the archetype, is the archetypal energy for metamorphosis. Like it's not real. It's like this imaginary being, right? I mean, there's lots of different dragons in the world. There's Komodo dragons. There's real dragons, but in the Chinese archetypal, it's an archetype, right? That and my teacher told me anything will grow out of the dragon. Anything. The dragon creates this unlimited opportunity, which is why I loved it, because I love freedom. And so I do this to be free. And so the thing is that so I've been doing this practice. I was doing this practice, and he would put me to work for like 3 months doing one thing. He'd have me. I used to live in New York City. He'd have me standing in the Hudson River up to my neck, right, doing long sword practice, and people would be like, "What the fuck?" Right? But the point is that one day I went to him, and he used to put me through my things. And he said, "Oh, you've got a monkey growing out of your dragon." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah." And so so the dragon is powerful archetype. And then the beauty of TITANX is you chose this year, right? And the Chinese system, it's not on the Roman system. It's not on the same calendar. And so what we're heading towards, we're in this dragon year, but we're in basically, I think it's in February. Oh, no, it's in January. It transitions Chinese zodiac to the year of the snake, right? So it's really cool. So for me, that's amazing, because in my practice, I've got the dragon, which every day I do this dragon practice, and every day I do a snake practice, right? And it's very, very powerful archetypically. And so for me, that's why I started carving around. I mean, I don't ever carve for other people. Never. It's very private. I did it to like rehabilitate my soul, you know? I did it to like get strong. I don't share this, but it was you, Jake, that said, "Oh, I want a community where actually people show up with different talents and different skills, and I want a mixed bag of people." I was like, "All right, cool. I'm going to start carving and frickin' get into the archetypal thing." And honestly, it's been crazy abundant for me. I just like do my thing, I carve, and I've been stacking in all these projects. Like that's my thing. Like you guys are all building. Mo, you put so much energy out into the world, like with what you're doing. And then like, I mean, I watch what you're doing, Ted, but the builders are building. It's like 24/7. You know what I'm doing? I'm like chilling, you know, watching you all, doing my practice, doing my work, taking it, but stacking. And what I love about it is in this community, like I can be me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what I say or do, as long as I'm respectful towards other people and I'm not putting shit out about other people. I'm free to be who I am, right? And so that's what I love about this community and this opportunity. And for me, it's been so great because I get to carve wood, what I love to do privately. I get to carve wood. I get to do my dragon practice, and I get to stack crypto, which I love to do too. It's like brought together. And so that's why for me, I'm just like, I'm all in because of that, because it gave me a place to go all in, right? And that doesn't mean I'm all in. I mean, I'm diversified within this portfolio. I mean, within this ecosystem, but I'm all in. Why? Because why not? There's no other opportunity in crypto anywhere that's anywhere close to this. Not even close. So anyway, yeah, just wanted to say that.
Nice.
Hey, I wanted to jump in there because I had this idea the other day. You know, we have like all these awesome people in the community and that. And I'm like, you know what? When I hit it and I hit that mark and I know I have enough money to do this, I want to go visit all you guys, like all these people, right? So like, and what I was thinking was like, I want to go carve with Chiz, and then like Chiz would teach me how to carve and like spend
Hell
the day
yeah.
together and like
Yeah.
carving with Chiz. And then I would go and like say coffee with Mo. So then I'll fly out there, hang out with Mo. We get some coffee and like just video all of it, you know? And then you could go like, you know, on the set with Dave, you know, and go do that, you know, and just go see all these different people, you know, all over the world and just do it just to meet the people, man, and like bring everything full circle, you know. And for me, that would be like fulfilling, you know, go shoot with Justin because you know we're shooting. So and just go check some
Hey,
stuff out.
I spent time in Texas. I want to shoot.
Okay,
You have no
fine.
idea what we'd be shooting, brother. I'll tell you that much. So,
All
yeah.
right.
But I mean, I love Titanex too. Utah, just for your saying, because we got community members on here, streamers on here, builders on here, Jake, the founder of everything on here, and this is the metaverse in a way, like the beginning of it. I mean, love it or hate it, this is it. This is what, and there's no real definition of it. There's many things people call it many different things, but I think it's just the encroachment of technology and immersion of technology into our lives around us, and that's what's happening slowly, and that's actually happening faster because of AI. But it's cool though, and we're using it in a way that's productive right now. We're not sitting and staring at the wall, with an Oculus headset on in a virtual reality. This is a real reality, and I think it's awesome that we can come together on a Saturday and talk about things that could potentially bring value to our lives in wealth and in relationships, and to hear everybody's stories and just how it's really fucking awesome. I love it.
This is proof of community. This is the proof of community work that we're doing here, which is what I think Mike Dean coined that. But that's what this is. There's so much innovation in the Titanex ecosystem that right now, like literally, there's no other ecosystem that can touch this. Proof of community, MemeFi, hyper deflation, fair launch, locked LPs, like as an ethos, paired with the same coin, like Jake wanted, to where everything lifts all boats. Like there's nothing like this, like ever, anywhere. This is revolutionary, and it's revolutionary on many levels, actually. But proof of community, man, I love proof of community.
Yeah, it's a radical idea. I started asking myself, because I'm like, why am I in crypto? Right? Why? For me, it's not money, it's freedom. But it goes together. And so for me, it's like the freedom to transact and to do my thing is important. I'm like, don't fucking take that shit away from me. Okay? Don't take it away. I'm going to do it no matter what. And if I can't do it where I am, I'm going to move, because I'm going to find freedom, because that's me. I'm like, that's me. And so the thing is that, but the money thing is also motivating, because I wouldn't be in crypto just for freedom. I'm in it for money, right? And so I want to grow my stack. I want to grow freedom with money. Money's just it's energy. And so I started to ask myself, would I be as interested in Titanex if I couldn't make money? I started to ask myself this. And I realized, I was like, fuck yeah, I would. Why? Because it gives me my brain a way to, to translate what I'm already thinking about into protocols, into smart contracts. Like, I like the experience of having the freedom to interact with Vault, for example. I like that I can do this. I like that I can go mine. Now, if I couldn't make money, I'd find some other good thing to get out of it, just because I like the process. So I love the fact that money's involved, but for me, it's like money's just like sort of energy. It's sort of, it comes and it goes, and flow is really important. can't hold on too much. You know, you got to let it flow. So
a currency is like a current. It's actually like a river. It's meant to flow, you know, and that's really where all currency is a current. If we lock up a flow, it creates a stagnant pond. You know, a stagnant pond actually can't move a mountain or a tree or a rock, but a river, you open that flow up and you create a current that flows through you. Bro, we can move mountains literally.
dude,
and rocks and trees.
I love that. And I love the fact that you are growing food too, right, Dave? You're like
I'm a permaculture designer. I create food forests where
yeah, exactly. So food forests. And that's why West Virginia is so cool. West Virginia, I mean, that place that you're imagining, it's already happened. It's only a matter of time before it does.
You're
I
right.
know.
It's already
I
happened.
know. I can feel it. I know. And the thing is that, I mean, there's so, like, West Virginia, like the thing about America that people don't realize is how big it is and how empty so much of it is, and how much rust belt of like deterioration of like everything there is also. And it's depressing, but it's also a huge opportunity. That's why West Virginia, that I love that idea. That's hot. That's really great. You know, so I
31% film tax incentive. There's job creation incentives. There's other kind of incentives that can, like, as you benefit. See, we have everything. I do personally has to benefit others. In fact, when you look at the most successful people, like for instance, let's just talk about Jeff Bezos. He literally created something that benefits every single person on the planet. And what happened? Boom, it blew up, right? So, I mean, I would rather order from Amazon than go to the store personally. And I think a lot of people are like that. And it's like he just benefited. How many people can you benefit with your idea? That is equally correlated to how successful it will be. The more people you can benefit with what you do, the more successful you will be.
Yeah, which is really one of my questions around Titanex. You know, when we think about our community of, let's say, 16,000 or however many thousand users, like, and I've seen this, like, even in my world with my friends and family, I would say half of them are in crypto anyway, but not one of them can wrap their heads around Titanex. Not one of them.
True.
I'm like, I'm blown away by it. I'm like, guys, this is simple. But it's not. It's simple for me because I've been studying this. I've been like every freaking day been studying and meditating, and so it does make me wonder, and that's why I also like Element 280 and other projects that make it simple for people to get in, because in some ways you've got to already be on chain. You already have to have Ethereum. And so it's not really marketing to like normies. It's really marketing to crypto natives and making it very, very simple, which is why Bolt is so powerful, because not only is it so simple, I need Titanex and I get in the auction or I buy it. It's so freaking simple. And at least currently it just goes up, right? But the point is that I do think we have to make it simple for people, because most of us are not like me who want to study and learn, and most people just want a quick fix. And so I do think that in our community, in order to grow exponentially, like the next 10x in the community, we're going to have to shift something from the complexity that we now know to the simplicity, so that the simplicity sticks. Because and that's, I think, where I think it'll just happen. It's already happening. But I do think that the complexity of the ecosystem and the math behind it is part of the beauty of it, but it also is part of the reason why, you know, the community doesn't grow exponentially so easily. It needs something to free itself up to grow, I think, as it's organically meant to grow. And I think simplicity is the answer, at least in my opinion. So
I totally agree with that, Chiz. Totally. I mean, that's spot on. I mean, and that's just going to make adoption that much more successful, is having that capability to, move something or promote something in a way that is fair and honest, and just getting them in the door. That's
Yeah,
very,
and
very much the key.
if I don't know anything, why do I want TITANX? Why? I know why now. But if I don't know anything, well, it's a leverage play on Ethereum. And it's easy. If I've got Ethereum, I can get TITANX. It's so simple, right? It's like so simple. And then if I want something else, well, I have to pair with DragonX, right? And now I love that Volt is I love, Steve, what you're doing with all the pairing, because immediately I saw all these opportunities. Like I was thinking, okay, Volt and TITANX. And then you said, no, there's actually, a DragonX pair here too. And I'm like, oh, cool. Because I like those pairs. So anyway, I just think that for me, I've realized, because I'm managing, portfolio for like 10 other people, because people can't really get the complexity of what we're doing. And I wanted them to get in and they couldn't in a safe way. So
I have a question. The people that have a hard time onboarding, are they on chain?
Yeah. And they're in tons of shit coins. And so the thing, this is it. Even my brother, I looked at his portfolio. I've been telling him about TITANX since last September. And then he started seeing, once he saw TITANX 600% up on Ethereum, he was like, bro, what's going on? I'm like, duh. I was like, I've been telling you this. But the thing is that he's on chain. They're all on chain, but it's a mental leap to go like against the grain of meme coins are how you make money, or AI is how you make. It's basically the mantra of the VC world that basically convinces everybody that you make money in crypto through meme coins and through AI projects. I'm like, no, you get dumped on, And even my brother, who's freaking been in Bitcoin since 2013, doesn't get it. And so the point is that, so he gets it when he's looking at the charts, because he's a chart guy. And I was like, Tom, look at the DragonX chart, man. It's beautiful. Look at the hyper chart. It's beautiful. Look at I'm like, look at all these charts. They're beautiful. And so once people tune in, he's like, well, what do? I was like, you've only got one choice. How much TITANX do you buy? That's it. And he was like, all right, I'm just going to go all in. I was like, bingo. Right. Exactly. And so, but it takes that kind of one-on-one to help people to get over the sort of the mindset of memes. I make money on memes. And people don't realize how few people actually make money on memes, right? And they don't realize how many people actually make money. What AI projects are there that are fundamentally sound and are going to make me money in this cycle? Zero, not one. So anyway, I think that's the obstacle for on-chain people, is to make it so simple and so obvious. It's like the obvious choice. So,
question: do you think it's the disinflation that they just don't get, the hyperdeflation? Because I heard on one stream that someone was talking about that maybe it's the fact that unless you're kind of good with math and numbers, you haven't ever actually seen hyperdeflation exist in the world. Maybe it's just so hard that they can't wrap their heads around it. I don't know.
I don't think it's that, because I think my brother is a good example. I think he's like probably 300,000 others in crypto who are crypto natives, who are looking for hyper deflationary projects and have gotten marketed hype, and they don't exist. I'm like, dude, where's the hyper deflation AI projects? There are none. It was like, oh yeah, over on base, there's this circle thing. And I'd look at it, there's no liquidity, there's no community, there's no nothing. And so I think that the hyper deflation theme is out there. People know what hyperdeflation is. I think they know what it is. I don't think yet it's gotten through, but it's getting through. This is the power of
getting through is looking at Volt's chart. Volt is
exactly
accelerated hyperdeflation right now. Hyperdeflation, green candle marketing is what you're talking about. In fact, when people who are natives and they look at charts, see the charts in TITANX, this is the best marketing. It's green candle marketing. That's when they're like, oh wait, hold on, what am I missing out on here? Did I already miss it? Because when you look at the Dragon X chart for normal people, they're like, oh man, I already missed it. It's like, well, you didn't miss it. It's the very beginning of this, actually, with a huge catalyst coming and multiple huge catalysts coming. So yeah, it's hyperdeflation is the massive innovation beyond, in addition to everything else we have, the fair, the locked LPs. Like, this is a rug resistant environment in one sense. It's not necessarily rug proof, but it's rug resistant. Because whales, if they want to get in, nobody gets free tokens. Everybody's got to buy in. Everybody's got to buy in. And if a whale wants to buy in, they got to buy all the way. They got to buy in. If they want to dump, they already bought in. But nobody's getting free tokens here. This is very different. But hyperdeflation, for me, that's what gets people. In fact, I've already converted 2 people, and I brought my mom in. My mom has a green circle now. But I'm like, I wasn't comfortable doing it during the dark days of TITANX yet. I'm like, I'm gonna play this out. But then when I was like, yeah, I'm like, Mom, you have to give me your $8,500 in XRP right now, and I'm gonna put it into a hyper miner. And then it's like, you just trust me with it. But it's not too much money. I'm not like asking her to leverage her house and do any of that. It's like, let's just allow people to dip their toe in the water and get the taste of some green candles. And then here's the cool thing, dude. Buy and burn. Think about this. Every single one of us, I guarantee, have been forged through the fire. Every single one of us have made bad decisions in different cycles. We've been wrecked. We've done this. We've lost money. We've whatever. For me, I didn't learn the macro cycles. In fact, Jake, you were the one on some of your early streams that I watched that showed me the 4-year cycles. I can clearly see the macro cycles now. And now that I can see them, I won't get caught like before when I did get wrecked. But I didn't get out when I got wrecked, which is other people would get out when they get wrecked. The fact that I didn't allowed me to kind of rebuild during the beginning of this bull market last year. But yeah, so we've been forged through the fire and we didn't quit. And that's the reason we kept going and we innovated through that forging. When you look at a sword that's forged, it's forged by heating it up. You heat it up and then it gets red and then you pound it and then you fold it and you put it back in there and you heat it up again and you pound it and then it becomes the strongest sword with the sharpest edge that will never dull. Like when you actually forge yourself through the fire and go through this, like we have done, I believe, most of us probably on this stream and many of you watching, then we are strong and we are sharp. And when we have a really great team helping us fight together as a unit, impenetrable unit, we are way stronger. So we can't quit when things get hard. In fact, that's what the psychology of trading, dude. We got to get in when things are hard, when everybody's against it. Like that's literally the psychology of trading. And then we have to get out when everybody is super excited and everybody's like, this bull market's going to last it's going to be a super cycle. It's going to go for 5 years. And then everybody's about to get wrecked. It's the psychology of trading is actually something you can't learn unless you have skin in the game. You got to get into the game and you have to probably make the wrong decisions. See, we have to pay tuition no matter what. We always pay tuition. We pay tuition in crypto by having a $200,000, ooh, my portfolio is really high. And then all of a sudden it's $4,000. You're like, shit. But it's like you didn't make the right decision. Now, if you get out at the 4,000, now you will probably never get back in. If you stay in at the 4,000 and you learn to compound that and get back, that's when we get stronger. That's the forging I'm talking about. So I think the green candles, what you're mentioning is the green candle marketing is literally what's going to bring people here. And it's already, all the experiments are working. Like they're working.
Yeah. I have one more thing to say, which is that, and this is after talking, I would say, to about 20 people in the last month in my circle. And I think there's also like this distrust, right? Things, even when people can look at the charts, it's almost like, things are too good to be true, right? There's something about that in Titanex. This is so fundamentally sound, so decentralized compared to what there is. So like even fair act, it's so much better than everything else. Even people like my brother are like, bro, it's too good to be true. It can't be, it just can't be true. And I was like, fine, then don't get in, or go all in. It's one or the other. If you're in crypto, you've got to be in the Titanex ecosystem. Anyway, it's just me.
Oh, you're leaving, dude?
People can just go in the water too. They don't have to go all in. Like,
I
just
know.
A little taste actually can give people a hunger. And it's like, hey, I didn't go in all in on my XRP. I went half in. I was still half in, but like I should have went all in. But I needed to because you're right. We don't trust anything anymore. Trust is earned. This is why the people that say trust me, definitely do not trust them. But the people, how do you earn trust? You earn trust when nobody says trust me. They just prove the trust with their actions. And trust is earned and it can be lost really, really quickly. And it's really hard to gain it back when you lose it. And so, Jake, you have literally proven yourself with your actions. Ali and Josh proven themselves with their actions. Like nobody says trust me here. We say here's the code. This is what we're doing. If you like it, you like it. If it's not for you, that's cool. But trust is earned, man. And when all these people are in Dogecoin and like top 10 market cap memes that are way past their prime and have absolutely no use and are completely inflationary, like they are being wrecked. It's actually, they're being wrecked like just by being in those tokens, in my opinion. Now we have different mechanics. There's different mechanics here that when people see I hope people can actually understand what's going on underneath all of this, because that's the magic. That's why MemeFi is so cool, because we can get the people who only care about cool memes and they just buy the meme for the meme. But when there's the fi on the end, it's like, oh, hold on. There's mechanics underneath this. For the people that want to know, they can know. And burning is just part of our ethos. And the forging in the fire and burning, it's like, dude, it's a good thing to burn 70% of your tokens. Like that's not something that is a big thing out there. I heard a whole interview with Cardano guy, Hoskinson. He's like, well, why would we ever want anybody to burn their tokens? It's like, even the big dogs can't quite grasp it yet.
That's true.
When I was going to build Lotus, a good friend of mine, I was going to include him, just to include him, and not that, he just, I was like, we're not taking allocation of Lotus though, dude, by the way, it's a genesis of Titanex. And he was, well, no, and we need to get our own tokens. I'm like, it's not how it works, dude. It's not how we do it in the Titanex community. And he was cool, and he knows this, and he was cool with it. But the question still came up, and it's a greedy question, right? In my opinion, from where we're at now. You know what I'm saying?
I was talking to a guy that's a relatively like big builder, and I was explaining like the Titanex ecosystem to him. And like, okay, you take the tokens to buy and burn, you increase your token value, you deflate it, you give people a good deal, etc. You know what he said? This is what his exact words. Why don't you just take 100% of it? I'm like, I want to fucking jump to the screen and murder you right now. Like it's so ingrained into crypto that it's
every other crypto
is like, take as much as you possibly can, steal from people's pockets, because this thing is going to disappear in a month. Just fucking take what you can and run. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Fucking hell. And then like the other guy I was talking to was like, I don't know why this guy is talking to you like this. Like, I'm sorry, I need to apologize in his place. And I was like, Jesus Christ, these are like big builders. And I was like, I don't want anything to do with you guys. Get the fuck away. Yeah, it's bad.
It's too fair. This crypto is too fair. We joke about it all the time. You know, being on the Blaze team, it's too fair because here I am. I'm buying dips and stacking chips just like everybody else. I mean, it's that fair. You know, it's that fair that, you know, I'm participating in my own protocols to build my bags. You know, I have no advantage over anybody else, you know, none. And I mean, it's a beautiful thing, you know, and I think people are just in disbelief. They don't believe that that's the way that it works, you know, but no, this is how it works, you know. And so I'm out here, you know, I'm tweeting, I'm doing everything I'm doing too, because I'm working for my bags too, and everybody else in the community, you know. And I watched that kindness stream with you and him, Jake, and so I look at it this way, right? When I view Titanex, it was a token, okay? It was a token. It was awesome, whatever. But now, for me, Titanex is my currency in this ecosystem, okay? And so kindness believes you just want to hold the main thing, which is cool, and they're, you know, because everybody needs it, and I get it, you know, that's fine. But you also said, well, if you're holding any of these other leverage plays, you're holding Titanex because everything is paired with Titanex. So you can easily go right back into Titanex. And I tend to agree with that. And I tend to agree, you know, my theory is that, you know, and Marco's fucking right, man. You don't have enough Titanex. Nobody has enough fucking Titanex. But it is my currency to participate in everything else. So as long as I have Titanex, then I get to participate in whatever I want, you know? And so I look at it as, you know, people say like, well, protocol fatigue and too much building and all these different things. And I don't really believe that. Because what I believe is Baskin Robbins is an ice cream chain in America, right? And their slogan forever was 31 flavors. We got 31 flavors. And they fucking rode that forever, man. And it's like, what flavor do you want, right? What flavor ice cream do you want? Because we have your flavor here. Do you want simple? Do you want advanced? What do you want to do here? You know, there's a flavor for everyone. And now we have variety packs that are prepackaged for you. You know what I mean? Buy this NFT and you got exposure to this, and this. Buy this, you have this, and this. And it's amazing. And you know, I was reflecting back the other day and I was thinking about, look at all these fucking auction protocols, you know? And that all came from Blaze, you know? In the buy and burns, that all came from Titanex. And I mean, it's just like this ecosystem, the projects are evolving at a rapid pace. Rapid. Like, holy shit, the stuff, like, we're in this bubble so we don't realize it, but what's going on here, it ain't getting done anywhere else. Nobody is even thinking about things like this, and I think that's why new people don't really, they can't grasp it. They can't wrap their head around it. And like Dave was saying, we've been forged in fire. How do you get into crypto? You buy tops and you get wrecked. Rite of passage has to happen, right? It happened for me. You know, I came in, I bought tops, I got wrecked, but I remember, okay, so I have a full-time career plus I had 2 side businesses when I first got into crypto. So I'm doing like 16-hour days, right? And my friends, they relentlessly pressured me to get into crypto because I'm old school. Like, if I can't hold that in my hand, it's not real. That's your fake internet money. You know what I mean? All this other shit, you know. I'm older. I didn't understand. But anyway, I remember looking at my phone and making like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a fucking day and going, holy shit, is this real money? Like, is this real money? And so it's just going off all the time, but I didn't know about cycles. I didn't know about anything. So I round tripped it, right? But I saw the power. I saw when you're new to crypto and you see charts go up like that and you see that kind of money And what's happening in such nothing moves like crypto when it fucking rips, man. Nothing. It's unbelievable. And so I was like, man, there's something here. If I could just learn how to do it right, man, there's potential here. There's potential here. And then that's when I, started digging in and doing research. And then, I really liked, Jake, I really like your macro outlook on cycles, and I brought it up in here in the chat earlier today, and you're like, hell no, I'm not giving any of that alpha anymore. Like those days are over. But man, it made such sense to me. And I was like, man, I like what this guy is saying. I really like what he's saying. And then, I got the DM on Twitter, and I was not offended at all. I was like, you know what? I've heard this dude speak before, and I like what he talks about. And so, I joined the mastermind, and well, here we are on a Saturday, right? It's amazing. I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in. I believe everything happens for a reason, and I'm a resistant son of a bitch. But sometimes all I have to do is say yes. Like I forget who the entrepreneur was, but there's somebody that says, never say no if somebody offers you an opportunity. If they ask you if you know how to do it, say yes, and then figure it out along the way, right? And I've done that with my small businesses, you know what I mean? I took on jobs that I had no clue how I was going to get them accomplished, but I just knew I was going to get them accomplished, and I did, and I learned, and I grasped a lot of money that way because I didn't turn down opportunities. I just fucking said yes. Sometimes I look at like opportunities from the universe as like a thread that's just kind of placed before me, and I just start pulling on that thread slowly. In that thread, like things just start unfolding. If I continue to pull on that thread and pull on that thread and pull on that thread, like I start going down the right path, and holy shit, man, what a trip, what a ride.
Man, I just want to, not changing gears or anything, but with the party token that Steve was talking about, it's like a financier token to put towards events, right? Not necessarily a conference, something else. And I know I've told Jake about this before and Steve about this, and Utah's heard about it, and Jake might not remember about it, but one of the courses I was taking a long time ago on blockchain stuff and everything, one of my projects at the end was to come up with your own digital asset. And I came up with this thing called Ship Farm, and it functioned on basically retrofitted container ships, right? That had desalination plants in the bottom for salt water to fresh, and on top a special farming technique called aloe farms, which I know the people who own this. I don't know if you know them, Dave, but I'll tell you about it. But basically 1,500 square feet is like 10 acres of food. Okay, they can do this. They use fish, and they use that, and it's like a hydroponic fish growth thing. Anyway, so you grow the food on the ship, and then you have the token is the GPSF, Global Positioning Satellite Food Token, and we can people in like Africa and all over the world, and the food can be delivered by drones. And so you take it and you airdrop a portion of the TITANX or whatever into the cell phones. And at first, it's not going to be on ships because that's a major ideal, but on farms and villages and shit. And we can airdrop, and the people can pool their resources, and they can go buy food from these farms or other parts of the world. And I have friends in Ethiopia that are like family. And that was one of the things they actually came over here and learned that aloe farms, ALO, if you look it up, you can't even buy into this. And so this company is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment into it already, the farming techniques. And but they're utilizing this in Ethiopia right now and starting these farms, but people still have to have the money to pay for it. And if somehow we could take something like the party token in a different perspective and offer a food coupon, right? That's what this is, a food coupon that could be airdropped into cell phones into villages in different parts of the world, right? Where they're fiat, they get shot in the head just to go collect it at the bank, if they have any at all. That's just something I want to throw out there for a long-term vision that with the builders and with the if the wealth comes in. I think it'd be awesome. Throw an X on the end of the GPSF or whatever, right? But that was just something I want to throw out there for anybody, and anybody could do it. But it was called ship farming, and then one day it would be on ships offshores, and you could move them around like the coast of Africa or where have you that need it.
Love
so
that
idea. Pretty cool. I don't know. I hope it happens one day. That would be one of my goals if I was able to just do it.
So, yeah, that's a cool. So how the mind is a powerful vehicle, right? It's like, and so sometimes like all you got to do is have the dream and hold it. You just have it and hold it, and the holding it, and then it just sort of happens, and even if it doesn't manifest in like a coin or a project or a token, it starts in your brain. You definitely want to give it like attention, like those kinds of things. If you're psyched on them, you just want to keep on growing them. And that's the beauty of this project. It's clearly inspiring people to want to grow stuff, right? And so like even this question, like if the money and the abundance and the wealth comes, no, it's here. It's totally here in this ecosystem. It's stunning, actually. I mean, think about it. Think about how much we and all these people, how much Ethereum we put into these smart contracts. I'm like, I couldn't believe how much I put in. I was like,
what if half of 1% went to a food coupon that could be
exactly
in one protocol, and you could, I mean, imagine the good that it could do in certain places.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. And that's the idea, is that once you because once you have abundance and wealth, like you can't hold it. You got to start sharing it with people so that and so that's what you do. You just, and this is what Jake, it's good that he's not here. That's what he's created. He's created like a builder's paradise in a way, because it's designed for builders. He designed it for builders. He didn't even really design it. I mean, he designed it for someone like me to support builders, right? And to invest but he really built it for builders, which is why the builders are so psyched and they're coming here and they're like, we're going to build. And it's like he says, you go where you get treated well. And so like that idea, like social goods can flow out of this wealth. Absolutely. Yeah.
And now this idea was before, Titanex, but I didn't see a pathway. Right?
Exactly.
And now Jake's talking about going Omnichain. So Algorand, I don't know how much people know about Algorand, but it's a pure proof of stake blockchain. It's the only one, invented by Silvia Macaulay from MIT. It's Italian. And the validators don't get paid. So it's different than anything else. And they're talking about dropping the app in all cell phones in all of Africa. Right, so if Titanex was Omnichain, drop the damn money in there for them, or whatever, so that would be badass in my opinion. So I don't know, that's not on subject per se, but I just want to throw that out there, and I encourage anybody and everybody, every single person I've told about, say if you can do it, do it. I don't care, what I mean.
You can definitely do it, and we can. That's the thing. We're about to change the world, guys. I mean, I do really believe that we're going to look back at this stream 10 years in the future and be like, those visions and dreams that you guys had on that stream are real now. And I really do believe that. I mean, I don't think we're having we don't get these visions dropped into our heads by accident. Someone's going to do it, and might as well.
Even if I'm not here, right? Maybe someone watches this stream 5 years from now, like they were watching Richard Hart, or something, when they got it, whatever, that's all I'm saying. So,
I mean, I think the difference is, what's cool about this is that it's more decentralized. Like Richard Hart, like Richard Hart. I mean, he's a very talented guy, right? Very, very smart guy, but he built something around him. and his sort of thing and his personality and his big bags and his big whatever. And I'm like, dude, grow the fuck up, right? But that's what he built, right? And I also was in Luna and I saw Do Kwon and I saw what Do Kwon built and I saw this. What we built here is like a very decentralized incubator where somehow all you guys are being, and me too, in a less builder centric way, being motivated to bring what we got, to bring like the ideas that are floating around in our head. That's why you guys, it's crazy what you guys are building. Like Dave, you just, and the fact that the incubator or the accelerator team just jumped in, and that's like a perfect example of like when the forces of the universe come together and there's well-intentioned people, shit happens fast and faster than we think. And that's the power of like this quantum reality, seeing that there's no limitations. There's really aren't. It's only self-imposed limitations by our ego, whatever. And so the beauty is this incubator, like, yeah, I would say, Justin, go build that. Go build it, at least in your own brain. like have a fully articulated vision of the future in your own brain.
Actually, just start dumping it into a Git book. It's literally like the first genesis of a white paper. It's like you already have a vision, dump it in there, throw some tabs on there. It's like that's really how things begin. They get written down. You dump your brain out into a actual organized format that you could share with other builders, and then it elevates. You know, it begins to elevate. But until it's on paper, it can't get elevated.
I have like 10 pages written out, but it's not a white paper. It's not
a white paper. It's not in the format of a white paper yet.
Yeah, I gotta put it together, and it would use TITANX, but it would require Jake going Omnichain so we could get on other blockchains. We can't use ETH, right? We can't use ETH in poor nations because the gas is too expensive. We need pennies, fractions of pennies. We need Algorand is what we need to put it on.
Well,
that's what we need.
Right. And it's not only poor nations, like let's like it's even wealth. It's all people, like all people. Like think about teenagers. My kid is 17. Okay. He's 17. Most of these kids are on their phones all day on TikTok. Okay. Imagine if there was something productive for them to actually be doing, and you could actually learn to earn, right? And you could actually start to study. Like my son wants to be a full stack developer. Why? Because he's heard me talking about, about coding and developing as a way that you can work to be free in a way in today's world. So anyway, the point is, I don't even know what the point is, but yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, man, it's great conversations for sure.
Yeah, it's fun.
The future is unlimited.
I've loved. Oh, go ahead, Ted. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things that you're touching on, Rayman, I think is really, really brilliant. It would be a great gesture to humanity and capacities beyond what we can even probably comprehend. Ironically, James from Baby Dragon X, he's done some really remarkable stuff on the base chain network, and with his octastake type of system that he put up over there, one of the things that was really, really fun to be a part of was, that effort and how that plan was going to move forward was a portion of how that system function was being donated to a nonprofit organization specifically for reptiles. So it's like there was mechanics built into where the performance of that, that system was actually contributing to a nonprofit cause for a good purpose, and that was the preservation of wetlands and so on and so forth. And that was built, and it's to this day it's still in existence. It just didn't quite get the traction, but fundamentally the concept and what you're saying is it's so, the potential is huge, and the betterment that it can bring to humanity is I think just being tapped into. It's
if you want adoption, build it on Titanex and add a little buy and burn on top of it.
There you go.
Yeah,
But no, it
dude.
was a great concept, and so realistically, it worked. So there's definitely roadmaps that can be used
Yeah.
and for reference.
I see more of a pathway in front of us now after TITANX than it
Absolutely.
was before, when I was just like, oh, this is a digital asset, and how the heck is this ever going to happen? But there are avenues now that we're going that we can do this, right? And
Yeah.
people can participate, and they can maybe get value extracted back into their pockets. Okay, make a nonprofit, send it over to the nonprofit, and drop it in their damn phones, and have them go buy food from the farms that are local, because they accept the currencies that are digital.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in the United States yet, but a lot of places, they don't want the American dollar doing anything, because it gets printed like, I mean, it's just inflated to death, and it's just like every other, the yen, or the yuan, or the ruble. When it affects other countries drastically when we make any types of moves. When they use our currencies, for instance, like in Cambodia or something, when we screw up their whole entire country by printing money or raising interest rates. So, and they want to get their countries back on their own money, but they can't. So that's why they wanted digital assets for them are so valuable in certain parts of the world.
I mean, that's a great feather in the cap for all the people that may think that this is just a money grab. No, TITANX is by far the furthest thing from that. I mean, to take it to that level really is just a statement that cannot be denied. To the how powerful and how meaningful this movement is.
Jake, this conversation is probably earlier. You were talking about a layer one, right? And why a layer one? Not now, but I guess it was phase 8, right? Okay, but I think this is why, because if there were like a layer one that was really, let's just call it inexpensive, so that it could scale, and fast and safe and secure, then it becomes like a public good for all of the innovation that needs to happen on it. And so that's the power of a layer one. And I think how you've done it is brilliant, actually, in that you basically said, I don't want to just be another layer one. What we really need is a DeFi ecosystem built around a deflationary asset. And then you said, cool, we got that. Now we need to make it Omnichain, right? And that's cool too, because then it brings that. But what we're also talking about is this bigger, longer term vision where it really becomes an incubator, sort of a global incubator for this kind of digital asset innovation that uses digital asset and the blockchain at scale. And there's no reason why this shouldn't be at scale. And really, even though it's good that Ethereum's not cheap right now, I think, honestly, it's good. But I think in the future, eventually, we are going to want a layer one. And I think that was Jack Levin's vision. His vision was, build X1 as a blah, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, that's the value, I think, of eventually a layer one that's built on TITANX, really. It's not really built on TITANX, but it is built on TITANX in that it's intimately connected somehow. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I know, you know.
Yes. I like hyperinflationary stuff, so by the way,
know.
TITANX is number 19 on Ethereum, and Volt is number 2.
Not too shabby for less than a year.
All your top charts belong to us.
So Jake, layer 0. Where is it? I don't know. There he
He's
is.
just like, yep, see you guys.
Yeah, I mean, can you tell us more about the layer 0?
How layer 0 works?
Yeah.
So There's different types of tokens. So when you build a token on Ethereum, it's ERC20. When you build a token using layer 0 technology, it's an OFT, Omnichain Fungible Token. That's what it's called. So there's multiple ways people do Omnichain, or like these Omnichain protocols work. One is when you take a token from Ethereum to Base, for example. Let's use Base, keep it simple. When you go from Ethereum to Base with one of these Omnichain tokens, usually what happens is the token gets sold down on Ethereum and then rebought back on Base, which is horrible. I don't like that setup at all. The reason I liked Layer 0 is because when you bridge from Ethereum to Base, so there's a lot of security concerns as well. So when you use an actual old school bridge, it takes your tokens, like locks them up in a bridge, and now it's stuck in a contract. How many bridge hacks have we seen where these bridges get hacked and $600 million disappears to some North Korean hacker? It's a horrible idea to have a just like normal standard bridge. So Layer 0 has tried to innovate on this. So what they did was, why does it need to be in a bridge? Why can you not just have a smart contract that gets deployed on all chains and then it just communicates in between each other via the Layer 0 protocol? So what happens with Layer 0, instead of it going to a bridge smart contract and then centrally minted on the other side, like decentralized bridges don't really exist. So you lock it on one side, you mint it on the other side. That happens through central servers usually, which is why I don't like bridges. Like even when I bridge from chain to chain, I use centralized exchanges because it's safer. Like decentralized bridges have been hacked too much for me to trust it. At least with a centralized exchange, I can take it in and out. You know, I know I'm relatively safe there because there's always liquidity on a SEX. But the way Layer 0 works is, let's say you have X28. So you have X28 on Ethereum. When you want to go to Base, it burns the X28 on Ethereum, sends a signal to the smart contract on Base to mint it back to the same wallet. So it burns it, it doesn't sell it, and it mints it on the other chain. So you don't create sell pressure by people bridging over, because that would be hell, absolute hell, which is why a lot of these Omnichain things don't get adoption because of the core design of it. But Layer 0 just burns it on one chain, it doesn't sell it into the liquidity pool, and it mints it on the other chain, which is a really cool idea. And it happens through decentralized, I don't know the exact word that they use, but it's basically a decentralized consensus on, okay, this transaction actually happened, now minted on the other chain. So it is not a centralized controller with Layer 0.
So the smart contract, say on Ethereum, burns the tokens out of existence, gets to the other side, and the smart contract virtually mines the same tokens back into existence, in essence?
In the same wallet. Yep.
It's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome. And the fact that it happens decentralized in the middle is the big innovation that they did.
And it's an OFT.
Omnichain Fungible Token, OFT. Yep.
So,
wait, Dave, you're muted.
Will the other BOT protocols somehow be able to? I mean, yeah, we're going to all benefit from X28 for sure, but are there pathways to be able to get these other protocols to be able to be Omnichain as well? Or
yes.
Wow.
Yep. So there's two different ways to do it. One is you redesign an OFT token and you just put the code in the OFT token and have it trade Omnichain. There's also something called a wrapper OFT. So for example, at AwesomeX, what you could do is you could have, so you have the AwesomeX smart contract, and then you could create an extra smart contract, which could be like a wrapped AWX, and that could be an OFT. So it's just one-to-one interchangeable with each other directly in the smart contract. You take your AwesomeX, you mint wrapped AwesomeX, the AwesomeX goes into the smart contract, so you can go back whenever you want. But the wrapped AwesomeX could be an Omnichain, an Omnichain token. So you can just go in and out of the Omnichain token through a wrapper OFT contract, which is something I'll likely do to TITANX as well.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can happen on Omnichain, but that's the next frontier that we're gonna go after.
That's phase 6,
maybe,
or 8.
No, phase 8 is L1 or L2.
Oh, L1, phase 8, nice. So this is phase 6, leading to phase 7, leading to phase 8. Yeah, maybe.
So for every blockchain, it would have to be a different smart contract, basically.
Yes. Yep. So you would deploy the smart contracts on all the chains, and then the smart contracts just ping to each other to mint it. Burn on this chain, mint on this chain, mint on this chain, burn on this chain. So you have to deploy the smart contracts on any chain you want to interact with.
Is that Python and Viper and Flask coding that stuff, or is that what is
Just
that a neat
Solidity.
code? Yeah,
Just Solidity. I think on Solana you have to use
Solidity,
No, Solana has a different language. I think it's
Rust.
I don't know. Yeah, Rust. So on
Yeah.
Solana you would have a Rust contract, but then it would just listen. So the layer 0, on Ethereum you send a signal to layer 0 to burn these tokens and then mint them. Then it goes to the layer 0 smart contract on the other chain, and then that smart contract pings the smart contract you have designated to mint it through this smart contract, and then your smart contract basically just explaining the technicality of it. Like, you have to be a developer, but the design of it not selling down, minting and burning, having decentralized controller in the middle, and not having your coin stuck in a bridge that can get hacked. That's the big innovation.
Nice.
Wow.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, man, we got to soak on that one. I just took a screenshot of this time code. I got to go back and rewatch that. Yeah,
I mean,
legit.
How long has that been out for? I mean, you're the first person, when you mentioned it the first time that I ever even heard of layer 0.
The technology has been out for quite a while.
Yeah.
They just launched their token like 2 months ago. The token is just a VC thing, but the technology is fully decentralized. And the technology doesn't really need the token. So the technology just exists. So you can just use layer 0, or you can just ignore the token. And it seems like a good guy. Like, the founder is actually a good guy. He lives by freedom, the crypto ethos at its core. Good guy.
I got a massive layer 0 airdrop when they launched. Did you guys get some?
Wait, Steve, you're yelling. Did you turn your microphone up?
Oh wow!
Yeah, because you were loud as hell.
Steve's mic is like the best that there is. It's like a Howard Stern mic, I think. If he was, that's how I compare it to when he first got it.
Oh man,
you got to avoid that mute button now. He gets excited.
Yeah.
Hits the mute
I got a
button.
whole setup a few weeks ago. Got lights.
What do you say?
Even got a blue screen.
A blue screen? Why not the green screen? Come
I
on.
haven't figured out how to use it, but I got a blue screen. I'm going to figure it out back here.
Come on, blue screen. You should have done a green screen. It's culture.
Really?
Because it's green.
Titanex green.
Oh man!
These
This is I got rid of.
The green on the bottom. Is it worth anything, Steve? Your token that you got, not Volt, obviously.
Oh, layer 0.
Your layer 0.
Really good airdrop. I was surprised because I didn't use it too much, but they had some algorithm that tested you and that you weren't farming the token with multiple wallets. But man, I got a massive amount of. It was like thousands of dollars worth of airdrop.
I can't even bring myself to click on one damn thing in my wallet.
Me neither. I rarely do that.
I can't. I have like 100.
I rarely do.
They're just sitting
This was
there.
different. This was a big airdrop, and
Yeah. Did you give me your wallet address to get it though? Was that the case? Did it just come out randomly?
I don't even think you had to sign something to get it. Yeah, I don't like doing that, but it was a wallet that I didn't even rarely use. But yeah, I'm very cautious about that. Very, very cautious.
One of your Zen wallets, your hundreds and hundreds of Zen wallets that you were.
Yeah, it was one of my Zen wallets. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I had hundreds of those wallets. And by the way, I sent an
saying
invite
that in
to
the
Jack Levin.
mastermind.
Wait. Everybody's talking over each other.
Sorry,
What did you
sorry.
say, Steve?
I just said I sent an invite to Jack Levin to come on, join us.
Oh, that would be a vibe.
Yeah.
So I guess we got a L1 confirmation, huh? Because sounded like the idea was just being kicked around, and I thought I heard a confirmation. So now what? Now we're going to be running validators, huh?
Phase 8.
Okay, we're just gonna go run the validators.
We're talking
we'll
about
see,
for
we'll see.
X1 or Jake's thing.
No, Titanex L1. But
Okay.
that's not set in stone yet. It's just an idea. But at one point, Titanex was just an idea, so things
Yeah.
can happen quick.
it could be virtual validators. We don't need real ones yet.
Yeah.
One of the things I really like about the multiples on the, why we did Awesome X like this is like one Titanex is 2.8 Awesome X week 1 is because Titanex about to get real scarce. And, I want people to be able to know that if they mint, Awesome X, it will be able to be used for something as a new input token on the system. And so people, just like day one Titanex, 8 million a day you could mine on a max miner. It's like you really incentivized people early on to participate. And I think that that's the same kind of ethos I want to have with Awesome X, because, if people can build big bags and be smart with those bags, provide liquidity with them instead of selling them or whatever they want to do, then they will actually have a new input token for a new ecosystem built in Titanex. And I think that, especially then we can, go Omnichain. Maybe Goldstone can actually be built on Awesome X, Omnichain or something like that. But I think that people are going to need new input tokens, but still in the system, because man, we're running the numbers, man. Titanex is going to get really expensive, like really expensive. And, just the floor price that you built in the code, will get really expensive. And everything else is going to get more expensive on top of that, because we're doing hyperdeflation on top of hyperdeflation on top of hyperdeflation, because we're built on that Dragon X. And then Awesome X is also hyperdeflationary in relation to Titanex. So there's really kind of some crazy game theory that I don't even know if I've fully broken down yet with this, but I think it's going to be massive.
That's crazy to think about, right?
So
hyperdeflation or hyperdeflation.
Right.
Here's a little.
That's what happened with Baby Dragon X. And when I, it literally ETH was curling down. And then Titanex had that nice little pop, and Dragon X popped a decent amount, but then Baby Dragon X 77X, boom. It was like this lever that just hit. And I had faded my Baby Dragon X before that happened. I'm like, what am I doing? I didn't fade out of the system. I faded the Helios max miners, but still, it's like, we got to be real careful about fading any BOT protocols. That's my lesson I've learned. I will not fade them anymore because something's about to happen. And when it happens, you don't even see it coming.
Yeah, when you said that, I was like, yeah, don't fade, build on Titanex stuff.
Because then the buy and burns come right behind you and eat it up. It's like if you're trying to look for a better entry, that's a dangerous game to play in this ecosystem because of the way it's built now. So
here's a little true story for you guys, right? So I'm a founder on 2 cryptos. Okay, let me tell you how fair this crypto is. My freaking 70-inch TV literally went out while I was watching a game or something a few months ago. Okay, you can pick those up pretty cheap nowadays. Guess what I'm doing with all my payouts that I get from protocols? Buying Titanex immediately. As soon as they come in, I just keep buying Titanex. I don't even have a damn TV right now. I got like this little 20-something inch TV over here that I watch my streams on, in my bedroom and that, because you know what, my daily driver, my car, guess what, needs some tires. Guess what? Gonna have to wait a minute, because we're just buying Titanex, man, because the writing's on the wall.
Titanex is about to buy Daddy some new tires with a
brand
new on top.
Yeah, I have this problem, the way that I equate everything that, since I've been stacking during the bear market, is, do you really need that right now? Because you could buy 10 of those if you just put it in the markets. So that's the math I do. And so it's kind of dangerous because I don't do anything but just stack.
I'm so cash poor, actually, but I don't need much money to live. Like, I don't want it, actually. I don't want cash. But I'm okay being cash poor, but it's like, I'm actually, that's more where I want to be. But I don't need much to live. Like, I don't need to. That's the annoying thing about Richard Hart. It's like, okay, I got you. You got to be flamboyant. You got to have face tattoos. You want to be popular today. It's so annoying. Like, what is that? All that Gucci stuff and Lambos. It's like, whatever. You know what? You could have some nice things, but like after one sweet 4x4 pickup, and some land, it's like, what else do you need? Like, you're not gonna have any bills. Like, electric bill doesn't matter anymore. So it's like, we can live lean. And then I like that anyway. It makes you stronger as a person. But we can also have nice things. That's nothing bad about that. Especially when I get a woman in my life, I'm sure she's gonna want some nice things. But until then, it's like, hey, my crypto portfolio's bumped, but my cash is like, dude, you don't want to see my bank account. It's like, how do you do that? I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm provided for.
The timing is perfect. You were talking about, you don't need like stick matches and cars and shit. And then Spoon and Crypto comes in with like an ocean view mansion background.
Behind me.
Well, that is alchemy. He's going to be converting digital assets into physical real estate. And I think that's a great alchemy, actually.
My first apartment complex is just going to be named Titanex Estates or Titanex Apartments or something like that.
It's green. The whole thing is painted green.
Yeah, literally. It's just neon green. I'm going to get like fined by the county or something.
I often wonder if RH didn't do all of that on purpose to bring this hearing, to bring this court date, to bring this hearing, to go in there and crush the SEC and become a hero.
Maybe, but also what he did was a sacrifice. You know what? That puts you on the map because he took money from his community and he will never give it back. I don't think he will ever give it back. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know him, but that's the sacrifice. That's where the ethos got cracked. But that's the reason that Hex pumped. So it's like, but now Jake took the reason Hex pumped and deleted the bad part of it. And it's like Titanex is going to have the reason of the Hex pump without the sacrifice. And the sacrifice was what put him on the radar for the SEC to get into him, I think, because it's like, now it's like, okay, you just took a whole bunch of money from your community. What are you going to do with it? I don't know, but that's my theory about that. Plus he's so flashy. It's like, you don't gotta, if it's not, that's not real. That's not real. I don't know why people actually look up to that personally. It's so annoying. And it's like, almost, I want to puke when I see it, but that's just me.
What's up, Smooth?
What up, brother?
What's up?
I gotta say, I agree with Dave on everything he just said.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I just think to myself, why would somebody do this? Why would somebody put themselves in the crosshairs like this? So I would just like to look at different thoughts, different, you know what I mean?
Good point.
I mean, I would love to see him be benevolent, and he probably would, but this thing with the SEC, it's major. When you take that kind of money and then all these other protocols took the kind of money and didn't do anything with them either, that was kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know him, but the problem he has now, even if he wins that case, Titanex is here. It's a revolutionary thing in decentralized finance where it's hyperdeflationary and you're not depending on the main bag holder to release funds at different times so you can exit your bags. And that was awesome then, but this is awesome now. And he formed this by, Titanex is not just, it's not Jake made it, but it's also an indirect consequence of his actions, in my opinion.
And you're right. I don't mean to talk bad about Richard Hart. I'm just
whatever.
With the way he goes, I mean, he did build something that a lot of people participate in, and there's a chance that it can be great. But I think that he put his, the thing is about Hollywood, if you want to be popular, like I said, you got to put face tattoos and just be so outrageous and be crazy. It's like, but that's not real. That's not real. That's fake. Like all Hollywood is fake. We fake it and it looks real. I can put an alien ship in the sky and make it look real, but it's like, that doesn't mean it's real. But when our image is actually telling kids to blow their money on Gucci shirts and like being in and like just waste your money on things that literally have absolutely no value for your future, I don't like that image. But also, I don't mean to talk bad about him. I'm just saying I don't really personally agree with the way he markets, but that's how it's done. Hollywood is the same way. It's just how it's done. That's why we're revolutionary. That's why this TITANX is revolutionary, because it's different in so many levels. It actually benefits the community just by being here. And all the builders. Jake, you funded it yourself. And then you bought in on day one too. That's the fair launch principle. It's like, we didn't ask for sacrifices, and we're not going to ever. They're never, if any protocol started asking for sacrifices, it's not going to be on TITANX Hub, even if they paired with TITANX. It's like, there's no need for sacrifices. We have to believe in a protocol and fund it, and then participate in it because we believe in it with everybody else. That I will never participate in a protocol ever again personally without it being fair launch ever again. And probably I will never participate in a protocol that's outside of TITANX, but that's just me. But that's how I feel.
And I see people in the comments and they're saying that, and it is okay to like both ecosystems. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't.
I'm sorry that I didn't mean to. I really honestly apologize about it. I didn't mean to talk bad about him. I don't want you guys to get it wrong. I'm just saying it's okay to disagree. It's okay to disagree, guys. We're not like, I don't think that's FUD personally. I like when people ask me the hard questions in the Telegram. It's like, don't think it's FUD. Just ask me the hard questions. Hit me hard. I'm going to answer them all. And maybe this isn't for you. And that's okay. But I don't think this is FUD. And I'm not trying to actually spread FUD about Hex, because actually we love everybody. And I do think you guys will be benefited. Hexicans will be benefited by joining into TITANX. Personally, that's how I feel.
I mean, how do y'all feel about, just controversial topic? Liquid Loans had $50 million sacrifice. I mean, what the hell? Where to go? Right? I mean,
you know what pissed me off? You know what pissed me off heavy? So with a lot of these sacrifice projects, they don't even provide liquidity for their own thing.
Yes.
They take the money, then they leave you with a 2K liquidity pool, and then it all goes to zero, and then they all disappear. It's such a poisonous mindset. So Richard Hart is a very unique case because he uses the money to benefit the ecosystem.
True.
I also met RH in person, so I've seen how he acts in person. He's actually very, very humble in person, like a go-lucky, humble, smart dude. And I do feel like he's fighting for the right cause. But a sacrifice, come on, that's an illegal ICO. You can't get around that. So I hope he wins the SEC case, because they're suing the code, which is why he's fighting it. They're not just suing, hey, he did an illegal raise, which they have done with a bunch of crypto projects. They're fighting the code. They want the blockchain to shut off, because that's kind of what they're trying to say in the papers, which is impossible. It's a decentralized blockchain. So I hope he wins the case. That would be big for crypto. I mean, if somebody can win a case like that, fuck yeah, that would be really good for crypto.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think everybody needs to unite for, right? When XRP was fighting the SEC, I sure as hell wasn't rooting for the SEC, right? I was rooting for XRP. Do I hold any XRP? No. Do I think it's going to do good? No. But guess what? If you're going up against the SEC, I'm backing you, because I don't like what they're doing, right? Across the board to everybody, so, it's not, this isn't like investor against investor or community against community. And that's when people, I think, start getting things mixed up and twisted. It's not that. It's all of us, okay? Every single freaking person in crypto against them. The ones that try to shut it down, the ones that have been keeping us suppressed in every other area of our life, trying to forever, right? It's about freedom, and freedom to transact, freedom to do what the hell I want. Why am I in crypto? Because money is a tool for me, and let me tell you what I'm trying to achieve: to be able to do what the fuck I want when I want, go where I want when I want. That's what I want. That's all I'm after, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's not slander, definitely not slandering ARH, because I know he's a benevolent whale, and but it's a fact that sacrifices were a fact. So that's all I'm saying, and that's why I love TITANX so much, and I hope the absolute best for people that are whales and Pulse Chain, because I've seen people with whales with my friend, $10 million go to $500,000. You know what I mean? But that's all I'm saying. I hope the best comes out of it. So, but I'm not scared to say the truth.
Me too. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Like I said, we are all men. We can disagree and still be, civil and still appreciate each other and respect each other. I believe that, and I hope we can culture that community here also. And then because we won't be afraid to say what we actually are feeling. Like we don't have to walk on eggshells. I don't want to walk on eggshells. I do just say what I feel. Now, sometimes I'm really intense about it, guys. So I do apologize for that. And I don't want it to come off wrong, but sometimes it's okay to disagree. And this is why I like what Titanex is and what Jake put together, because he did take the best parts of everything, but then we got to put our money on the line as builders in order to even earn any trust. If that's how we earn trust, by being who we say we are and participating in our own protocols with our own money, right? Not only building them, but then also when we participate in them. So that's really what I'm saying, guys. So please, I hope you hear me. I hope you don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to slander or doing anything like that. I'm just saying sometimes it's okay to disagree and be honest about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Totally.
One thing that I think, two things can be right at the exact same time, right? We could have appreciation for everything that he's done and the community that he's built and everything that we stem from that community, but also realizing the flaws that came with it, and I'm glad it happened the way it did, because Titanex wouldn't have came out as great as it has from the start till now, right? And we're continuously building on that fact and through the principles that we have set from the beginning for the community. So, yeah.
Well said, Smooth. Hey, man, it's finally a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, what's up, Ted? How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Big inspiration when I was younger. Trust me, when I was getting into this, you were really awesome, dude. Your updates were just spot on, man. You really encouraged me to keep it going. Appreciate it.
That's awesome, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and I caught that bug for about 2.5, 3 months of just straight daily videos. So,
I was there every day, man.
That's awesome, man. Yeah. Once I get into my new studio, the daily uploads will start. I will stamp that. I'm, the vibe of the community has just brought so much energy back to me, and different various aspects of moving is currently happening. So right when it's solidified, we're gonna go hard.
Nice hat.
What up? Thank you, brother.
I like that. Make them take a double take,
Right. The guy, I played poker last night, and about 6 or 7 people stopped me. I was like, dude, what does your hat even say? Here I'm talking to random people at a casino about Titanex and shit like that. And I'm like, all right, man, I can't be talking about this for 20 minutes. I was like, here's some Twitters, here's some YouTube. I gotta leave. So I'm just marketing as much as I can just by wearing this stuff. And I got some cool stuff I'm making / currently being made. So you guys will see it in the next couple weeks, but yeah.
Sweet.
Steve, your life? I haven't heard you talking like 3 hours.
Man, I'm just listening. I'm just listening with the flow. I didn't want to interrupt all this great stuff, great conversation. Yeah, man.
Man, we've been on for 5 hours and 46 minutes. Holy crap.
Yeah, I've been trying to invite people too while we've been chatting to fill the last space. There's one more space that needs filling here.
I'm probably gonna leave in like 30 minutes.
Yeah,
because I'm like dozing off a little bit on the stream. You know what? You remember when Crypto Audi King did a 12-hour stream? I was like, how the hell do you do that? That was impressive. What the hell?
Yeah, and he was just the host. He didn't have others backing him up. It was just him and the others. Yeah, he did amazing.
Yep.
But he's doing something cool right now. I wish Mo was here to talk about it, because he's doing a live portfolio of different Titanex assets and Titanex, and seeing how it evolves. So
I think I saw that.
Yeah,
exactly. So he put together a wallet, and then Mo was basically trading it and kind of doing it together. That was such a cool idea.
Yeah,
following
yeah.
along.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting in 6 months to see how that plays out.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to get him to come on. I sent him a message the other day. Out he can't.
Yeah.
I don't think he responded actually to that one.
You
You
guys
know what's
know,
crazy? I remember him talking in one of his streams about, so he created videos on a bunch of ecosystems, and never once did he have like a founder come in and be like, "Hey, dude, I appreciate it, all the work you're putting in." I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with the world?" Like, I don't understand this shit at all. Like, if somebody is helping you get towards the vision you want to achieve, and they're putting in us all this time and effort and making these videos and editing, and making thumbnails and posting and promoting it, it's just a fucking thank you. I've never understood like this whole like big ego, oh look at me, founder attitude. Like, I'm smart enough to realize that I would be nothing without the community. I would be nothing without the builders. I would be nothing without the support. It would just be code on chain with a dude talking about it. Like, that's nothing special. And once he said it, I was like, damn, it's really fucking, crypto is a fucked up world, man. Seriously.
It's because people think it's a solo sport. That's like the thing that's been pushed around before TITANX. Like, crypto's a solo sport. It's totally. I mean, if it is, everybody else gets screwed. This is why it has to be proof of community. If it's not a solo sport, I mean, actually even the people that think it's a solo sport know it's not a solo sport because they utilize everybody else to dump on. And it's like this. It is not a solo sport. We are a community, and we are stronger together. And once we can fully realize that, and other people can realize that's what we're all about, that's when we see the mass adoption, the 10x, the 20x, the 100x of people in the community. I mean, right now, like 16,000 wallets, maybe that's only 4,000 people. Maybe that's 5,000 people. I don't know how many people that is, but like maybe it's 8,000 people. And it's like, but when 16,000 wallets, 10x's, that's 160,000 wallets. When it 20x's, that's 320,000 wallets. That's not going to be hard to do, especially once X28 comes out. So it's like, you know, when that happens, that could literally lead to the 100, 1,000, 10,000x. I'm not being a moon boy here. I'm just saying with the numbers that are programmed into the code, along with you 10x, 20x, 30x, 100x the people, then I could see an easy, if it's a 10x of people, I could easily see 100x in price, especially with hyperdeflationary nature. With a 20x in people, I could easily see a 200x in price because of how many people. They're not just going to come in one-to-one, like they're going to bring some funds, and some people are going to bring a lot of funds actually. And so I can really see this cycle. There's nothing that I am more bullish on than TITANX and everything built on TITANX this cycle. Like, there's nothing. And we're so low in the rankings right now with 6 zeros. People like the 6 zeros. Normal people like the 6 zeros because it's like, okay, you get 1 billion tokens for what you can get 1 or 8 or something like that of something else. It's like, who wants to buy 8 of something when you can get 1 billion? And a normal person. And then it's like, okay, now you got 1 billion and it drops 3 zeros and you spend $100 on 1,000x. Now that's $100,000. If you put $1,000 in it at 100 X's, that's $1 million. I mean, it's like there is no 1,000x opportunities in the top 10. I don't think. Bitcoin, maybe a 5x, maybe, and a 5x would be huge for Bitcoin. But, you know, Ethereum, maybe 10x, and 10x would be a huge thing for Ethereum and a huge thing for TITANX. XRP, possibly a 10x, in my opinion. Dogecoin, definitely not a 10x, maybe a 2, maybe a 2, maybe a 3. But it's like TITANX literally has a potential to drop, to eat 2 to 3 zeros, I believe this, or more. I mean, but I'm just, these are my thoughts, guys. I'm not giving financial advice. I'm just saying, when I look at the numbers and I look at the math and I look at okay, let's do a little vote here. How many build on TITANX protocols do you think there's going to be by May? I mean, 100?
Yeah.
800? I don't know.
Imagine the innovation that can come too by next year. How much, because we're pushing the boundaries already. The boundaries are being pushed in every month, every week. So I want to see what boundaries are pushed by next year. That's going to be fascinating.
Indeed.
I want to see how AI implicates our development in the protocols too. Not AI tokens, but just, you know, where's that taking us, right? Because the AI that's really out there is way more advanced than the AI we have access to, right? So I mean, Microsoft, right here up the street from us, just built their most advanced data center in the entire world, literally, like on land that I grew up on, and it's right here. And it's massive, and there's AI stuff going on in there with the DoD walking in and out every day. So ChatGPT is cool and all, but what do they really got, right? Was BlackRock? Who was talking? Was it Chiz? Were you talking about that with the AI? I think we were the other day, right? And the algorithms and how hard it's going to be to play this system if we tie in with all that too much. So I like our Titanex bubble away from some of that stuff because
just what Dave was saying about 10x the people, the people related to price. I wonder how Hex increased relative to people, and how we compare to Hex right now. Just as a comparison, it'd be interesting. Like, I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but it's kind of interesting to look at because we have a price chart. It'd be cool to have a people chart and then track both.
Well, you can kind of do it. You have holders and
yeah,
I guess price, market cap, probably price. Yeah, you'll see the clear effect once all the inflation is out, which is very, 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 very soon.
Yeah. The only chart in crypto where down in the right is an amazing thing. When you look at that inflation chart, it's like down and to the right, bro. It's like it's the only crypto chart where down and to the right is like awesome.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I remember Jake saying that's the only chart that matters in Titanex. It's the only chart that matters was the Dune chart.
The Dune, yeah. I mean, we have like one thing left, and then it's like 500 billion coming out after that, which is like really not anything or something, right? Is it something like that?
I mean,
we have one wall left, and that's it. I mean,
yeah.
Marco is posting on it. He posts constantly on it.
I'm gonna ask Jake, because as he's going to, I want to ask him this. Day 369, there's a massive amount coming out. Dragon X is going to benefit massively. Is that a catalyst for the next phase?
100%. So day 369 is 25 days away. So when we look 25 days later on the miner claiming, 25. Yeah, we're probably going to enter hyperinflation at that day with a bunch of buy pressure coming in and a bunch of protocols launching and having farms and having borrowing and lending. So it's a perfect storm, baby. It'll all move to zero, not financial advice.
I remember sitting at my laptop on day 280, right? I'm sure many others were waiting for that dip that never came. And I knew Titanex was good, and I knew things were happening and everything. After I witnessed that live and said, oh shit, I need to jump in now because this is not retracing to grab some more. That was all the confirmation I needed. For me, that was enough. That was like, holy shit, okay, we're on to something big now.
That's when I got my mom in, was because I knew at that point everything was working.
Nice one, Dave. Jake, were you waiting for the dip, or did you beat the whole market?
Well, I've had big positions, so I never sold. But I definitely had limit orders. I was like, okay, if some motherfucker here dumps, I want all of it. Give me all of it. And then I just ended up chasing the price because I was like, oh fuck, if it's not dipping now, I need to chase. There's no other option.
A big whale bought it like at 6018, and that was like the signal. That was the signal. I was like, oh man, it's not going to go down now. This guy just did the right thing. He just did a massive buy, and the green candle went. That's it.
I mean, that was kind of interesting because I was tracking the on-chain activity, and some guy came in with 100 grand on 4 different wallets, all Binance funded, just bought up the price. So I was like, this is a guy that believes, dude. He was waiting for that time, and he had his plan. I was like,
he was smart. He was smart. He undercut everyone.
Yep.
So I'm a total contrarian, total. And so when this community was like, oh, it's gonna dump, I was like, no, it's not gonna dump. I have no idea why not, but I just knew it wasn't going to because everyone thought it was going to. And so I did the same thing with, and it's not that, pardon me, I'm so smart. I'm not about this stuff, but I have good intuitions to go against the grain. And the same thing with Volt. I was like, all right, with Volt, I knew it always, the first day is always hot with a launch, right? So I figured, but I also knew there was going to be FOMO at the end somewhere, after. So I was like, okay, like when are the most people not going to be interested in Volt? I was like, day 4. Why? Because Jake was like, that's a bad number. I was like, all right, bingo. So I was like, that's it. So I decided I'm going to go in. I'm only doing day 4. I don't care what anybody else does. I'm doing day 4. And then when I hit it, I was like, oh, this is right. And then I was like, and day 5, I was like, it's going to hit bottom on day 5. Why? Just because it was my intuition. Because I was like, it's halfway through this like crazy launch thing. So anyway, I'm contrarian to a fault, honestly. If someone tells me to do this, I'll do that. If the crowd goes one way, I'll go the other way, right? And so in this industry, it works. And so, but anyway, yeah.
I wasn't that smart. I thought
I don't think it's that smart. It's like contrarian to the.
Mhm.
It's like feeling the waves of things, because I don't, like a lot of you guys do Excel spreadsheets and and you're chart masters and you're developers and you've got all these mathematical models worked out and simulations actually done. That's not me. I'm the opposite. I don't do any of that stuff. I can't do that. My brain is like equipped for something else. And so I let you all, like I use Trader Lee. You guys know Trader Lee on Twitter, right? That guy, I use him. He's my friend because he's got like the brain that I wish I had for this, So I use his brain. And then I use different people's brains to help me, and then I sort of quiet myself. I was like, all right, Volt, day 4 and day 5. That's it. That's all there is. And that's how I do it. And when I hit it, I hit it. And when I don't, I don't. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's what a mastermind is. A mastermind is melding minds together to create something greater than one mind can achieve on its own. And that's what if I knew about Titanex before, I would have definitely been in the mastermind. But now I'm kind of in it because I'm a builder. I get to talk to you guys every day. So, or not every day, but whatever.
I mean, you had to get in before Titanex was the only time it was. I think you closed it after Titanex, didn't you, Jake?
Yeah, 6 months before. When I started building, I closed it.
You're still streaming.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sorry, doing the calls,
Yep.
So that's legit, and props, dude, for the master.
That's so funny. Like, you never know how this stuff works. Because in the beginning, everybody's like, oh, Jake's in my DMs. Fuck. Goddamn, it's scamming. And now everybody's like, fuck, I should have listened. I should have been in there. So it's like, it's still the same thing. You just, your opinion changed.
I didn't even realize.
See, that's the thing with me. I had never gotten a DM from anybody ever on Twitter, and then because I was like, I just wasn't paying attention like that. But I had been following you, and when you got my DM, I mean, when I got your DM, I was psyched. And I don't know if you remember, but you and I had a conversation, and I decided not to go into the mastermind, and it was my contrarian nature. I really wanted to, but I don't like joining groups. I really don't. I'm like, I don't trust group. I'm like a lone wolf kind of character, right? And my brother even said, bro, let's do it. Come on, and you even said to me, I'll let you and your brother do it together. And I still said no. And I was like, so this contrarian thing, like, so I'm glad I didn't, because if I had, I probably would have ended up on the Blaze, building, and like, because I probably, when Steve said, hey, do you want to join? I would have said, yeah, right? And then I wouldn't have had the freedom that I've had now to study and learn and to do the right thing, really, for my son, really, because all of this is for my son and my family, and I'm doing this not for me, I'm doing it for other people. And so if I had built, I would have focused on that. And now I really had the gift of like having to figure this out on my own and study without the benefit of like the direct mass. And I got the master. I got Jake's brain. I listened to everything, all of your like little things from them. I listened, right? I was like, oh, I'm getting enough just by listening. So anyway, I appreciated the invitation because I'm a good judge of character. I know if there's someone that is a scammer or not, and it was very obvious, right? And so I was like, fuck yeah, man. And that wasn't why I said no. I said no because I was like, I don't need this. That's just me being a contrarian.
And then we got Steve over here that joins every single mastermind he can. Like he's literally in like health mastermind.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. I seek the best people. I actually seek out the best people. And I'm really good at finding good people. That's one of my talents. I'm actually really good because I'm good at finding good people a lot of the time. Not saying all the time, but yeah, I can. And yeah, so it's interesting, isn't it? It's very interesting. And you know, this whole fear and your intuition, Cheers, about joining. It's like that fear and greed thing. It's like when Jake said someone sent him an Inferno pick, and so he bought it because they wanted to sell. It's like I remember friends sending me Solana images, and I actually sold too because I'm like, why are they sending me these images? And you know, you have the feeling that you can't do it, but I'm trying to do the opposite, and I'm getting better at it. Like a few years ago, I was really bad. I'd always buy the top and sell the bottom, and now I'm reversing it a little bit because I'm starting to think: am I feeling fearful? Am I feeling greedy? I'm starting to get more in tune. So yeah, that's contrarian to the whole macro market.
Yeah.
Bad news for you, Chiz. We got you anyway, buddy. Resistance is futile.
No, I know. I mean, well, that's the thing. I mean, it was only a matter of time. You know, it was only a matter of time. And yeah, but you know, things happen for a reason because I actually did my own mastermind. Right. In my mind, I was like, oh, I don't need Jake's now. I'll do my own with my brother and my friends. And then I realized, oh, I'm on my own because I'm the only one who's really studying. And I'm like trying, and so it wasn't really a mastermind. So what I thought I was going to do, I didn't really have it to do. I didn't know enough. I wasn't like a master in the blockchain, and in like Jake is a true master. I mean, clearly you've been studying and mastering this craft for frickin' years. And that's amazing. And it's not just you, it's all the people that you're surrounding yourself and your mastermind. I mean, look, Steve came out of there. All these other, I mean, Utah, look, man, look what you grew. You grew a freak in Utah, man. I mean, who would have thunk, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, just the mastermind, Jake running it, the king of the mastermind, Steve, second in command in the mastermind. Like I came to the mastermind meetings to listen to you and Steve. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, dude. And I give y'all mad props. And for people that said, oh, mastermind had insider information, negative. Total BS. Jake fair launched that shit just like we have fair launched everything on there. And there was no funny business. There was no nothing at all. And I'll say that every day till I die. So and now everybody's in the mastermind. You know, like I was just mentioning earlier, like it's a community and we share knowledge with everybody, right? So, you know, strength in numbers. It's cool.
100%.
Yeah.
I get less alpha now. As far as the macros go, I'm going to keep harping on that macro stuff, Jake.
I'm not saying it on Steam because it creates a target.
Okay. All right. Steve wants it too. Steve wants it too.
That's a really good point you make. Yeah, we don't need a target because like the target is beyond what we can imagine. And I don't think if we set a target, actually, we could be way off anyway. But when you look at, I don't want to even talk about it because you're right. Good point.
You can't, anyways. You shouldn't, right? Because the founder price predictions now, because you are one. So
No, I'm not talking price predictions. I'm talking BTC and ETH.
Oh, okay.
Cycle prediction.
Where we're at in the cycle and things, just basic stuff that 1,000 people talk about all day every day.
And actually, 900 of those people are way off, like way off. Like I don't even know if they're actually looking at the charts, because when they're talking about things, I'm just like, guys, I don't. That's not people, and a lot of people are listening to that. That's why the people are going to think it's a hyper cycle this time. When we hit euphoria, everybody's going to be saying this is going to last 5 cycles or something, and it's like,
well, but like one of the best advices when it comes to macro is this time is never different. It never ever is. And right now we have 100% statistical data on it's never different. Like this super cycle talk happened a little bit in 2017. The last cycle was all super cycle talk. Now it's all super cycle talk. And it's like, come on, guys, it's like this playbook. And also, like in the last bear market, before a big exchange collapsed at the bottom of the last market before the bear market we're in just now. Now we had the FTX collapse. It's the same thing over and over again, just different labels. So when FTX collapsed, I was like, fuck yeah, this is it. Let's go. Yeah. And everybody's like, fuck, crypto is fucked. Like, they will take 10 years to recover. I was like, no. I've seen this happen before. Buy now, today, now. Now is the time. Yeah.
And just on that note, like for Utah and the macro, like this site, I say it all the time, is awesome. It's a amalgamation of multiple indicators that when you historical data, it's always pick the cycle top and the cycle bottom, and it's, you know, buy above 90, sell below 10. Let's say right now we're at 61. So I just share that. It's a CBBI index, just worth having a look at.
Right. I mean, look at that chart. It's like so accurate, just exponentially bigger each time. It actually looks the same on each one of those spikes. It's got the initial spike and then the big one, and then the initial one and then the big one, but they're always exponentially greater. That last one, when you're looking at that last, you see, it's got the first peak. That first peak was before every peak underneath. So it's like when you look at the peak before that, the peak before that is the small peak. And that's where we're at right now. Is this next
here.
Yeah.
Sell here, and then we're waiting to sell.
Wait. Yes and no. So there's alpha when it comes to this, which I can talk about. So usually when Bitcoin tops, you want to start trimming a little bit, because what happens is when Bitcoin tops, Ethereum starts to run for 2 months, and altcoins run even harder when Ethereum runs. So you might miss out on the last big euphoria event when Bitcoin tops, because Ethereum runs for 2 months later. Like when Bitcoin tops, Ethereum doesn't top. Ethereum always tops later than Bitcoin. So start trimming. That's a big rule when it comes to tops, is you trim. You start with 3%, 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%. And then when you really like, okay, now it's really over, then you can go harder. But you always want to trim, because the last pop is the most extreme. It's the fucking most bonker shit you'll ever see in your life. Because I remember, like in the last cycle, I was in something, and in the last cycle I started like trimming off my portfolio because I felt like we were roughly around the top, and I was trimming, and then all of a sudden the last 2 weeks of the cycle kicked in, and it was just 3x, 4x, 5x, just in 2 week periods. It's the most insane things you've seen. So like you always want to trim. You never want to have like, okay, this time I'm out. Yeah. You set like a time window of 3 to 4 months, and then you slowly trim 2% a week, etc. And then towards the end, you can go a little bit more aggressive, but you always want to operate in time ranges instead of like set dates. Yeah. That's the best way to approach it.
That's nice. That reminds me of a little bit of alpha that Mo shared with me. A utility case for Titanex staking is you can stake, it will lock it up, and that means you won't sell or won't be tempted to sell. Let's say I don't want to sell till someone doesn't want to be tempted to sell anything. They can use the staking lock it for a year, 6 months, a few years. I know Mackenzie, he locks stuff for like 5 years and 10 years. Like,
is it a he or a she, Mackenzie? I never know.
I'm actually talk to him. I used to talk to him every week.
Yeah.
It's both. It's him and his wife.
Oh.
Yeah. And
Really?
he's a
Interesting.
smart
Okay.
guy. He's a really, really smart
That's
guy.
the real alpha.
Dude,
Yeah.
that
That's
is
all we needed to hear this
that
stream.
is
Kenzie is
such
really
a
smart.
dude. That is such a alpha drop right there to the whole community
Yeah.
right there. I
The
mean,
Yeah, I
state
just
thing.
Because I never
About-
knew, because some people like mention like he in the comments, and then they're like a little bit she here, and that's just like,
Oh, is that
yeah,
an alpha drop?
that is an alpha drop for sure.
because I never knew, you know. That's cool.
Did
That's
I
cool.
say something I should have said?
Maybe
no, I knew because I said something on list. I put some on Twitter and I was like, listen to her. She knows what she's talking about. Then in the comments put, no, this is actually him. And I was like, what? And
He's
then
he's a master.
and then
of
they're like,
liquidity.
yeah, it's both. And so they're a team and it's really awesome. And I was like, you guys want to come on the weekly Blaze? You know what I mean? Because I'm curious how this works out in a freaking relationship. You know what I mean? And I said you could use, an avatar. So if both of you could come on, that'd be awesome. And they never responded. So, but I got further than most, I think.
that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he's great at yield farming and liquidity and all that stuff, really advanced stuff. Yeah, but that's a cool utility for the Titanex staking.
Yeah, I
people-
mean, you'll kind of have it with the borrowing and lending things. You'll be able to lock and just get yield.
Oh, in the
bonds.
farms.
Also,
I was
like with
wondered.
these liquidity things, you have these stability pools where you can just lock up. Yeah, well, we'll have to see when it comes to that. There's definitely an idea.
Jake, can Lotus be added to farms if farms launches before? Can you guys put it in there, or is that not how it works?
It depends on what is the pair for Lotus.
It's Volt.
Is it V3?
V3.
Yeah.
Maybe. Why not? It depends on volume and adoption. Because like
Sure.
for something to get into the farms, it needs to be worth the Think emission. Because all the pairs are going to be working for Think, for the buy and burn of Think. So it needs to have a worthwhile amount of volume where if the pair gets added, it doesn't take away from the flywheel. So like as long as they hit volume targets, why not?
I was just wondering. Yeah, cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I got some good news from my devs a minute ago that one of the unique mechanics that isn't done a lot just got fully tested in their internal audits and it works. So it's pretty badass. I'm pretty excited about that.
Send me the white paper. I know nothing about Lotus.
I tried. I DM'd you like several times, but I know you get so many. I said this was a long time ago. I said, and Steve said, "Oh, I talked to him about it," and he said, "All right." And I was like, "And it's good." And I'm not, I mean, just because I want to get the head nod, you know what I mean? And because it's super cool. But I'll share one little screen of the it's a mining protocol and staking protocol. And if Steve wants to let me share just one thing of the how hyper deflationary the mining mechanics are.
Just press the present.
Is that okay?
Yeah, just press that.
Okay. I'll share the white paper with you, Jake. Just let me know where.
Yeah, because I just looked at my Telegram DMs.
You know, I share everything on my StreamYard account for Blaze, but I've never done on somebody else's. This is Steve's. So, all right, let's see here.
Yeah, because I just looked at my DMs, but it didn't show up because my DMs delete after 5 days.
Well, how should I get it to you?
You have a deleting DMs?
Yeah, I just put auto delete like 5 days. Otherwise, I just get spammed up.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. All right. So, Steve, you can bring it up. Okay, yeah. So scroll down just a little bit.
You need to scroll down.
Yeah, see, I'm used to doing it. So this is the how fast. It's a 2.5% token decrease per day at a 1.75 cost in max miner. So we're looking at around in this area, maybe 30 to 50 days, possibly, if I start around 450 TITANX per miner. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll look deeper into it. Send me the white paper. I might have some feedback.
Cool. Yeah, man. It's gonna be really exciting. That's Zara. She's on the way in too.
Wow, Zara is could be the mascot of the ecosystem.
Yeah, it's cool branding. I like the branding.
Yeah.
Hey man, you got
Yeah,
a
thanks, man.
you got
Thanks,
a
yeah.
background in graphic arts, don't you?
Logo's sick too.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been doing graphic design for 25 years, actually. Yeah. So, Steve, can you stop sharing it? I don't want to share too much because we might have to change some things. But I've been doing graphic design I have a bachelor in graphic design, fine arts graphic design from the Art Institute of Atlanta, but I never did it except for just a little while. And yeah, I love art, man. And
First time I saw it, man, it just floored me. I was like, whoa.
it's a mining protocol, guys, that basically pays rewards in Titanex, locks up Titanex, 3 pools, special mechanics, some really unique buy and burn functions, burns Lotus, burns Volt, sends Titanex to the DragonX Vault. And so, yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, I've worked on this white paper for I don't even know. I mean, my family's like, what are you doing? I'm like, but my mom knows more about Titanex than most people in Titanex, though, because she watches all of our streams. Everything is hilarious, So
Here's some of Zara.
Yeah, looks great.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be something that we release, to help.
Zara is also a great name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Steve came up with Zara. We were trying to figure
that
out.
was me. That was me coming up with that.
Wait till you guys see the website. Oh, I gotta hold that one back though.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. I would love to.
I mean,
he's breaking. He's breaking.
Drool.
I want to. You know what?
Share it.
I want to get Steve's. Okay.
I mean, go for it. I mean, you could, if you wanted to share some. I mean, you got a lot on stream. It's up to you, man.
Yeah. Okay, you guys talk for a second. Let me dig something up. I don't know if we can share because the website's not published. I have something on Telegram. That was sent to me. I don't know if I can share a Telegram screen on here.
I think you can. Just make sure you hide your messages, just in case.
Yeah.
Or what you can do is you can download it and then just drag it into your browser. It opens a URL with the file.
Okay. Are you guys chatted up for
Like
a second?
screenshot, please.
I'll figure this out. Yeah, I'll figure this out. Just give me 1 second. I'm excited to share it. I want to share it. We're not sharing the whole full white paper till the last day of Steve's Mint, though, because I like that, and space it out a little bit and all that.
This is the nice thing. This is the nice thing about these long streams is you can just beat shit out of people. We got the gold wheel, and now we're getting Lotus.
You're right.
You just wear them down,
That's so funny. That is
and I got my macro.
The thing is,
I'll be right back.
not everyone's going to know about it because it's somewhere in the 8 hours. They're going to have to watch 8 hours.
Right. Right. I'm so proud of the website. The web designer, she's amazing. Laid out the graphics perfectly from my perspective and balance. Yeah. I created all the graphics. And
that's my guy. My guy. She's really, really good.
Your girl.
She did well.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back. Let me make sure I got this shit right before I put it up. Okay.
Okay. Let me go to the toilet. I need to get ready for it.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but
yeah.
I'm gonna try and do some recruiting.
Yeah.
So, Smooth and Crypto and Dave and Chiz. So, would you guys be interested in maybe swinging by the lounge someday? I'd love to set something up with you guys.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's just because it's definitely the chill spot. Chiz, you're gonna fit right in, man. You are gonna fit right in. Your style is just so perfect.
Really? Yeah, of course I'll come. Where is it?
Well, I'll work with you guys, and I wanna make it as convenient for you guys. And Dave, sometimes I want to reach out to you, but I know you're working crazy hours, so I'm just kind of letting that. You even told me that when we were talking that night when we streamed with Mo a little bit.
Yeah.
You were like, I got some brutal months coming up, but you said come November you'll be a little more free. So
Yeah, we finished
know.
the shoot on the 2nd of November. So in November I will have more daytime availability. Right now it's literally weekends that I have. But I mean, I got like 16-hour days, maybe 17 sometimes this month, but that's okay. No rest till 2026, baby. I mean, I'm
right.
all in.
Right. And Chiz and Crypto, I mean, you guys, just to have you guys be an honor. And, it's just another way to bring more exposure and be yourself.
When is your lounge? When is it?
Well, I could set it like a specific day, but it's kind of hard because unless somebody can really commit to it, Mo I talked to him about it a little bit too. It's like you want to try and get like 2 or 3, and then coordinate with those guys and find your dates that work for them. So they're coming into it relaxed and not feeling like they're rushed and they're trying to squeeze a bunch of stuff in. And I'm totally down with it. So to answer your question bluntly, I don't have like a set schedule. I want to do 1 a week. I think that's enough. And that gives me time to plan, schedule, and not feel like I'm, really trying to pack too much in. So some of them could be just a flash stream. I mean, it's
impromptu.
Like, hey,
actually, that's probably a good idea. Kind of just, whenever you can do it, just do it. And then whoever can join, maybe if you have one guest that can, be there, and then make it available for other people during that time as well, possibly.
Yeah, and that's the idea. And actually, I'm really encouraging anybody that comes to the lounge. If you raise your hand, and you got to qualify, you got to have a green circle. And
nice.
So there's certain things that you have to have in order to even make it to the stage.
Nice.
And I kind of lay that out in the very beginning. But yeah, just it's going to be a little fluid. But if I can have a set schedule, I'll let people know days in advance it's coming. If not, it'll just pop up. Lounge is live.
Yeah.
Jump in.
Yeah, I'd definitely be down to do it. Just send me DMs when you have times or whatever. But also, me and Crypto Awesome did a random spaces one day. So I mean, both of our schedules are like, you could hit me up saying in the morning, like, hey, are you free tonight? And sometimes I am. Right, my schedule is just so sporadic that like I'll have a random, like, I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm East, but
I am.
I'll have like a random. Okay, so I'll have a random like 1 o'clock to like 3 o'clock opening, or 3 to 5 or something random like that.
You tweeted, you're like, who wants to jump on a stream right now? And I was I saw the tweet, and I saw that you had just posted it, and I'm like, I'm in. And it was more like just completely random, but it was such a great combo. It was like a lot of fun. Yeah.
Sometimes those organic sessions are just magic too. Right.
Yep.
Damn, they can just explode.
So
I would love to come on though. Just let me know when you're trying to do it.
Yeah, Chiz, and I'll reach out to you too, buddy.
Definitely.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Steve, for sure. Send your DM. Okay. You're good with it? You're good with me sharing this on your thing? All right.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. So I know simplicity is good in some cases. I like simplicity, but this is different because this is like an art love of mine. So this is something that the designer put together, a short video, and this is her just going through it, guys. All right. So
I was going to say, this is built on Volt, so the 3,000 people who are watching know this has...
This burns 12% Volt. 12% Volt. Okay. All right, here we go.
God damn it, Steve.
I'm gonna play 35. It's a 35-second clip. So here we go.
That's 8. I'm sold.
Ooh.
It's beautiful, man.
Beautiful.
Shooting stars.
Wow, beautiful. Oh my god.
Okay, that's sick art. I like it.
Thanks. The auto compound button shouldn't have got shown. That's another feature right there.
No one probably would have noticed unless if you didn't say nothing.
You're like, don't look at that. And now I'm staring at it.
Yeah, it's like, all right, now what?
We're looking at that one place now.
It
Yeah,
just
dude.
feels interactive from the very beginning. I mean, it feels like you want to just dive in. It's
Dude.
so inviting.
It is. It's so different than everything else.
Yeah,
I'm in love with
beautiful.
Zara.
I've spent
Totally.
1,000
I love
hours
Zara.
on this. 1,000 hours probably from everything from the white paper.
The thing I like about this design is usually because artists are usually horrible at like user experience design, so they have like this like the visuals overpower the actual like numbers and buttons. But this is like the nice balance because you still see the UI. It's like blacked out in the
Yeah.
background. It doesn't blend in with the background, which is horrible for user experience. Oh, it's so nice. I love it.
Yeah.
So nice.
Way different than. You remember my first version of Vault front end that had the lightning coming out?
Oh, but I hated
That
it.
was-
I
that
was
was-
like, what am I looking at? I don't know where
Yeah.
to look, you know? And then you see
Yeah,
me the
that-
second one. I'm like, this one is it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is
Great,
different
man.
than
Hats
that.
off, dude. That's awesome. God, that's beautiful.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, just
Oh, man.
I'm excited. You know, I'm excited for Zara token though too, because that's gonna do all kinds of special stuff down the road too. We have planned, you know, just to.
Oh, we're getting all the alpha now.
Yeah, I mean, you got the flywheel, you know, you got maybe some Zara, you know, we're just planting seeds. They got to water though. We got to have water on 'em to make it grow.
It's never just one thing with builders because you know we have so many ideas that like once you start building, you know, we're never going to stop. And like, and you already have two, like or more probably. You know, it's like and Volt. There's tons of other things. So it's like AwesomeX too. Like I already have two more other protocols that I'm actually going to be building on AwesomeX, and there's someone else that actually wants to build another thing on AwesomeX already, and we haven't even launched. It's like, you know, that's what's so good. Like this is going to blow. It's going to blow up. It's just going to be so great. I love it.
Man, I love
and
AI.
it all started with the hashtag, which is crazy.
Yes.
What was the hashtag?
Hashtag
build on Titanex.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Plus the burn 2.0 mechanisms that Jake has built in when you read the white paper really good, you know, too. You can use his code, right? If I'm saying that right, Jake, use this. You're like, use this to put in. And am I saying that right? Or
wait, a little bit of context.
Okay,
I kind of lost you there in the middle.
So in the Titanex white paper or Hydra or Hyper, for instance, maybe. The code is there, it's proofed, and use it to burn, right? And isn't that what you kind of said indirectly in the white paper, or could you explain that?
Yeah. So the burn function in Titanex, people ended up using it differently, or just like burning Titanex manually and using the token to buy and burn. So that adoption part happened differently, but the general idea is still there. So Titanex has burn functions. X28 is going to use them to burn liquid, to burn miners, so you can burn active miners, not claim miners or like etc. Just only active miners, and you can burn stakes. So that's like in the code. But everybody adopted it just differently. They just like, hey, Titanex is input token. We use it to buy and burn. We create Titanex pair. Like, it's actually the builder logic has turned out way better than expected. People were just like, hey, let's just burn and use the rest to buy and burn, which is sick. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sorry, I confused you on that question. That was reading through everything, you know, because it's a mining protocol. But I want it to be like a minting protocol because it can't be like Titanex, the currency, right? So it needs to be capped fast. And so we're looking at like, I know 300 days, worst case scenario, logically 40 to 50 days. I mean, it'll cost you for a max miner, I think whatever that chart says, like 10 grand.
Wait, you're saying Lotus is cap supply?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to naturally be prohibitive to mine because I had that dual axis chart. It's a dual axis chart. So basically, the tokens you get in Lotus decrease by 2.25% per day per miner, and the cost goes up 1.75% per day to mine the max miner. So yeah, it's a massive decrease, and it's super deflationary. Yeah, just to not waste time. So the max miners are 180 days is the max miner, Jake. 180 days. So I'm kind of timing that to let people have their max miners out during the cycle, right? I want them to be able to utilize their tokens potentially when we might anticipate the cycle. So the 180 days is why I did the max miner length on that. So anyways.
Let me show you something. It's an all-time high for Titanex right now. Well, while you were sharing Zara and Volt.
What?
All-time high. Well, local high for Titanex, but still, that's pretty cool. Hey, I've got something to share with Dave. Everyone want to see this? It was a present. I got a gift for Dave. I was going to share it. Yes, I was going to share with you on the launch. Well, check it out. It'd be fun to share. Hey, what do you think of that?
That's amazing. Thank you. Oh my gosh, how amazing.
That's sick.
Dude, right on.
Steve, man, dude.
That is so Steve, man.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Dude, that's cool.
Yeah, man, I sent it to you. I was gonna tag you in a post and surprise you, but I'll just send it to you now because now the launch is next week. You can use it for the marketing.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got to make that into a gift too or something. That's epic, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, guys, I got to get off of here and get to dinner. So I appreciate everybody for watching. This stream has been awesome. I was driving for 3 hours today, just listening to it. So you guys are killing it. It's so bullish, and hitting local highs like on stream is always great. So I appreciate everybody, and I'll be on soon for sure.
Cheers,
yeah, man.
I'll be in touch.
It's good to see you.
See you guys.
In other news, Volt is only 8 hours into the next auction, and there's already almost $1 trillion Titanex in it.
Wow.
When Lambo, Steve?
I mean, Steve, there's some serious FOMO in this, in built into your system here. This is like
How
off
many
the
car
charts.
guards do you have?
It's actually kind of funny how Volt came to be, because I remember our conversations, because you had a whole different idea first.
Yeah.
And then I think we were talking about the auction system. So I think we were on Zoom, and then I asked the question of like, okay, how can you make an auction system that actually deflates? So like instead of the auction inflating the supply, it came from somewhere else. And then we ran on it, and that's where we came up with the buy and feed. And then I saw like a light bulb go off, and then you ran with it, and now we have Volt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that conversation.
There was one big twist because it was 100% staking, and then just a few weeks ago it got changed to 100% burn.
Yep.
Remember? Yeah, that last conversation.
Yeah, Jake, if you DM me or just send me like an email, I can add you to a reader on the Gitbook, because I can't like send a link out till it's published. You know what I mean? Or it's better than. Is that cool?
Yep.
All right.
I'll send it over.
I tried, man. I tried, but your DMs delete after 5 days or whatever, you know, in the Telegram, which is fine. And I understand that, because Melo's messing with me, and like every time somebody comes into Steve's Volt chat or whatever, he's like, for, you know, the bullshit marketing guys, they're like, just ask Grandman. He's ahead of that. He says that to every single person. So I'm like, it's a joke with these assholes, you know, not assholes really, but I just it's endless. I wake up and delete like 30 people in the morning because Melo is a joke. I'm like, dude. So I started doing it back to him, actually. It's pretty funny.
Not like you don't have anything else to do, Jake, but also I know now the alpha of your deletion in DMs. So I would want you to take a look at Draco before I announce it on the next stream, because I actually really do need your opinion before I actually, only because I really value it, and I don't want to like. There's a couple questions that I have in there that I really do want to have.
You're live now, Dave, by the way.
Yeah, I'm talking to a lot of builders, man. That's
I know. Yeah, anyways,
sick shit coming that nobody knows about. Like, you think we're done? Hell no.
Just getting started.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I just had one of my onboards call me and notify me of the Titanex price, and that we just broke that resistance. And it's just funny. I'm like, yeah, I'm on stream right now, dude.
Oh wow, yeah, shut up, 9. Wow, just shut up right now.
Yeah, I was like, why don't you jump on YouTube? Check it out.
Oh my.
It's awesome.
You know, 300,000 volt is worth more than 10 billion TITANX right now.
I mean,
yeah, and that sell side on Titanex, the sell side and the buy side liquidity is so strong. It's like this. I could at the beginning of the stream, like when I pointed it out, I'm like, this is going up. I'm sure this is going to go up.
Wow, we're at 6 zeros and a 9 on TITANX right now.
Yeah,
we're about to do a 0.
And there's $2.7 million of volume on Volt today.
Wow. Yeah, there's almost 7 trillion in Volt that's been deposited all in right now so far.
Crazy.
6.5 trillion.
It's really good to see TITANX volume over $1 million too. That's always my sort of when I know that when there's volume, there's
things are happening.
Oh my God, are they ever?
It's because you shared Lotus. That's it. Everybody's like,
Lotus.
I'm buying now.
It's Zara, man.
Steve,
it's
you're
Zara, man. Zara's so hot.
She's fun, boy.
One hot chick in a whole whole ecosystem full of testosterone, and here we go.
And you know that
it's all it takes.
The web designer that I'm working with, I was like, look, we don't want her to look like some hoe. I'll be honest, right? I designed her, but the goal wasn't because she's a female web designer, Yen is, and she is actually awesome hearted girl and put everything into the layout. I was like, this isn't like a sex a sex sale, right? So this is a conservative samurai woman, that balance out some of the masculinity in the ecosystem that would be really cool to bring to it, I think. So, and she's all about it. She freaking loves Zara. I've sent her so many images of it, and the white paper is all black and white, but everything in Zara is all color. So that's like this really cool contrast between the white paper and what Zara will be down the road, right? And in the website you just saw too is obviously full of color too. So yeah.
Dude, I love that approach. I love it. It's just so cool.
Yeah. Just some different, just no sleep, something different.
Hey guys,
Yes.
I gotta drop off. Really appreciate the invite, Steve. It's been
man.
awesome. It's been awesome chatting with all you guys. Let's go.
Utah, good.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
man.
Yeah.
Right on.
Hey, you guys have a good weekend.
Later, bro.
Chats.
Peace.
Yep.
See you,
I'm gonna
man.
chime out too, guys. I'm gonna get some dinner going here, but truly an honor and a pleasure. And wow, look at these charts. You guys are amazing. I'm out.
I didn't do
Peace.
anything.
I'll be bullshit. We'll see you, bud. Take care, y'all.
Man, talk soon.
Yes.
Yep.
This is a good stat too. In sell side Vault, 1.2 trillion Titanex in the liquidity pool.
Wow.
That's a good stat.
Man, Volt has so much liquidity for 8 days.
It's amazing.
What you doing back there? That's crazy.
Secrets of Steve DeFi, right?
It's because it was added. It was all added when it was low. So when it pumped, it went high. That's what happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we got some people in this chat that have been here since we started, guys, and that is awesome.
That is awesome.
Warrior Soul's been in day one. Johnny Vegas since the beginning. Mella's still here. Titan Joe, he's been here almost all day too. Just looking at some of these folks. Stray, he's still in here the whole time. Yeah.
That's true. Zara's going to attract a new crowd. It's like I've said it a few times, but my favorite tokenomic of Awesome X is Dave himself. I think that's a powerful tokenomic. Yeah. Because of your character and who you are. And like same with Lotus, it's like Zara is a great tokenomic for that, in my opinion. Just the whole brand, I love it. The branding is exciting, the marketing and branding, really exciting.
It is.
Good times ahead.
I mean, it was definitely needed because like my style of design is basically just, all right, let's make the background black and put some white lights on it. White lights, that's it. That's as far as it goes, and just some cool colors. And now everybody's like doing cool art and stuff. Like, I think the first meme fight one was Inferno, like that bull that like stood out in the ecosystem. You know, like now we have a mascot. Yeah, it's cool to see it evolve.
It's good mix, it's good balance, and I think as we go forward, like we'll start to see a lot more of different balances and everything.
Yeah.
Good old Zara, where you at, honey?
Yeah, like the Inferno meme-fi thing is becoming like X-Men, and they can just brand it with X something. There's something there. Like you have the X-Men, they're all cool. Wolverine's cool. The one with the eyes, all of them are cool in their own way, and together they form one group. It's like Dave's one, Inferno, Alien, Goat. All these things are going to have like X. It could be
that is amazing. Good point. We have like our own like Marvel universe.
Yes,
Marvel, that's
universe. It's going to be brilliant, and then a movie can be made.
Yes,
of Inferno, of Awesome X. I mean, it's massive. That.
I mean, Inferno and Awesome X, they work out together. So
yeah,
just saying.
And we had Inferno, the bull's girlfriend.
Inferno, I heard about that. I can't wait to see her. She's kind of probably a little high maintenance, though. She likes nice things.
Yeah. She's not as hot as Zara. I'll tell you that much, because she's a cow. But
cow.
Oh yeah! Imagine if they cross over like the Marvels and the Superman. Batman, and they cross over Zara and the X memes.
Definitely.
It's cool, man. They film all the Marvel movies right here, like the better ones. I mean, right over here.
So we have one of the first hybrid that's going to get launched on Awesome X. I've already created the artwork years ago. I just didn't know what chain to launch it on. It's these little sumos, and they are hilarious and amazing. And they're these little sumo wrestlers. And we're going to do a hybrid on Awesome X with talking to Rudy right now to put that together. But I'm really excited about those two because they're totally different than anything else in the ecosystem right now. But they're very funny, very catchy. And these little baby sumo wrestlers, I mean, they're hilarious.
That's awesome.
So a hybrid with Awesome X in it, right? So it's okay. So it's back. Nice. Yeah.
It's gonna be. I was thinking about doing a sumo token using Awesome X to launch, but I think there's probably a better chance that we're actually just gonna have Awesome X as the collateral for the sumos. Yeah,
I like that. I think this ecosystem is, these hybrids are really going to be.
There's another innovation in the Titanex ecosystem. Literally, the NFT hybrids are something else that's being innovated right now. It is, I mean, the only way I will ever get into NFTs again is if they're hybrids. I mean,
Well, Eric brought that, right? Eric brought that.
Well, Rudy and Eric at the same time kind of did a little different way to do it. But the Rudy's is still the hybrids with rarities. Eric has only 5 hybrids. They're the same. So it's like, but they act similar. And I mean, I think the Emperor right now, I mean, literally, it's probably like $1 million for an Emperor. Let me find out.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Where is that? I have so many tabs open, guys. I literally can't hardly find anything. Oh yeah, here we go. So we got the Apprentice is 8.8 million Titanex, which is $8. But then the next one up is 88 million Titanex. I think that's possibly the Ninja. I'm not looking at it right now, and that's $80. But then the next one is $800. The next one is $8,000. The Samurai, I think, and the Emperor right now. Oh no, it's not $1 million, but it's $79,000. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 88. Oh, no. That's not the Emperor yet. The Emperor is $796,000. I don't think anybody actually has an Emperor yet, but it's $796,000 for an Emperor right now.
It's a good chunk of change.
Yeah. Like these hybrids are different. Like they're different. NFTs, you could totally get wrecked if it, I mean, whatever. But this is NFT that's collateralized with tokens, and they're hyper deflationary because every time you trade it burns some of it. It's just revolutionary for NFTs, in my opinion. MemeFi, hybrid NFTs, fair launch. I mean, hyperdeflation. Like, there's nothing like this ecosystem.
Steve, how did you decide how much time you were gonna have this today? How did you how did the SuperNova? Yeah, what were you thinking here? Because you gotta give us some like juice here near the end. How much time do we have here in terms of your vision here? What were we trying to do? 8 hours?
Well, this is it. Like just I don't know if Jake knows, but me, Justin, and Chiz, we do Unity and DeFi every Saturday night for like it's meant to be an hour. It usually goes on for 2 or 3 hours. And we just talk about TITANX, DeFi, and Chiz. Chiz has been in DeFi since 2017. He's got a wealth of experience. So, and last week, I just said, hey, why don't we just do a massive stream next week for like 12 hours? And then it kind of settled on 8 hours because Justin is in bed in the morning. Is he gone? Justin gone, yes.
He's like, I'm going to sleep.
He's like, I'm out.
I'm gone.
He's in bed, yeah. So Justin's in bed. I didn't want to do it by myself. Well, I could have done it by myself, but so I just settled on when he got up about 11 o'clock, and his time that's 4 p.m. mine. So I thought, midnight UK time is kind of like bedtime, and I still got another hour at least to post all the Twitter stuff for Vault because I do that every day to schedule it because you got to remind everyone that it exists. Just throw out all. That's a good thing to teach everyone. Just to, it's use hype theory. I use hype theory, and I schedule everything through the night, and in the day too. And then if I have more stuff to say in the day, like I think of something, I just post it right away. But at least there's always something coming out, so everyone's always reminded. So is that what you use? Something like that, Jake?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Usually I'm just a maniac on Twitter, just manually. Because sometimes if I feel like if I'm going to travel for a day or whatever, then I just schedule a bunch of shit out.
Yeah. 30 a day for like 5 years or whatever, that's impressive. 30 tweets a day.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all really good tweets. Or like thoughtful and entertaining. It takes time. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just hits you, Sometimes you get that touch of God and you just need to put it all in tweets.
Yeah.
You know, like sometimes you just hit the zone and then you just go on Twitter, you type as much as you possibly can and you go to schedule and you schedule as much as you can just in that 1 hour. Because sometimes it just hits, And sometimes you're like, oh, crap, should I tweet?
So can I, maybe I should just, because whoever's on right now can get some alpha, but if I pitch Draco right now, then you can give me your honest opinion. If I give you an elevator pitch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Reading the white paper. You could read it later. Would you guys like that?
Yeah,
totally.
So Draco is, I think, a huge innovation for AwesomeX. It's going to be something really big. This is, I think, the reason people are going to want to hodl. So AwesomeX is going to mint on Friday, claim on Saturday. We're creating a new protocol on top of AwesomeX called Draco, which actually Jake gave me that name. So thank you, Jake. And what is Draco? Draco is DragonX built on AwesomeX using Hyper. And basically, what does that mean? It means that we will be minting Draco on Saturday, and we will be claiming it on Sunday using AwesomeX. So you'll be able to mint on Friday, claim on Saturday, AwesomeX. You'll be able to use AwesomeX on Saturday after you claim, and claim it on Sunday. And when you mint Draco, let me get the real numbers here because it's pretty crazy. But what it does is it's DragonX through Hyper. And let me find the white paper here real quick so I can just tell you guys what it's doing.
Yeah, I have some feedback on this.
Okay, yeah, I knew you would, and I'm okay public feedback, whatever you want, or we can do private too. But
yeah, I don't like the sell.
Well, and that there's some ways. I actually, this is what I knew that you would have some feedback on.
I have to take some time to think this through. I just have to design. What's the design goal of it? We can go from there.
The main thing is what happens is we would mint Draco using AwesomeX, and there is a few mechanics that are probably going to have to be adjusted. But what it does is it will use a big portion to mine and stake Hyper, or just stake. But the mining and the staking is interesting because it will feed the staking payouts, and everything will continue to loop. Now, when miners are claimed, 100% of those miners are then staked, and then all the staking payouts, 88% of the staking payouts will get restaked, and the final 12% will buy Draco and burn it. So up front, there's a 36% Draco buy and burn on minting, and then 56% goes into the Draco vault, and that Draco vault distributes through mining and staking Hyper. Now, the reason it's a little difficult with Hyper is because Hyper mints with ETH. So
use Hydra.
But there is no staking in Hydra. So
yeah, but with something like AwesomeX, you don't want to have a time delay in between. You want something that is direct, because AwesomeX will orb. So like any time delay kind of just slows down the protocol unnecessarily. So you wanted to make it as direct as possible.
Which time delay?
I'll take some time to
Okay.
You mine Hyper, you get it, you stake it, and then the staking, it's a long time period in between, because it's like every 98 days and every.
Right. I got you. Okay. Well, anyways, that's the idea is DragonX built on AwesomeX, utilizing a staking and mining protocol. And that's why I really liked Hyper for that reason. But I'm absolutely open for adjustments for sure. I think we need something that's going to just be a massive cycle, and it would feed Hyper. It would feed the idea right now. But like I said,
Hydra would fit more in, because since AwesomeX is based on DragonX.
Yeah.
Hydra supports DragonX, burns Titanex.
So maybe we could just focus on, and it uses Titanex as the input instead of using ETH as the input, which is the problem I had the workaround I've been having to work around with Hyper. So Hydra would be a mining, so that it could be a mining protocol built on Hydra instead of Hyper, and it doesn't do the staking. It literally just claims miners and then remines.
Yeah, there could be something there. Let's see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I'll have to take some time to deep dive. Jesus Christ, deep dive.
I'll process that too. I'll write up another potential pathway for that then with Hydra. That's a good point. So it would eliminate the staking, and it would just be a mining loop, possibly.
Yes.
With Hydra.
Yep. Dave, can I ask you a question about this? Like, what's the intention with, like, what are you trying to accomplish for the protocol? Like, what's it for?
What the main thing I'm trying to accomplish for the protocol is allowing people to have something to immediately use their AwesomeX for without selling it, like a reason to hodl, a reason to claim and then redeploy, claim, redeploy, and I want that to be a feedback loop within another protocol. Since AwesomeX has no mining or staking, there's no deferred inflation in AwesomeX. It's literally going to be an additional input token for a sub ecosystem. And then so if we mint on Friday, claim on Saturday, I want to be able to say, okay, 2 hours later after you can claim, you can actually hit the next mint cycle and the next claim cycle right away. So it's like making the whole weekend, boom, 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 boom. And it's still a cure for ADD for 2 whole days, for the whole Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That was the initial thing. I want people to have a reason to hold and a reason to redeploy without selling. And that's the main reason. Because it is perpetual, And AwesomeX has such a high ratio early on. I don't want people to use that high ratio to dump. I want people to use that high ratio to hodl or redeploy into the system. And if there's such a high ratio, also with the high ratio, there's a chance that we can build a really, high amount of tokens on the market, even with the 70% buy and burn. Although that 70% buy and burn is a really nice feature because it will just, devour supply, and it's perpetual. So it will give people a reason to mint AwesomeX all the time, every week, and redeploy that AwesomeX without selling it.
Sorry, guys. I missed a lot of that. Sounded great. We just said 70% buy and burn.
Well, that's for AwesomeX. And
Yeah.
so the next
Okay.
one, the Draco would actually, those numbers would change a little bit, only because right now there's a 36% buy and burn up front in the pool. But then I want the rest of it to go into a vault that either perpetually mines and stakes or perpetually mines. And it continually loops that around. And then any rewards that come out of that, like 88% of them would get recycled, and the other 12% would continue buying and burning Draco. So it's a little bit smaller of a buy and burn on Draco, but it will perpetuate whatever we build on. It will help whatever we build on, not just AwesomeX, but it's built on AwesomeX and something else, either AwesomeX and Hydra or AwesomeX and Hyper. So I do like the idea of Hydra, but without the staking payouts, it does change a little bit. The staking payouts could help feed the system, and then and also the staking payouts would grow. We wouldn't just be extracting; we would be extracting and inputting. So with the mining and the staking, we get the staking payouts that continually stake, but we also input. Like the pathway right now would be inputting ETH back into Hydra or Hyper in order to feed the staking payouts, to give more staking payouts and keep them cycling. Literally, it could own the staking payouts of Hyper over time. It could be the biggest benevolent whale, just like DragonX is for TITANX. That was my vision. Was I want to be the benevolent whale in Hyper to increase the protocol. The problem I was having to solve is how do we get back to ETH? So if we get back to ETH in order to mine, it would only be to mine. Only.
Yeah. I don't like how it sells down the pair.
You think that would sell down the pair? But even if we went through the pathway,
you would break your own orb on AwesomeX.
Got it. Yeah, that was
a protocol.
That was an issue I was looking at that I wanted to see if that was accurate or if the pathway would work. But yeah,
there's better ways to do it. I'll bring someone a little bit.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Sweet.
Yeah,
cool.
as soon as I sent Jake the invite, my whole computer froze, my mouse froze, everything froze. I just had to hard reset. Mac doesn't usually do that, so that's why I love Mac. I love Mac. I mean, it never does that. That's like one of the first times ever. I have 2 Mac Minis, and I just carry them around me wherever I go. Whatever. I have a MacBook Pro. But I sent you a reader thing, Jake. So if you don't get it, let me know and give me some feedback, dude, when you have time. So, I mean, we're going to audits on Monday.
Yep.
So, yeah. I'm sure you'll like it. Yeah. It's locking up TITANX in rewards and input and other things too. So it's pretty cool.
All right, I'm gonna have to go because I have a meeting in 5 minutes. 7 hours, 7 hours stream.
Not too shabby.
Awesome.
Not too shabby.
Thanks so much, man, for staying the whole time.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah.
Thank you, man.
All good. All right, I'll see you in the next stream.
Probably. Yeah, we do it every month. We do this every month.
Do it.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
Peace.
Yeah, let's do the SuperNova every month. Yeah.
For sure.
Sound good? Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Well, I got a 5 hour launch stream on next Friday. So you guys are welcome to join that if you want. I'm going to be minting AwesomeX live when it launches. So we'll start 3 hours before, because it was actually a 4-hour launch stream on the 4th. And then Jake's like, we totally dodged a bullet there. I was like, oh man. I was like, so we got to make it launch on the 11th and make it a 5-hour stream. Because I couldn't go down to 3. I had to like always increase, right? So
I think you and Ouroboros are launching on the 11th, right?
We've been talking. We have been talking. I didn't realize that actually when we locked that date and I re-announced the date. And I told him, I'm like, I'm not trying to step on your toes, and I'm so sorry about that. But we're working it out. And
it's so different. It's like two totally different things.
So I think it's going to be synergistic. In fact, I actually think it's a really good thing that's happening right now. I know I want to make sure that people realize I'm not trying to step on toes, and nobody's feeling that, because there is a lot of protocols launching, but we have to launch on a Friday, or else we would have just moved it to a Saturday. But we have to do Fridays, and so we only have one chance per week to launch this. But
it's apples and oranges, you know. I mean, Ouroboros that's like the sooner the better. Launch tomorrow, and it's
right. And it's
the TITANX bank has been formed. You know,
Ouroboros is a really short mint cycle. AwesomeX is perpetual, so it's like it's not really. I mean, I don't think it's going to overlap. In fact, there's still 65 trillion TITANX liquid right now. So even if we combined, capture 20 trillion, which would be amazing, but if we do combine, it's like there's still TITANX to go around right now. But I think people will like AwesomeX because of the 2.8 to 1 first week. I like that. I want to build big bags early, and I think that's going to be a benefit to people getting in early. But I want a reason for people to want to hold it. I want a reason for people to want to say, hey, you know what? I got to hold this and kind of get a little salivate for like, well, something's coming up next that I can use it for, and I can be a whale in this new protocol if I hodl AwesomeX, because that'll be the new input token. So that was really my thoughts behind that.
It's so cool, dude. Steve, you just broke another all-time high. Your liquidity is at 2.2 million. We started at 1.8, went to 2. Went back to 1.9. Now you're at 2.2 million with a $12 million market cap on the cusp.
Yeah, and
TITANX is mooning. Yeah.
If you just look at the chart, like this is a TITANX one. Look at this. TITANX is at all-time high.
Wow.
So I think the SuperNova stream should be every day.
Every week.
You're right. I mean,
this
for
for 7 hours.
Green candles right now.
Yeah. Wow. And look at the liquidity here for TITANX. There's massive ratio of sell side, more in the sell side compared to the buy, which is always, I always think that's bullish.
Everything is pumping right now. Like all of it, most of it. Like, I mean, Inferno's up 16%. We got HLX up 10% right now. Hydra's up 15%. Hyper's up 10%. TITANX is up 20%. And then, goodness gracious, and Volt is up 112%.
Yeah,
and check this out. I mean, I remember when a few days ago, I was looking at the ratio, the Volt TITANX ratio. Look at that ratio now. You got 30,000 TITANX. When I mean, it was 4,000 a few days ago.
Wow.
Look at that. 30,000 TITANX for a Volt. And at the bottom, when I was actually, I heard someone say, I normally, if I can mine or get into an auction, I don't buy. I prefer not to, but for Volt, I broke my rule. I bought because I knew.
I'm not an auction guy typically either, but you know, I wanted to. I always have to get in day one on every build on Titan, and Volt was just so innovative. I had to actually do it, so I got in day one, and then I just literally put the rest of my TITANX in just on this stream. I put 10 billion in just now, but you know, hey, we'll see what happens when I claim it. But hopefully, I can claim a good amount. But I think this stream has actually been pumping people getting into Volt right now too.
And the amazing thing is, while we're looking at these TITANX ecosystem, our bubble of, you know, innovation, Ethereum's at $2,400.
I know.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The
It's
Ethereum
really
chart looks terrible, actually.
I mean, there's Solana's back at 142. I mean, we've decorrelated. This is very, very interesting. I mean, of course, when they go up, we go up, but we're not losing value as they go down, which is really, really interesting. I mean, I know it's pegged, you know, in a sense, Titanex Ethereum, but I mean, this is very unique and unprecedented. It is. I watch this shit every day with Ethereum and look at Titanex and everything in the ecosystem, and it's amazing, fucking amazing. Someone wants you to, Titan Joe wants you to sign his Trez Ledger, Steve.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm going to get the contract to sign it, not me. The contract has to sign
there
it.
and plane over to where he's at and sign it for him, right? I'm just kidding.
Don't fade BOT protocols, guys. I mean, be careful. I mean, take your profits, do whatever you want, but I'm just saying, be careful because fading any of these protocols is, it's a little dangerous right now.
I mean,
wow, you know, it's going to be really interesting where we are in a month. If we do this, I mean, we do this every month, and there's a supernova, Titanex supernova, and if we can reminisce on what happened the previous month, because I reminisce what happened the previous month from here. Like, a lot has happened. You know, a lot has happened the previous month.
I'm listening to you talk and watching green candles go up on your freaking chart, dude, on the right side of my screen. Like, congratulations.
And in a month's time, we're going to have Awesome X launch, probably Goat, Ouroboros, Lotus, probably the wheel.
Zara.
We got Zara 369 day, Titanex
Element 280. I mean,
oh yeah,
Element 280 is so hot. It's such
badass.
Such
Yeah.
a beautiful.
It's like a mutual fund
I like
token.
it a lot.
Oh,
It's beautiful.
I love it.
I mean, it's beautiful. It really,
I
all
love
of these protocols are so just beautiful in their own ways, and they're all different.
Yeah.
And yeah, ORX literally is going to take our ecosystem to a whole new level in one sense, because having a USDX stablecoin in Titanex is going to change the game on so many levels. But that's going to allow us to collateralize and take loans against it to buy things in the real world if we want. And then if we don't pay, it'll effectively allow us to purchase things using our crypto. And then we can just allow our collateral to go away. And then we've effectively used our crypto in the real world without tax implications in the US anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chiz, for that alpha.
What's that?
What were their audits for Ouroboros?
Dave just, I'm sorry, go ahead. You guys finish. But what Dave said was what Chiz told me the other day. And I was like, hello, everybody. That is golden. Go ahead, Steve.
We can buy a house tax free, you know.
Oh yeah.
When everything
just some collateral.
Yeah.
Well, I actually have experience in this in crypto because I didn't because on Terra last bull market I was on Terra with Luna and Anchor Protocol was the borrowing and lending protocol, and it was a powerful protocol for me, right? And so I put in my Luna as collateral, and then was borrowing against it. And when I ended up doing my taxes, and I'm I'm very transparent. I'm like I would prefer to overpay, honestly, just because I understand how our system works. And so I went to my tax guy, and I showed him what I did on Anchor Protocol, and I said, look, I need to know if this is true, that this is it's legal, that I can, put collateral in, and I'm just interacting with a smart contract and borrowing against it. I'm my own banker. It's a loan. There's no capital gains, right? He was like, no, there's no capital gains.
And no tax, because we're not taxed on loans.
I know. And I said, could you get the IRS on the phone and let's check? And he did. And we talked it through with them, and they're like, there's no tax on loans. Right. And so it's a very powerful tool, but it's also because it's debt, it triggers all of this crazy emotionalism for a lot of people. And so that's why these borrowing and lending protocols, especially, we're just going to have to see. There's going to be, unfortunately, a lot of people will probably get wrecked.
Well, that's because what they're going to play. There's a specific use case for it, and there's also ways to play it wrong. Like taking loans just to take loans, and then that's really not a good idea. But taking the loan because you want to use, like you actually want to spend this
to exit.
You want to spend it. You take the loan to spend the loan, and then you can even not even pay off the loan. You let your collateral expire, and then the collateral is gone. So effectively, you purchased it using crypto, tax-free, and then if you want to pay it back and get your stuff back, that's cool. But you're right; people are going to have to be smart with these protocols, because if you take too many loans and you play it wrong, it really can wreck people for sure. We got to be smart. We got to read the white papers. We got to be very aware of what we're doing, but there are strategies that can be employed for specific reasons.
Totally. It's amazing. And Ouroboros, speaking of Ouroboros, I think what the builder has said is that there's a 10 trillion Titanex max cap on the on the launch, right? And so what that means is there's, as long as it takes to get 10 trillion Titanex into the smart contract, that's as long as the launch for Titanex into ORXs. There's a whole other thing where you can put Ethereum in and get ORX, but it's two different curves and two different, launch dynamics. But I'm thinking about Titanex. I'm like, oh, so I think it's going to break the matrix again, just like Volt broke one matrix. I think Ouroboros is going to break another one.
Yeah.
I just think it's gonna, and I actually think it's good for Awesome X too, because in my mind, there are certain things, like I'll tell you how I made a decision. First, same thing. I think it was what Rayman said, which about you. I was like, I'm investing in that because I know this guy's gonna work it. He's gonna work it. And there's that. Plus, I know I can get 2.8. Right. I keep it very simple. I know if I do this, I can get 2.8. And if he's committed to building, then I'm holding something valuable. Right. So when I think Ouroboros, I'm like, that thing's going to be done in one day. I think it's going to be over. It may be 2 days. I don't know, because the builder, there's a lot of whales that want it. Right. And I think we're going to have an onslaught. And so it's going to be a quickie. I don't think it's going to be that long. I really don't.
For the token itself, or just for the lending aspect of the protocol?
No, just for the launch of the token. It's minting ORX.
Right.
With, and basically
in probably 1 day, there's a chance.
That's sort of, we'll see. But
what the loan ratio is, Chiz? I know you've been on the test net. The collateral, the loan, like how much, 110%, the 90% you get back, or do you know any of that? Is that?
I don't, and I think it's going to be different for every collateral. And I'm also seeing that there's going to be a governance, like the ORX token. There's going to be a governance thing, and one of the tweets that the builder sent out, he said that there's an agreement between, I think is a builder from Helios. I think the multi-sig, there's going to be governance, and there's going to be a multi-sig wallet with Helios, DragonX, and Ouroboros. I think that's what they said. And so all of the governance stuff around the ratios, the collateral to loan ratios will get worked out over time. But I was just talking about the launch of, and the minting of the ORX token. I think it's going to be, hard to get. Basically, I think that it's going to be a very quick launch. That's just what I think. I have no idea.
I read the white paper.
We got to watch Mike Dean's stream because he actually just did a stream while we were on this stream about Ouroboros. I got to watch that white paper.
Gotta watch it. Yeah.
Hey, Jack Levin just got back. He was too busy to get on, but I said hopefully next time would be so good to have you on sometime, and he gave a fire, which is positive for like maybe he'll come on. So maybe Jack Levin will come on next time. That'd be really cool.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be great to have him chatting together, and just listening, and we can ask him questions, and yeah, that'd be great.
I want to go back to something you said, Chiz, earlier. You were saying that dragons were mythical, and maybe they are, but there are a couple theories out there, and I'm maybe a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but I look at all this stuff and I'm like, okay, well, let's look at these theories, see if they're right. So there's a theory that says the T-Rex fossils are actually dragon fossils, and they've just been, called a dinosaur that was sitting there. But when you actually look at a T-Rex, they have these little arms that literally are not necessarily useful for stuff. So I wonder if they did fly. I don't know, but I wonder. And there's another biblical reference where in the Garden of Eden, it's like a snake was the thing that tempted Eve, right? Well, some biblical scholars say that it was a snake that walked on two legs. And when you look at snakes' skeletons, there's actually back legs, bone structure in snakes. And so if it was an upright snake, some people also say that could possibly have been a dragon. And so I don't know. I'm just saying maybe they're mythical, maybe not.
Well, totally. I mean, I agree both. Yes and yes, right? Because they're mythical because like in certain cultures we've created, there's a whole mythology around the mythology. But I mean, if you look at the Komodo dragon, those are freaking dragons, man. Those are real dragons. They're not fire breathing and they may not fly anymore, but who knows, so.
Yeah. Like, the word dinosaur, the word dragon was in the dictionary up into the 19th century, and they got changed to dragon. I mean, sorry, dragon was in the dictionary, and it got changed to dinosaur.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Yeah, check it out. Yeah, so they understood a dinosaur to be a dragon, and then they changed it because of language and whatever. But that was that was a word that was changed in the dictionary.
And also,
one of the best biblical references to dinosaurs is in Job. He talks about Behemoth. Have you read that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just describes a dinosaur. It's kind of cool.
And there's another theory. So the theory of the pre-flood. How did people live 1,000 years? How did people live long? And see, lizards and reptiles actually do not stop growing their entire life. So even now, but pre-flood, there was supposedly, like right now we have an ionosphere around the earth. An ionosphere is an electrical barrier before we get into space. Now, pre-flood, supposedly there could have been a bladder around the earth of water, like a mile thick bladder of water, which actually would block out all UV rays. It would make the earth an entire greenhouse, which would make the whole earth Eden, make the whole earth Atlantis, not just a specific place. And this is why people could probably grow to giant size. People would be way bigger. We would be breathing in way more oxygen. We could sprint for 8 hours and never even, breathe hard. We could swim underwater and hold our breath for like a couple hours. And little lizards would grow to the size of dinosaurs. There was no oceans supposedly in this time because it was all fresh water. So at the bottom of oceans are just the valleys of mountains. So, it would be fresh water. So people could literally go across the whole earth. And there was probably potentially more technology at that time anyway than we even have right now, because people were living if people live 800 to 1,000 years, I mean, there's probably some massive technology that would happen. So what would happen when the flood happened was the bladder of water broke.
not only did the bladder of water break, but water from the bottom, which is actually called primary water. There's another thing about water. Everybody calls it scarce, but water is not scarce. Water is Earth is a water planet. In fact, water is created from the core of our Earth in the magma. It has hydrogen and oxygen in it, and as they push up through the mud, they combine into fresh, brand new water every single day. This is why people that are saying all the water has been here forever, every drop of water has been here forever. There's two cycles. There's a secondary cycle, which is hydrology, which is evaporation and rain and that stuff and snow melt. But there are freshwater streams that are pumping out millions of gallons of water every day at the bottom of the ocean. That is not rainwater. It is fresh, brand new water that is created every single day. It's called primary water. It's a very fascinating topic, but water is not scarce. The reason people call it scarce is to control the population. Because it's not scarce. It's brand new fresh water every single day. And you can test for primary water because we've dropped so many nuclear bombs in the earth so far that every single amount of water that's cycled through the secondary cycle has a nuclear isotope called tritium in it. If you test water in a flowing spring it always flows, a flowing spring. If you test that water and there's no tritium in it, it literally means it was brand new, freshly created today.
That's fascinating, yeah. And on that topic too, before the flood, not so much water. Well, Noah would have looked pretty stupid building a boat in the middle
of a mountain.
Yeah, in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
If there was not much rain or no rain,
there would never even be a need of huge boats. There would be lakes and there would be rivers, but you would never need a huge tanker ship or an ark. So people did probably think he was crazy. Plus Noah, I think, lived to 800 years or something like that. That boat took him hundreds of years to build with his family, hundreds.
Yeah. Imagine living that long, and the wisdom that you could learn. I say, I'm gonna take 10 years out and be perfect at guitar.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna just 10 years. 10 years, I'm just gonna learn guitar, master guitar. And then,
well, it can go both ways, because then you got the malicious people too. When malicious people live 1,000 years, they can really do a lot of damage. And so it's
that's where the giants supposedly came from, is the fallen angels that had, that slept with the humans, the Nephilim, and they were 33 feet tall, right? Supposedly in Antarctica, they've seen skeletons under the ice that are that big.
Yeah,
I mean, it's insane, and it's amazing.
I mean, look at the architecture, even from the 1800s. It's like look at the cathedrals in Spain. We can't build that stuff anymore. I mean, it's we build with concrete and pour it into forms, and it's build with wood. It's there was so intricate. You look at the intricate detail of everything back in the day. Before we were ever in our history. I mean, our history is rewritten by the people that win wars. We don't even know what our actual history is, in my opinion. Except the Bible is our closest representation of our actual history as a planet, in my opinion. And there's a lot of backups to prove that. There's so many references that actually claim that prove that biblical texts are way more accurate than any other literary texts,
especially with geography.
I've done a study on that too. I've done a study. The historicity of the New Testament is astounding when compared to Homer's Iliad or other classical writing.
Socrates, any of those guys.
Yeah. The way the manuscripts, the amount of manuscripts, the date of the manuscripts, and also the fact that it was written in Greek. So if you get the words mixed up, the meaning's still the same. You don't lose the meaning. So God is love in English. If you change it to love is God, it makes a totally different meaning. In the Greek, change it around because the language is inflected, because it has the function of the sentence is determined by the ending. You switch it around, it means exactly the same thing. So even if they mangled the words up, you can get an accurate New Testament. And if you just took the quotes of the first century theologians, you can reconstruct the entire Bible.
Right.
New Testament.
Yeah, totally.
pretty amazing to me.
It's amazing.
I looked
And
into the
they're
film.
all so accurate. It's like they can't be that. And they were all over so many regions. Literally, like they collected these documents from like multiple regions that are really, really far away from each other. So and they are all accurate. And then it's like, anyways, yes, that's so fascinating.
It's interesting though, you know, the dragon in Eastern culture is a benevolent thing, and the dragon in Western culture is the exact opposite, which which is very interesting, right? Because it goes back to what you were saying about losing the wings, perhaps, right, and the snake on the ground. Okay, first, so that was very interesting to think about when you said that a minute ago. And then you have Noah, whose grandfather was Enoch, right? Whose Bible, who was a quote friend of God, right? His book is left out of the Bible. Enoch's
Right. I never actually read Enoch.
It's not very long. It's not very long. Yeah, the Book of Enoch, and it's in the Orthodox Christian Bible in Africa, but it's not in others. And actually,
the reason it's not in this one is because it was written well after all the other texts. Those other texts,
or the reason is because it's not supposed to be in there.
Or that, yeah, exactly.
Right? Because it's a divine word, right? So
they quote it though. They quote the Book of Enoch in the Jude. They actually quote the Book of Enoch.
And so Enoch is along with Elijah and one other I can't remember right now, but they never passed supposedly. They never died.
Okay,
right?
check this out.
Really cool. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, Enoch never died.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Check this out. Enoch's son.
Enoch
in Hebrew. Enoch's son means his death shall bring. He was the oldest person in the Bible, right? He was the oldest person ever lived. When you graph this out, I actually graphed this out because I was like, is this actually what happens here? The year he died was the year the flood came. Yeah, he was the oldest person in the Bible. And for me, this shows like the long suffering of God, because he was the oldest person in the Bible and God was kind of long suffering during a time of probably pretty dark time. But he was the oldest person in the Bible. And the year he died, the flood came, and his name means his death shall bring. And imagine, if Enoch was a teacher who had a prophecy, because he was probably a prophet, according to the Book of Jude, because he made a prophecy. If he was a prophet and named his son, his death shall bring. Imagine thinking of if his son, I mean, names have power. That's what I was saying. Names have power. You can name your son after Damien, right? Or something else. And I'm just saying, right? So it's interesting. I was raised Lutheran, but I'm more non-denominational. But Martin Luther, when he reformed with the Catholic Church, because of some of the things they were doing, didn't like, but he also tried to keep the Book of Revelation out of the Bible, right? So that's the Book of Revelation is like a slap across the face if you really study it, and John was the only disciple that was still at the foot of the cross the whole time till the death. Everyone else left, and they all were martyred in horrible death. Okay. Yeah. Peter hung upside down, whatever, heavy beheadings. The only one till the end. He's the only one that died a natural death in Patmos as he wrote revealing the revelations, which are amazing because this revelation, what he talks about and what he describes is the weapons of modern warfare that he wouldn't understand. How, fireflies in the air with with fire coming out of them, burning everything. I mean, he's talking about modern warfare, literally describing weapons of modern day from thousands of years ago. It's amazing, actually. I love Revelation. It's like a reality check for me. But I know everybody in this crypto world and group has their own religions and beliefs, and that's fantastic. And this is just a discussion we're having right now.
And
Yeah, what do you think, Chiz?
Chiz, talk it up,
yeah. I mean, I was gonna weigh in because so אני מדבר בעברית, אתה מבין אותי או לא?
Oh.
Are you
אתה
speaking?
מבין אותי?
Are you speaking Italian?
Greek?
לא, אני מדבר עברית. אני לא מדבר עברית. אתה מבין אותי או לא? אתה לא מבין אותי.
It's ancient Aramaic?
No, Hebrew.
Hebrew, yeah.
Oh.
Hebrew. So yeah, so like so Chiz. Let's just start with Chiz, right? Where did Chiz? That's not my name. My name is James, right? King James Bible. But I'm a Jew, born a Jew, in New York, right?
Oh, yeah.
And my parents named me James, right? Why? Well, to assimilate, right? Because as an immigrant in the US, like, either you live in a ghetto, like in Brooklyn or in LA or in Miami, or you assimilate and you integrate, which is what I did and which I've done, right? And so it's funny because my Hebrew name is Yisrael, Yiz, Yisrael, okay?
Like
and what?
Go ahead.
No, go on. But,
Yes.
yeah. So Yehoshua is a little different, but Yisrael, it's every Hebrew word has 3 letters. Okay, all of them. They all have 3. It's very simple. Okay, I love the Old Testament. Yeah. So, but to read the Old Testament, you got to read it in Hebrew.
Yeah.
Right? You can't read the old you can't read it in English and get it. You just can't. Right? And so that's why I had to learn Hebrew. So I went to go live in Israel. I was like, I just can't get with this. I'm like, like the book that was given to me, I had grown up speaking English and I was like, I don't get it. And someone said, you got to go learn Hebrew. You got to, in order, get it. So I did that. Right.
Wow.
And then, and then the interesting thing is what happens is like, I got stuck there. I couldn't get out. I got stuck there. I started dreaming in Hebrew. I went into the Israeli wars, like this war that's gone. I've seen this before. I've been here before. Okay. And the point is that, so the names, as you said, Rain Man, names are important, right? And so Chiz, like, where's Chiz come from? Well, the interesting thing is the last bull cycle. So my Hebrew name is Yisrael. The short is Yiz, Y-I-Z. Okay. And so my last bull cycle, I was Yiz. Okay. I was Yiz. And Yiz is very different than Chiz. And when I was on Twitter in the last bull cycle, I got tons of hate, huge hate,
Man.
huge. And I'm totally resilient. I'm like, fuck is this? It's crazy. People don't know me. I have a stupid name that's not even really my name, and I'm putting it out there, and I'm just a magnet for hate, right? And so I was like, whatever. I'm a New Yorker. I don't get lost in the details of like that, and I don't react. So then for this cycle, I was like, all right, I'm not Yiz, right? Because I don't want to put that out there again. I don't want to be out there. And so Chiz, I did it because like I started carving. I'm a carver. And so Chiz is my carving name. And it's built on, like, Chiz is a real guy. He's a friend of mine. And there was a period of my life where I was working on the streets in Brooklyn, doing violence interruptions, getting guns off the street, right? And me and my street teams used to be, with Bloods and Crips in Brooklyn, and one of my partners in that was this guy named Chiz. Okay. He's a Jamaican guy, huge big Jamaican man, beautiful, soft soul, amazing. All the kids in the community knew him. Like, so he and I used to hang out at night, and he's this huge, big man. And he saw my carvings, right? And he came up he pulled me aside one day. He saw me carving, and he said, you know what? He said, I don't really feel safe in this community. I don't feel safe here. And I want to protect my family from gun violence and violence. And so could you carve me like something that protects me and my family? And I'm like, fuck yeah, man. And so I was like, I went into my, studio, which was Central Park, and I'm carving outside. So I carved this killer, like, carving for Chiz and his family, and I delivered it. And God willing, they're all good. And I always check in on them, and so anyway, so Chiz is like the benevolent, like Yiz. Yiz is like the freaking warrior. Don't fuck with Yiz, because Yiz will fuck with you back. Right. And Yiz knows how to fucking fight bad, hard, with guns and whatever else. But that's not me. It's not really me. And so Chiz is more me. It's more like the benevolent, like, spirit that's sort of meant to be of service and uplift people and protect people, as opposed to fucking divide and conquer. Because that's not why humans are here. By the way, we're not meant to be fighting. We're really not meant to be. It's the natural way in the jungle and blah, 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 and all that. But it's not the highest and best use of us. It really isn't, because we're more highly elevated beings than that. It's just that we descend into that animal brain, the primordial fight, flight stuff. So anyway.
Man, thank you for sharing that. That is powerful. Cheers.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yes, yeah. And that's just awesome, man. And
yeah, it's cool.
Busting out the Hebrew was 10 out of 10. Right
yeah,
there.
well, I sort of, so Israelis think I'm Israeli, right? When I go to Israel, I mean, I am Israeli. I mean, I lived there. I was, I was in the society. I was in the military. I was there. And so Israelis think I'm Israelis, but I hide it, especially now, right? I don't like share it, because like, it's not the thing that you share right now if you want to sort of create like safety and, peace and which is what I'm building. When you have a kid, I have a 17-year-old kid. I've had to create, a good environment for him to grow up. You don't want to bring war into your family, right? Right now, my people are at war, and so I'm like, what the fuck, man? Come on, let's get over it. It's like, this is fucking ridiculous, But that's just me.
It's a religious war that won't ever end until the end. I mean, we want it to end. They fight for their reasons of belief, right? You don't think so? It's money.
Let's not even go there. Honestly,
Yeah.
I know too much about it. I've been in the wars, and I've been in Lebanon. I've been in Syria. I had been in Gaza. And so I've been there. And so let's not talk about it, because like, it's too far away to get into the reality. And all I can tell you is that most people living in war zones don't want to be in war, because war fucking sucks. I've been in war zones. It fucking sucks. Okay. People get killed. There's famine. It's horrible. You can't even imagine it. And so it's so bad, you can't even imagine. And so what happened is the spirit, the soul gets twisted in war. And that's why I carve. I had to get it all out of me. I had to carve it out, So even hypothesizing about why there's war at this point, and it's so old and people don't know. And there's enough blame that you can't blame anybody. There's no blame. There's 100% responsibility for everybody to make peace. That's it. And anybody that's ever been in a real war knows that. Like, war is fucking hell. It's hell.
My family, I'm half Jewish, actually, and they were East Germany in concentration camps. My great grandfathers and stuff, and they came over to the United States, and they're Messianic Jews now, and that's where my grandfather Friedenreich became a Lutheran pastor on our side. So it's kind of interesting to hear people's history. And my father
Yeah.
was Italian, so I'm Irish, Italian, and East German, Jewish. God,
amazing.
What is the world? It's a beautiful melting pot of souls.
And we're all intermarried too. Like even my family escaped from the Carpathian Mountains in what's now Ukraine, right? It's the Carpathian Mountains, and we escaped in like 1897. And my grandfather came to Ellis Island in New York, right? And from there, we just all intermarried. And we, all we want to be is like, just let me be a freaking person, a human, So yeah.
Well,
it's all
that's the
good.
real battle. It's humanity versus depopulationists. That's the real battle. There's people that believe there's too many people. And that's,
I know.
Are you on humanity's side, or you think there's too many people and you want to get rid of people? Like that's the big battle. I mean, God said to
agree with you.
Be fruitful and multiply. There is plenty of land for everybody to be on. It's not and there's plenty of resources. In fact, when God gave us dominion over earth, he wanted us to dominate earth, but he never told us to dominate humans. He told us to dominate the resources, the animals, the land, because that's what kings do. And we are created in the image of a king. And God, we can't be a king in the presence of a king. We are a prince in the presence of a king. So when we're in heaven, we're not able to experience dominion because our king has dominion. But here, God sends us here and he created us here. We don't have to wait to die to go to heaven. Jesus never told us that. He actually said, bring heaven here now. Like we are the kingdom of heaven. We are the ambassadors of this kingdom that can never be defeated. Although in the garden, Adam gave dominion away. He was manipulated, but he gave dominion away. When that happened, literally the Holy Spirit left earth. The Holy Spirit did not dwell on earth until Jesus came back. From Adam to Jesus, there was no Holy Spirit here. The government of heaven left and only came upon the prophets, came upon the kings, came upon the judges, but always left. He never dwelled in anybody because we weren't clean anymore. And the Holy Spirit has to live in a clean body. And that's why Jesus had to come. That's why he came. But anyways, I diverge a little bit, but the government of heaven was gone. We were left to govern ourselves. And when we are governing ourselves, we don't do a good job. Things fall.
Look at China's population control and what it's done. It's devastating. There's not enough. What is it? Is it men for women or vice versa? Women for men? I mean, because the one child, it's insanity in trying to control.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but this is awesome, guys. Like, this is amazing.
In China, they actually changed it now. So you're rewarded for more kids because they had a population problem. Yeah.
I mean, this is the beauty, honestly. So I've learned, so it's like having different viewpoints is so key.
For sure.
It's so important to be able to just listen to someone else and just let them be.
And respect them.
Not just respect the autonomy of the individual and just let the human be. I can disagree, I can hate, I can do whatever, but just let them be. And this is what I learned from being in multiple war zones, because I sat with a lot of people in war zones, man. And what I learned is that most people just want to take care of the kid, just want to work, just want some food. That's it. Like most people don't think about what the governors and the supposed leaders are, and it's a disease of leadership. It's a disease of leadership that is on the planet right now, which is why we need to percolate up a level of humanity that just transcends the hierarchical leaders that have failed us. I mean, honestly, it's absurd. The level of failure of the hierarchical leaders is just stunning.
Well, the problem is they're not failing because their goals are different than ours. They're actually succeeding at their own goals. They are failing humanity, but they've set goals that are contrary to humanity.
Selfish.
Absolutely.
Demonic and selfish.
Absolutely.
Wow, what a great conversation. Chiz, thanks for sharing all
Yeah,
that.
man.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I mean, I love where this 8-hour stream has gone, and with this type of discussion. And I don't care if viewers drop off if we start talking about our religion and beliefs.
Yeah, it's all
That's
good.
not what's important. That's not what's important. Is that you stand up for what you believe in life, no matter what, And I'm proud that that this conversation just took place on live stream. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, it's so cool.
I'll ride that to the bank all day long.
Oh yeah, totally. And the freedom that we have to say it, it's killer. It's like the freedom is really the tonic and it's freedom and responsibility, like this freedom to, because when I'm free and if I fuck with someone else, that's not cool.
Yeah.
But if I'm free and I don't mess with someone else, then that's really good, And so we sort of have to learn these things over time. You guys sort of have to get beaten down. And by the way, I don't like I've been around the block and I've seen enough so that I don't give conspiracy theories any credence, because they typically require a level of coordination and determination and intentionality that in my experience almost never exists in reality. And so what feels like a conspiracy is more just like fucking stupid people, like doing really stupid, violent, nasty things to each other, which I think we humans are imminently capable of. And then when you get particularly men enmassed in groups with weapons, we're fucking dangerous, really dangerous. So
Even
I don't
using our freedom to not injure others, we can actually utilize our freedom to benefit others. And when we actually get into that next level, it's like, hey, now we're using our freedom not to benefit only us. We're using our freedom to benefit everybody, as many people as we possibly can.
Totally.
That actually takes us all to the whole new level. I mean, anyway, yeah, I agree.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, because we can be free to be of service beyond self, like, right? And that's where then our spirit's free to be of service, right? And that, by the way, like even in the Chinese system, like qi, you guys know what qi is, right?
The energy or life force.
Right there.
Qi is electromagnetics. It's the waves. Qi is the electromagnetics that come in, that animates us, and then when we stop breathing, leave the body. That's what qi is. It's very simple. And that qi is meant to be free, for sure. And that's what acupuncture is. Acupuncture and acupressure, that's all it is. It's so easy, so simple.
Cheers. Can I just interject? I met he's probably a really good friend of mine, a Chinese doctor. Done amazing stuff with people around the world. Used to treat stars, but moved to where I am in the middle of nowhere. But but he is remarkable what he has done. My mum had was like this. After one session, she straight.
Wow.
And he's taught me a lot about this stuff. Well, just what you're talking about.
It's off the charts.
Acupressure. But I've never heard anyone mention acupressure before. So when did you hear about acupressure?
I mean,
this guy that does it. He did it for me.
Oh, well, acupressure is in the Chinese system, there's acupuncture, which uses needles, and then acupressure uses our fingers or our elbows, right? And so it's the same thing. So my fingers, for example, are really trained, and I can do what a needle can do in someone's body. So with my girlfriend, for example, she's got a neck thing. If I can direct chi and dissolve her stuff, and so you just basically, you can throw energy like a needle, and you just have to train it. That's what the Shaolin teach. The Shaolin teach that style of, that's why Shaolin warriors are hard to fuck with. You can't really touch them.
Yeah, you don't want to even try. Yeah, because it's cheating.
Wow. What do you mean you can't touch them?
I mean, literally, if you have you ever been in a Shaolin temple, like a place where Shaolin monks are training? Literally, you can't get close to them. Literally, it's like the energy that they throw around is so intense that, and so when we train, so in Shaolin Kung Fu, you train with each other and you just can't really get close to these guys. So the masters like develop this level of mastery with energy that just sort of throws energy beyond what most of us can even imagine, honestly. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like punching from 6 inches away and putting someone on their back, and it's about the energy that can when it's used for that, right?
So it's like this.
Yeah.
It's like this. It's like this is like it's
Crane,
this.
tiger,
This is crane. This is
Yeah.
crane. Exactly. This is tiger. It's like intense like that, and you just learn to throw it. And you use animal archetypes because the Shaolin warriors would study animals. Because their job was to protect the domain, and they would go out and study animals because animals are fighting all the time for survival, right?
Wow.
Anyway,
It's freaking awesome.
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, Kung Fu is amazing.
Well, the
It's
movement
without a
of
doubt.
our
Yeah, man.
bodies too, because our lymphatic system actually flushes out toxins with movement. We must move for our lymphatic system to clean our body out, and this is one of the main problems with cancer. Is people think it's so bad, and it is bad. But the reason cancer happens, the tumors, our body actually encapsulates toxins. And if they cannot flush out of our body, cancer is actually protecting our body against exposed toxins on the inside. And so as a tumor grows, it's because our lymphatic system cannot flush these toxins out. So it creates a toxin, it creates a tumor. Now, here's what does the mainstream medicine do? They immediately stick a huge needle and core the tumor. And right after they core the tumor, they call it a biopsy, and they say, they're going to freak you out. You're about to die like tomorrow if you don't get a biopsy. It's like they already know it's cancer, but instead of taking it all the way out or giving a routine that will allow our bodies to begin to cleanse themselves, they biopsy it, and then it spreads all over your body, and then they give you chemo. Chemo is kind of like saying, I got a splinter. Let's take that out with a shotgun. It's like, I have a splinter. Let's blow your arm off. Now the splinter's gone. It's like, well, that's not the proper thing to do. The proper thing to do is just to understand we need to move every day. We need to actually go take a walk. We need to get some vitamin D. We need to eat better. But these are the things that are the preventative things. But really, never let anybody that get a biopsy when they ever get cancer. The biopsies will spread the cancer immediately, and then bad things can happen.
Yeah, it's like popping a balloon,
right?
In essence.
Now, if you take it all the way out, okay, that's different than plugging a hole in it, coring a hole in it. But it's because the energy can't move, like the toxins cannot move through our body. Things need to flow, and the energy needs to flow. The toxins need to flow out, but through our sweat glands and through everything else. But if we don't move, our lymphatic system can't move.
Yeah, and the thing is that our Western style of medicine is so backwards, and it's so expensive and so stupid. And it's not that the Chinese system is perfect, but it's so simple and it's so accessible. So and by the way, it's not practiced in China now almost at all. It's like almost at all. It's in the culture, but it's not in the society. And so like my teachers are totally marginalized in China, right? This is not ancient healing intelligence that is accessible to most Chinese people. It's not.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. And these like very simple, like the whole like system of Chinese medicine is so simple and so beautiful. And it's all about getting qi moving. As you say, you need to move the energy. That's it. That's all you need to do to prevent disease, basically.
And to move the energy, we got to move our body.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Yeah, I could go down a rabbit hole of medicine.
Yeah, man. This is a fascinating topic. health. I mean, it's worth having a stream just talking about this stuff. Interesting.
We should do a biohacking stream for TitanX.
Yeah. Good idea.
Also,
Let's do that.
Advanced CMT, first responder.
Maybe we could do a biohacking stream and bring something to the table. So, hey, what do you want to specific thing do you want to share? And we can share like some of our favorite stuff, and then give some practical advice how to do it, and then where to get the thing we're talking about or something.
I love that.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Like, people get migraines, right? A lot. And what does our society do for migraines? What do they do?
Caffeine based, get the blood flowing in your head, open the capillaries.
Well, no, but the solution is a pill. Take a pill.
It's a pill.
Take a pill. The truth is, if you know the cranial sacral like dynamics, you can get rid of like almost any headache in about 3 minutes if you know what you're doing.
Therapy is amazing.
I need to learn that.
It realigns the spinal fluid in the correct flow. I've done a lot of that.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. Cranial sacral and myofascial release.
Yeah, and cranial sacral, you can do it by yourself. It doesn't take like magic. And particularly people like developers who are like at the computer all day and doing this all day, and it's all like this. It's designed for headaches, right? And and so you really
and the amount of LEDs. In fact, LEDs are terrible for our vision over time. That's why I'm putting incandescents in my house as everywhere, because if we stare at LEDs, they have this frequency that actually over time can make people go blind.
Yeah.
It's like very crazy.
Yeah. And also I don't need to tell you guys how old I am, but I'm much older than all of you. Okay?
You're at least 25, like maybe like 30, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that what you learn at 30, like my body broke down at 30. It all broke. Everything broke. And I had two choices. Either listen to the doctors that were saying, get this surgery, or do it my own way. Unfortunately, I was the contrarian. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And so I had to learn myself how to, I don't see doctors. I haven't seen doctors I don't need them. I need them maybe if I get into an accident and I want to survive, only for crisis emergency. There's no reason to have doctors, really. Healers, community healers, should be accessible to everybody, because it's very hard for people to figure out how do you get on a healing path if you've got something really bad. If you have a mental thing or a physical thing or an emotional thing, sometimes we need outside help. But otherwise, like, we've got everything we need.
Yeah. Unless it's like surgical emergency, Right. Basically. I mean, yeah. Yeah, doctors, I get around in circles for that on a different stream with y'all. One day I'll say a long story,
And no disrespect to any doctors either, because doctors save lives too, right? So,
For sure. Some. Right.
Some. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I'd say that, just kind of,
Yeah.
I got hit by a drunk driver, changed my life 12 years ago. Broke C5.
We hit the 8-hour mark of the stream, and it's been good.
And we're losing our minds. We've descended to God.
Descended?
All right. Ascended to God, Old Testament, New Testament, and chi. It's all good.
Awesome, man.
And healing path.
Here, guys.
And
Don't forget.
Pumped 16% since we've been on stream.
I mean, and so Volt's got, this has been amazing. And
Yeah, so like we get into the close of the stream, and Titanex is all-time high. Well, all-time local high.
Wow.
Volt is pushing all-time high again. things are looking good. We've got Awesome X coming out in a few days. We got Ouroboros coming out. We got
E280's coming out.
New streamers coming. Callum,
Community
others.
expansion.
Yeah.
Stray is leaking Lotus, apparently, he says already. Sorry, Rain Man, he said a second ago. Everybody in the chat that's been here for 8 hours.
Yeah. We got the
Yeah.
conference coming up.
Got
So
the
we got a
launch of
lot
Lotus on the 26th.
269, big catalyst.
Awesome X.
We got a lot of amazing things happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And let's do this. You guys are up for doing this next month?
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Let's
We
do
gotta
it.
have our,
Reminisce of
Are we gonna do the Unity and DeFi streams on Saturday, Steve?
Yeah,
Like just
yeah,
order
we
them?
do it. We could do the Unity of DeFi. We do it every Saturday night, and then once a month we can do this.
What time UTC is that?
It's UTC.
On
It's
Saturday.
2 p.m. EST.
2
It's
p.m.
5 hours ahead of us.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Well, it's Saturday right now, so it would have been today.
Yeah. We basically do it every week, and then once a month do a SuperNova for 8 hours.
Got it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. So.
Oh man.
And just to mention something, when Steve, sorry, Mr. Host, Mr. Number One Ethereum, you're the man.
Two.
When he ends a stream, we have a green room for a second. I want to talk to you for a second, all right? So you don't have to leave. Like when the stream ends, it doesn't cut you out. I don't know if you knew that or not. So, yeah.
Cool.
Just hang out for a second. Yeah.
You guys are amazing. All of you guys on stream, but everybody that's watching right now, thank you so much for the support and being part of this community. I mean, the only reason any of these protocols are successful is because you guys are all here. So we're very thankful. I'm very thankful. And yeah, thank you.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of the whole community, because this is I'm a community member. I'm not one of the builders, right? And so I think what's really cool is you guys are builders. You're building this. And what's cool about this community is, and Jake set the template, he broke down the barrier between community, because the builders are the community are the builders, and it really is a unified community. And it's cool, and so I appreciate it. I really do.
That's a good point.
There's an equality there, as it should be.
And reciprocity and mutual respect and like for me, and this is why I got very protective of builders over the winter, because I was like, these are my builders, man. Don't mess with them. Don't mess with them, because they are holding this up. Without them, it dies. Like, why are you going to kill them? Like, what's your problem? It's like.
Good point.
Yeah, thank you for that. Where we were building in the trenches, and Jake was building in the trenches, and we're still building, coming out of the trenches. So
man.
God's been good.
Good stuff, man. Hey, Justin, you lead us out. Give us the last word. Give us the last word of wisdom.
All right. Well, TITANX is exploding. Get the key coin. Open the menu, pick your dish. It's served up 5-star, and it'll take you to where you want to go if you just listen to some of the people's wisdom that is being shared in this community by watching many streams in Plan A space, R spaces. Just listen. Just listen. Thank you for being a part of it, guys.